This is the payoff. Oh! This is the payoff. The payoff! This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of action here at the IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships for 2025, coming to you live from the Lakeside Cast in Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. You're watching live pictures coming to you from the northerly direction, heading south towards or actually away from Calgary in Alberta in Canada. Beautiful conditions, as you can plainly see, 2 lakes set up. The main stadium lake in front of you that you're seeing there with the jump ramp, which we'll see some action on later on, and then there's also the back lake as well, which is also pulling rides behind the brand new, all new redesigned 2026 Ski Nautica towboat. So for those of you that happen to be around the area and want to check out the latest features and the improved skiability with the 2026 Ski Nautica towboat, more than welcome to come here to Predator Bay Ski Club and try it out. All right, so we've got some great action about to take place. We've got 2 series of women's slalom. When we left the event yesterday after Series 3, Leona Berner was our lead skier in the women's slalom competition with 2.5 on 12 meters. Molly Lee from Great Britain with 2 on that same line length, and 1.5 for Jessie Shooter from Great Britain. There is your slalom leaderboard. We take 12 through to the next round of the competition, and we have 23 skiers remaining in the women's slalom between the 2 series that we have on this morning. There is your schedule. Women's Series 2 and 1 to determine the 12 skiers that will make it through to the final. Do bear in mind that when we had this event 2 seasons ago in Chapala, Mexico, it took a score of around 3.5 to actually advance through to the last round of the competition. Then it took a runoff with 3 competitors to determine the last spot. The runoff taking place with a 3-way tie with 3.5 on 12 meters. I'm Tony Lyford. It's a pleasure once again to welcome you here to this beautiful corner of the world that is the province of Alberta, and specifically the blue sky city of Calgary. And as you plainly saw, the schedule of events this morning, starting off with women's slalom series 2 and 1 to determine the 12 finalists. As we see our Nautica towboat make its way up and down to provide us with a early indication of how well that boat is running, and then we'll just before we go on with our first event. We'll do a couple of simulation runs, and then we've got a competition up and running. So This gives you a little bit of time for you to grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and grab a few people around you as well, because we've got the watch parties going on around the world. The global watch party is most certainly on here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the Lakes of Casting Stone in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So share with us that you're watching the coverage, waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. And in a little under 8 minutes, we will have an event up and running. So grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage. We're about to throw down with 2 series of women's slalom, as Felipe Leo taking one last look over towards the boat and making sure that everything is dialed in and ready to go. And in just a few minutes, we will have some skiing to take to the water. So we're going to take a quick break, and once we return, we will have our first slalomer to take to the water, who will be Hanny Stopnicki from Canada, and all that to come next.
Turn it up, now turn it out. We go from two to ten. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, give it up. Gotta live it up, get up, get it, movie, get it, we just live it up. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, give it up. Gotta live it up, it's automatic. We're
Okay, and welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championships. Coming to you live from the Lakes of Castingstone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. And we see our lead-off competitor about to take to the water is Nigel Sparrow. Our chief driver has the helm at this juncture. And here is the running order. Here is the starting list in the U21 Girls Slalom Series 2. Hannah Stupnicki will be our lead-off skier, followed by Malia Bennett and Claudia Komentova, Melantine Morel, Tuvalisa Runafor, and then we got a trio of Canadians with Kate Pinsino, Nelly Allar, and Olivia Schut. Then we've got an Austrian in the form of Lisa Gusenbauer, and rounding off Series 2 is Solly Stenger. And after that, we have 30 more skiers in Series 1. So putting competitors through to the final may be a little bit premature, even at the end of a Series 2. And taking into account the fact that we do put 12 skiers through to the final, so we won't know who is through to the final with any degree of certainty until we're at least a skier or two into Series 1, which is the series to come directly after the conclusion of this one. All right, so Nigel Sparrow there. What happened there? That's been happening a bit. So a beautiful view over the bow of the towboat, the 2025 version of the Ski Nautique. The new version, which is the 2026, is available for ski rides on the back lake here at the Lakes of Castingstone. So if you do happen to be in the area, or even if you are outside the area and want to give that boat a test ride, then get on a plane and get on a flight to Calgary and drive yourself over here and give that brand new towboat a test. The 2026 Ski Nautique. So as we get ready, we've got Vince on the 1s and 2s. We've got our crew ready to go. And behind the Ski Nautique, which is an award-winning and world record-setting towboat that has revolutionized the free event skiing world. You can find out more by going to nautique.com. And it's a boat that our skier on the water is very familiar with. She trains over at the Matt Reaney Water Ski School in Central Florida. So lead-off skier from Canada, Hannah Stupnicki. Actually, it's going to be a 16-meter start. Just trying to keep things light on the line, not putting herself in a compromised position. Around all 6 buoys, and a skier who represents Rollins College in Central Florida during the collegiate season. That is Hannah Stupnicki. There is the coach for Team Canada. That is Cole Grant. Keeping an eye on things going forward. Hannah Stupnicki with a 6 buoy count on 16 meters. A little bit of air through the entrance gates, but is able to keep her speed and her line tension well within check there, and wonderful how she picks her knees up through the wakes, and is able to set the ski down well wide of the buoy and able to backside. So that's a confidence boosting opening pass. Now the sun is obviously coming to us from the east, as it typically does, but it does actually shine down the lake. It could provide the skier with a little bit of an added obstacle on top of slalom in round all 6 buoys on the slalom course on a shorter line. But let's see how she works against that. As we see Miller Bennett from Australia. Those of you that are tuning in via YouTube, you are most certainly welcome. This now is Hannah Stopnicki, our lead-off skier, 14.25 meters. Making, I wouldn't say making light work on 14.25 meters, skiing probably fair to say adequately to make it around all 6 buoys on that second pass. So Hannah Stopnicki, sponsored by My Family for Pets, and which is also a sponsor of the season-long set of tournaments broadcast by TWBC. So thanks a lot to the folks there. And if you want to be part of the live chat, come on down. Yes, go to the TWBC YouTube channel and be a part of the conversation during these championships. I'm going to take a look at some of the messages that have come through so far, and not too much activity so far this morning, but that is only going to increase during the course of the day. Hannah Stopnicki, our first skier on the water in women's Series 2 slalom. Between now and the end of Series 1, we have 23 skiers. We should have a pretty good idea within about the next 15 or so skiers, the next 13, 14, 15 or so skiers, of who is going to make it through to a 12 skier final. 13 meters. Just trying hard just to stay on top of the water, and unfortunately for Hannah Stopnicki, getting into a little bit of difficulty there around number 4 towards number 5. So a pass that the Hannah Stopnicki typically runs 13 meters. Unfortunately for her, she's in the water and swimming towards the shore. And Hannah Stopnicki with 3.5 on 13 meters. So that doesn't put her in an especially desirable position going forwards. And Hannah the fin on that ski started to release halfway between number 4 and number 5. So just couldn't really get much of anything going here on 13 meters. A little bit unfortunate here for Hannah Stopnicki. Just didn't really look settled for any pass other than 16 meters, which was her opener. Getting exposed towards the boat, pulls in, and weight goes over the tip of the ski, and the fin loses adhesion with the water. So Amelia Bennett about to take to the water here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. So for Hannah Stopnicki, with her score of a 3.5 on 13 meters, 3.5 on 13 meters currently puts her in ninth spot. In ninth spot right now, just above Emily Wenzel. But with 12 skiers hoping to make it through to the next round of the competition, and about 22 skiers remaining on the list between the last 2 series, the chances for Hannah in terms of making it through to the women's slalom final took a huge hit there. So, Malia Bennett from Australia is our next competitor to go. We'll try and get the stats on her in just a moment or so. So coming to us out of the Latrobe Water Ski Club in the Australian state of Victoria, this is Malia Bennett. A little bit cautious there with the pull out there on 16 meters. But seems to have found a little bit of a rhythm here, at least on the last 2/3 of the course. A little bit over a ski off 5 into number 6, but for the most part, that opening run looked very much under control. Drifting back behind the boat a little bit prior to her gate shot into number 1. And trying not to over ski this pass too much. Handle up a little bit high, but that little bit of a delay actually helped in terms of making the ski rotate a little bit more completely off her number 2. By about this time, 4, 5, and 6, she had this pass pretty much dialed in. So there we go. That is Malia Bennett. Now let's have a look at some of the results that she's posted in the Australian National Championships. Out of the 2 rounds there, her best score was 2 on 12 meters. Some of the other events, the Aussie Kiwi Challenge. She was part of as well, I believe. But definitely part of the Oceania Water Ski Championships, where she got on to 12 meters there too. Victorian State Championships into 13 meters. The Aussie Kiwi Challenge, in which she produced a score of 2 on 12 meters. So 2 on 12 meters appears to be the upper level of Malia Bennett's capability at the moment. But let's see if she can make it through 14.25 meters. Looking strong, looking aggressive out there on that Conley slalom ski. A big shout out to the folks at Conley for providing us with sponsorship on the TWBC broadcast from the start of the season all the way through to the finish. And also for providing us with the audience prize. Unfortunately, during these championships, we do not have an audience prize competition, but there are some opportunities available for those people seeking a route via that way to get themselves a new slalom ski before the end of the season. So keep an eye out for that. So Malia Bennett, just trying to ski conservatively, at least for the opening couple of runs, and we'll see how she makes out with 13 meters coming up next. Bear in mind what it took to actually make it through to the slalom final 2 seasons ago in Chapala. It needed a score of 3.5 just to get the skier into a 3-way runoff. So anything 4 buoys on 12 meters, anything around about that range will put the slalom skier in a pretty good position at that juncture. Come on, Malia, on 13 meters. Round number 4. Getting a lot of support from the Aussie crowd along the shoreline, and she manages to get round all 6 on 13 meters. So approaching the kind of score that she's been able to produce on average thus far this season. And the first time that we've seen 13 meters cleared so far in this Series 2 of the slalom event. So Malia Bennett is about 3 or 4 buoys away from being within arm's reach of reaching the promised land. That is the 12-skier women's slalom final. But it all starts with the pull-out and the entrance gate, and we'll see if she can get that one coordinated. So she's produced a score of a 2 at 12 meters at Stony Park. 2 in the Oceania Championships not too long ago. 2 in the Aussie Kiwi Challenge. Let's see if she can break through beyond 2 here. Let's see. Entrance gates number 1. Oh, handle up high. Oh, and the handle too high for her. Careening in towards her number 2. I'm not too sure whether it's going to be a half or a 1. She appears to be okay. So it looks like it is going to be 1. The consensus is on 1. So 1 buoy there for Malia Bennett, and 1 buoy on 12 meters puts her into a 4-way tie for 4th place right now with Carly Bonham, Emma Goldstein, and Daniela Schweivel. So a 4-way tie for 4th place right now. And obviously that moves down skiers such as Maisa Jakobsen, Jada Sweeney, and Emily Wenzel down towards the cut line. The cut line at this moment in time would appear to be a score somewhere along 1.5 or 2 on 30 meters. So that's where it's that's how it's shaping up right now as we get ready for our next competitor. We're moving on from Australia and we're going towards Czechia, otherwise known as the Czech Republic, and Klaudy Kamentova. We see there on the dock, ready to go. So as Malia Bennett makes her way back on shore, there we see the leaderboard. Leona Bernard with 2.5 on 12 meters still in the lead. Molly Lee from Great Britain with 2. 1.5 on 12 meters for other skier from Great Britain. So your top 3 are Bernier, Lee, and Jessie Shute. Carly Bonham, Emma Goldstein, and Daniela Veschweivel, along with Malia Bennett, all on 1 on 12 meters, currently in a 4-way tie for 4th place at this juncture. I'm not sure what's happening with the towboat. It feels compelled to go into the course again for a couple of simulation runs. Okay, and from what I understand, because the boat span round and headed towards Malia Bennett on the basis of a fall, the conditions changed for the next competitor, and we want to make sure that each competitor gets exactly the same opportunity in terms of conditions. And that's why we're running the boat up and down to make that happen. There's Klaudy Kamentova, who I've seen her ski on a number of occasions, especially over at the San Gervasio Pro-Am, which took place about 3 weeks ago now. A great event there, and superb skiing by all of the competitors there. Especially Thomas de Gasperi, who won another title there in San Gervasio in the region of Lombardy. And also Jamie Bull, who was 5 for 5 during her her adventures across Europe and North Africa as well. And of course, the pro season hasn't concluded yet. There are still 3 more tournaments on the docket there. There's a pro event taking place in the Republic of Georgia, specifically the city of Poti. And then 2 more pro tournaments will round off the Water Ski Pro Tour season about a week or so after that. But between now and the time that we see those pro events, we've got 4 more titled events, namely this one, the U21 World Water Ski Championships here in the Lakes of Castonstone. And then next week, we have the European Open Championships, which will take place in Linz in Austria. And then we've got a few days of rest between that tournament and the European U21 World Water Ski Championships, which will take place in Wien in Austria. And then just barely a few days after that, we have the Open World Water Ski Championships, which will take place in Rocchetto in the northern part of Italy. And then that will conclude our titled events on TWBC for the season before we head off to one more pro event in the Republic of Georgia and then 2 more stateside. All right then, folks, we have got Claudia Kamentova from Czechia. $16 meters. Nicely done. Don't see too much out of the ordinary here for Claudia. And again, getting things situated and looking very confident out there with 16 meters. So let's have a look at this again. Just holding on to as much as she needs to adequately make her way around buoy number 1 and number 2. Once she establishes a halfway decent rhythm, it's just a case of just doing the same thing again 2 more times. From 3 into 4 and then 5 into 6. So good effort there from Claudia Kamentova. So let's have a look and see what she comes back with. It should be 14.25 meters. Leaderboard right now shows that Leona Berner from Austria is still in the lead with 2.5 on 12. Molly Lee in second place right now with 2 on 12. Jessie Shute with 1.5. And then we've got a 4-way tie, actually a 3-way tie between Malia Bennett, Carly Bonham, and Emma Goldstein. Claudia Kamentova chasing that score down, as well as the others that are above that multiple way tie. Claudia Kamentova, the results that I've seen on the screen here have been produced at the Masters qualifying series. In the Masters qualifying series, she got into 13 meters. In the last chance qualifiers, she got into 13 as well. Wasn't able to qualify as a slalomer for the Junior Masters, as it were. But she has slalomed on a number of other occasions during the course of the season, especially the San Gervasio Pro-Am, which took place not too long ago. And a big shout out to Matteo and Fidele and everyone else there in that wonderful part of the world that is northern Italy, just outside Brescia. Here we are, right here in the foothills, actually Foothills County in the province of Alberta. 13 meters for Claudia Komentova. Looking aggressive, needing to be aggressive, and not the most comfortable 30-meter pass that I've seen her run, but it is effective, and she does get 6 buoys, and now she's about to take aim on 12 meters and needing a good start there in order to keep her challenge alive and intact. All right, Claudia Komentova, 13 meters. Now let's see how she sets up for 12. All right, there we go. We've got Jeremy Scholl along with his tower cam. There we see Melatina Morel, who competed in the junior pro event at the San Gervasio Pro-Am and was victorious there. But here we go, Claudia Komentova. There's 1 on 13. This is actually 12 meters, I beg your pardon. There's 2 on 12 meters, which puts her into a two-way tie for second spot right now alongside Molly Lee. So she's kept herself in the game, kept herself in contention for one of those valuable 12 spots through to the final. But when you take into account that it took 3.5 at 12 meters in the previous cycle just to invoke a free skier runoff, she could have done with a little bit more beyond number 2 in that vein. A little on the back of the ski, and that stopped her ski cold from being able to turn and continue on with the run. But there you go. That is a 2 buoy count on 12 meters. She takes the lead in this series, but she is in a two-way tie for second place along with Great Britain's Molly Lee. So, looking down there, some of our crew there, Connor Pauly, who is our drone pilot and operating the camera from a remote location. It's the camera view that you see from the boat. That is Pablo Font.
Okay, here we go.
And Pablo, incidentally, will be tricking a little bit later on this afternoon. We've got some great events here. We've got the Women's Slalom Series 2 and 1. We've got men's and women's tricks taking place as well. The remaining Elimination Round Series in the jump will be on Saturday. For those of you wondering, Melatina Morel. So Melatina Morel, 16 meters opening pass. She's skied extensively this season. Age 15. And looking strong there on the opening pass. Okay, so Melody Morel, who comes to us from Montpellier. And has slalomed pretty well so far this season, has gone into 12 meters more often than not. You can only see one score that has been less than an attempt on the 12-meter run, and as a matter of fact, the European Youth Championships, she got a score of 1 on 11.25 meters in back-to-back rounds. So her most recent slalom performance, if she was to replicate that, then it would strengthen her claim to a place in the final among the 12 skiers that would qualify. Melody Morel getting the job done on 16 and 14.25 meters. A 15-year-old competitor who has at least 2 more tournaments of eligibility in the U21s. I'm sure we'll find out before the end of these championships where some of these skiers will be heading off to compete in these same championships again in 2 years' time. All right, so Melody Morel getting that pass done, and as a matter of fact, the next U21 World Water Ski Championships will be taking place in Lima in Peru, or a little ways outside Lima at Bayamalacus. That beautiful facility there that has hosted many championships, including the Pan American Games Water Ski Tournament quite a few years ago that saw Robert Pagozzi win his one and only Pan American water ski title, and saw victories from the likes of Regina Jaquis as well in that tournament during the Pan American Games. And it's hosted a number of other major international tournaments such as the Junior World Championships. But I believe that that the upcoming U21 World Water Ski Championships 2 years down the road will be the first time that they've actually hosted that tournament. And a little bit of a delay before we bring in Melody Morel back into the slalom course. I'm not too sure why, but I think that's going to be water under the bridge now, so to speak. Melody Morel, 16 and 14 meters successfully run. Let's see what she's got. 30 meters, gets a good start. Melody Morel, who's put about 20 rounds of slalom skiing into the scorebook so far this season, and has not failed, and has only failed once to run through 30 meters in the entirety of the season. And she runs 30 meters this time around as well, so she's going to have a score into 12 meters. Now, how far into 12 meters will she go? Now, by most recent result for Melody Morel, she was able to get 1 on 11.25 meters, so she would need to run through this next pass to get towards that realm. But ideally, if she can get 2/3 the way down this next pass of 12 meters, it will definitely boost her chances of making it through to the women's slalom final, based upon the score that it took to get the 12 skiers through to the final in the previous cycle. So here we go, folks. Here comes Melitine Morel. This now is 12 meters. Needing more than 2.5 for the lead. Gets round buoy number 1. Makes it round buoy number 2. Can she make it outside 3? Yes, she can. But she won't be able to make it outside of 4. But she does have the lead. It is a 3 on 12 meters. And Melitine Morel, she has the lead. She's pleased enough with that. But she probably realizes that her chances of making it through to the next round of the competition, that being the 12 skier slalom final, have been severely dented. So now she's going to have to wait and be patient. There could, as these championships go, and watching these championships over the years, it could actually come down to maybe a runoff to determine who takes the final spot or spots through to the 12 skier final. So she's going to have to stay fairly close to her slalom ski and keep an eye on things going forward. She has the lead. It's 3 on 12 meters. She takes the lead away from Leona Benner of Austria. So she has a half buoy on lead margin on top of Leona Benner, but is that going to be enough? We'll find out within the next few skiers. Tuva-Lisa Runefor from Sweden. So Tuva-Lisa Runefor from Sweden. Let's see how things shape up for her. This is going to be 16 meters. No one's been bold enough thus far in Series 2 to go in on 14.25 meters. Tuva-Lisa Runefor, let's have a look at some of the performances that she's produced this season thus far as she makes it round buoy number 6 and through the exit gates. European Youth Championships, she got 4 on 12 meters, which was enough to send her through to the final. Got 5 on 12 just before then at the Nykoping Vanski Club in the U14 and U17 and U21 Swedish National Championship. Looking at some of her others in the Slorstad Open at the Slorstad Vanski Club in Norway. She managed to get 4 and 3.5 in 2 out of the 4 rounds of slalom skiing that she had at her disposal. So she's had some success on 12 meters, and she would need to kind of replicate something along those same lines if she wants to enhance her chances of making it through to the next round of the competition, as we see Kate Pensoneau from Canada getting ready to go. So here we go, folks. Now, Tuva-Lisa Runefor, 14.25 meters. Ooh, all over the show here, and she's really having to work hard just to stay upright on the slalom ski and managing to make it round all 6 there. A real cause for concern going forwards unless she can pull something out the bag on 13 meters. That is Tuva-Lisa Runefor. So yeah, a little bit bumpy here from from one buoy to the next and all over the back of the ski. Does not look composed or balanced in by any stretch of the imagination. Really made a meal of 14.25 meters. So as we get ready for Tuvalusa Rona 4, we'll check in on some of the live chat messages that are going through right now. Some folks from Montana are tuning in. We got folks all across this great nation of Canada that are tuning in. We've got one or two folks for getting behind a Tuvalusa Rona 4. All right, let's see what we've got. $13 meters all over the back of the ski here, but managing to stay on top of the ski. Long pull into number 5 and managing to get through 13 meters. Now that opens the door for her to get onto the 12-meter line, and she would need something about halfway down the course to put herself in a two-way tie position currently with Melitine Morel, who is on the lead who is in the lead with 3. But if the previous World Championships in this event are anything like a litmus test for what is necessary to make it through to a 12-skier final, it'll be safe to say that Tuvalusa Rona 4 would need something really, really special here on 12 meters coming up to put herself in that realm of being in the final. Something along the lines of 4 or more would be needed from her in order to advance her cause going forwards. So, as we continue on here in this beautiful part of the world that is Alberta, the province of Alberta, Canada, and some of these skiers will be traveling a lot over the next couple of seasons. Junior Worlds next year in Argentina, the U21 Worlds in Peru. So a lot of activity there in Latin America. Here we go, Tuvalusa Rona 4, there's 3. Oh, and collapsing off number 3 on her way to number 4. That is going to give her 2.5, and that is going to put her in a two-way tie with Leona Berner on 2.5. So 2.5 on 12 meters, two-way tie for second place. That is our skier from Sweden, Tuvalusa Rona 4, still in the lead. Melitine Morel with 3 on 12 meters. We're about halfway down the women's Series 2 slalom, and we still got another series to come within about the next half a dozen or so skiers. And then at that point, there are 13 skiers remaining, so the destiny of any of our competitors at this point in terms of making it to a 12-skier final, by no means certain at this time. So Tuvalusa swimming into the shore, and there she is back there, representing Sweden. And now we have a trio of skiers all representing Canada and all on the team. We'll see Nelly Allard and Olivia Shute come up within the next few minutes, but before those two, we will have Kate Pinsonneau. Kate Pinsonneau coming into the course. This should be a 16-meter line. Kate Pinsonneau, who represented Canada last season in the Junior World Championships. These championships here, the U21 Worlds here at the Lakes of Castor Stone, are part of a trio of world titled events We had the Junior Worlds last season. We have the U21 Worlds this season. And next year, we have the over 35 World Water Ski Championships. So some high-level tournament activity taking place right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club here in Foothills County in Alberta, Canada. Kate Pinsoneau looking very composed here. Just trying to not to overski this pass. 16 meters, well within her capability. And safety checked up on number 5. Didn't even bother to lean all that much. She just turned the ski, just applied a little bit of angular pressure against the boat, and she was there before she knew it. And we see some activity on the slalom dock. We see Nelly Allard from Canada, and not too far away is Olivia Shute. Let's see how things shape up here for Kate Pinsoneau on 14.25 meters. Nice turn off number 1, and good and early for 2 and 3. Just easing her way through this pass and making it look relatively straightforward there. That is Kate Pinsoneau. Let's have a look at some of the results that Kate has been able to produce so far this season. Kate Pinsoneau represented Canada so far this season has consistently skied into 12 meters, save for one tournament where she skied into 13 meters with a buoy count of 2. That would be the worst performance for her this season. But looking at some of the other scores into 12 meters, halfway down with 3 it's how she's maxed out so far as her performances are concerned. So she would need something along those lines in order to put herself into a multiple way tie for the lead position. And we will see what she can do here and now. 13 meters. Let's see if she can make it through her way through this pass. The lead score, 3 on 12 meters from Melitine Morel. Leona Bernal with 2.5 in second place right now. Claudia Komentova in a two-way tie for third between herself and Molly Lee on 2. That's on 12 meters. This is on 13. Huge snap there off buoy number 1. She's still there on number 2 and number 3. Good for 4. Getting good resistance behind the boat. She's there. She's round 6 on 13 meters and making that pass almost as straightforward as the 16-meter run that she started off with in this direction. So looking at this once again, looking very balanced there into number 2. A little bit of slack line, but she was alert to that and made adjustments on that ski to affect a good turn off each buoy. Got broke forward a little bit, but she too realized the situation as it was occurring, and was able to get round all 6 buoys. All right. I'm Tony Lyford. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. We are at the 3-quarter mark here on the Series 2 Women's Slalom Competition. Thanks a lot for tuning in where you happen to be around the world, whether you're in places such as Joburg in South Africa. I'm sure some of you over there are watching, and it is 4:45 in the evening. If you you're watching us from London in England, 3:45 in the afternoon right there as we see Kate Pinsonow on 12 meters all over the show here. She's gone round 3 and number 4. She has the lead. Can she make it round 5? Can she make it round number 6? Oh yes, look at this. First time we've seen Kate Pinsonow get through 12 meters, and this could be personal best skiing there for her. 6 buoys on 12 meters, a possible new personal best for Kate Pinsonow, and a big shot in the arm for not only for her, but also for Team Canada as well. Certainly not the tidiest of passes, but she probably doesn't care too much about that at this point. She got rolled over a little bit off buoy number 2 and was on the back of the ski round number 3, but a big turn on number 3. A left foot forward skier has that advantage into buoy number 3. But then round number 4, let the ski come round, stood up, and as long as she took that ski all the way outside number 6, she had the pass in the bag. There you go, Kate Pinsonow. A new possible personal best there for Kate Pinsonow. And there's a father along the shore side, just trying to restrain. Trying to restrain his enthusiasm. Here we go. This is Kate Pinsonow. This is 11.25 meters. This is the purple loop. Round buoy number 1 takes the hit. And I'm not too sure whether the ski made it past the halfway mark there between 1 and 2. So by that token, it should be a half a buoy on 11.25 meters. And Kate Pinsonow, looking at her best scores this season, I would say that's probably is her best score of the season and a personal best for Kate Pinsonow. Now, comparing that score with what was needed to make it through to the slalom final, the 12 skiers to make it through to that final 2 seasons ago, I'd say that Kate Pinsonow has got a better than average chance of doing that. So let's have a look at this once again. There's number 1 on uncharted territory there for Kate Pinsonow on 11.25 meters. Probably the first time that she's seen that pass in a tournament, at least based upon the results that I have access to based upon this season's efforts. But Kate Pinsonow, half a buoy at 11.25 meters. She now has pole position. There it is. Kate Pinsonow, half at 11.25 meters. Melody Morel relegated to second with 3 on 12 meters, and the rest of the results you can see on the live scoring. All right, moving on from Kate Pinsonow, another skier from Canada, Nelly Allard. So Kate Pinsonow walking onto shore, and as she walks back towards the starting dock, we'll try and get a word or two with her. All right, so our next competitor to take to the water, and she'll be starting in on 14.25 meters. The first time that we've seen this starting line length from any of our female competitors so far. This is going to be Nelly Allard. Now, Nelly Alar, one of the few skiers in this competition in the U21s that has actually skied in the U21 World Championships previously in this event. She scored 4 on 12 meters 2 seasons ago over in Chapala, and would love to be able to do something of around about the same kind of stroke in order to enhance her chances of making it through to the slalom final. But in the meantime, she gets the job done at 14.25 meters to open up her account. That is Nelly Alar, who is a college student, actually represents the University of Louisiana at Monroe during the collegiate season, and she has one full year to go before she graduates with her college degree. And in that year, she will be representing the Warhawks one last time in this upcoming fall season. So Nelly Alar, who skied in the U21 World Championships 2 seasons ago in Chapala, as I mentioned, got 4 at 12 meters there, which was enough to put her in 11th spot. Making it through to the final, and ended up with a tied score of 3.5 on 13 meters in the final itself to tie with Lexi Abelson, who we will see a little bit later on as well in this competition. But Nelly Alar, 4 on 12 meters was enough to see her through to the final season 2 seasons ago in 2023. Let's see if she can replicate that same kind of feat here. 13 meters is a necessary first step. There's a 3 and number 4. Gets it to go on the good foot. Confidently runs the pass there on that Conley slalom ski. That is Nelly Alar. So managing to make a significant inroads there on 13 meters and getting ready for 12, Nelly Alar. So looking in good shape there. Keeping the shoulders up and just trying to stay balanced and not putting herself in a position where she has to overski this run in order to get 6 buoys. So that is Nelly Alar. As we'll look at towards downtown Calgary, a little bit hazy this morning, but I think you can pick out 1 or 2 of the landmarks as we zoom in on some of that background footage. Nigel Sparrow there at the helm of the towboat, the 2025 model edition of the Ski Nautique. The 26 model edition is available on the back lake for people to test ride. 12 meters for Nelly Alar. Oh, she's round number 3 and will not get any more than that. And that could that puts her in the second spot right now. It's a two-way tie for second spot with Melatina Morel, but it's not going to be an automatic here for Nelly Alar in terms of making it through to the 12 skier final. Look at that ski. That made contact with the line. She was barely able to stay on top of that slalom ski as a result. Lucky not to have had a major crash into buoy number 3. There's number 1, and already in trouble there with the handle going up a little bit high there into 1. Gotten broken over and was forced into a double edge change. So that's Nelly Alar, and that is going to be a score of 2 on 12 meters, tying with Melitine Morel. And Kate Pinsino is in the lead. And we're going to get a chance to talk briefly with Kate Pinsino, who managed to get half a buoy on 11.25 meters. And Kate, how are you doing this morning? What's happening in your world?
I'm doing great. Just got a huge PB, so really happy with that.
I was wondering if that was going to be a PV, but let's have a look at 12 meters here for you. Comment a little bit about this. What was going through your head here?
Well, that one wasn't perfect, so I was kind of freaking out after that, but just kept going. And once I got into it, it just kept moving.
Yeah, just keep moving and just don't give up and until it becomes inevitable. But round number 3, you got a really good turn on number 3 that kept the pass going.
Mm-hmm. A little scared at number 5 there. I was like, oh, don't mess this up, but managed to get through it.
Excellent stuff there, and I'm sure you got some fans across the world cheering you on all the way through that pass. You got a whole contingent there on the Canadian national team. Let's have a look at your new personal best, half a buoy in 11.25 meters. Take us through.
I just think I was so excited there. I forgot to move a little bit at 1. Was hoping for a little bit more, but happy I got there.
All right, excellent skiing there, and we got Olivia Shute about to take to the water. The third and last of our trio of Canadians in the slalom series too. But Kate, you're in the lead with half 11.25 meters, and if we compared that to what was needed to make it through to the finals, I'd say you have a better than average chance of being part of that 12 skier final. Any thoughts on that?
That's so exciting. That was kind of in my mind, but I was just going out there to ski, so that would be wonderful if I made a final.
All right, then I'm going to let you go, get yourself toweled off and changed up, but well done. You're going to have to wait for about maybe about 8 or so skiers to find out if you've made it through to the final. But well done. You're in the lead, and a brand spanking new personal best.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, there. Thank you very much indeed, Kate Pinsino of Canada, and Olivia Shute running through 16 meters, and well done to you.
Thank you.
All right, excellent stuff there, and we've got Olivia Shute. So Olivia Shute there with 16 meters opening pass, and I think at this point with the Canadians are all producing a decent score. I think it's they're putting a lot of pressure on their own shoulders just to make sure that all of them produce a score that they're not embarrassed by at this stage of this competition. So Olivia Shute, who skis for Florida Southern College during the collegiate season. So let's have a look at some of the scores. She's been into 12 meters pretty much every instance, at least during the course of the season. She's got 2 on 11.25 meters over at Lake Ledbetter in April earlier on in the season. But she has a pretty good grasp of 14.25 meters. So she is just confirming that she ran 14.25 meters. So beautiful looking skiing there, trying not to over ski it. And certainly a lot of fans there behind her. Kate Pinsino looking at some of the messages coming through from all corners of the world. Seeing one or two people get behind Olivia Shute as well, especially her teammates from Florida Southern College, the Moccasins. So now getting through 16 and 14 now, getting ready for 13 meters. Pass number 3. Here we go. Olivia Shute. Rolls that ski over, getting round buoy number 1. Taking it off number 2. Just trying to keep things moving. Oh, a little bit loose there off number 4, and getting later and later on this pass, but not late enough to prevent her from running 13 meters on pass number 3. And now is in a decent shot now to put a score into 12 meters on the books. Trying to chase down that lead score of Kate Pinsonneau, and brand new personal best of half on 11.25 meters. So just looking at that once again, and very much under control there, and certainly not the tidiest looking pass that we'll ever see on 13 meters, but it is effective as we have a look at the leaderboard. We also have a look at Lisa Gussenbauer getting ready on the slalom dock, representing Austria as an individual competitor. And then we got one more skier after her to round off the Women's Series 2 slalom list. That's Solly Stenger. Oh, getting in a little bit deep off number 1 here on 12 meters. This is Olivia Shute. She's round buoy number 3. That puts her in second place right now. There's 4. Oh, does she make a play on number 5? And if she does, did she have the hand on the handle long enough to get a piece of it? Wow, she was certainly determined to get as far down this pass as possible. Olivia Shute through the entrance gate. Dropping her shoulder really hard there, but managing to keep enough momentum from that ski and keeping everything working forwards. She knew what it could potentially take to make it through to 12 skier final, but she at least got number 4. Let's have a look and see if she made a play on 5. Ooh. Looks like it is going to be 4 confirmed. 4 confirmed. Looks like she let go of the handle before the ski had a chance to make it outside buoy width on 5. So it is going to be 4 by that token. So looking good and looking strong up to that point. 4 on 12 meters, and that puts her in second place right now. That is Olivia Shute. And seeing a few folks from around the world are tuning in, and some good friends around the world are checking out what's going on with the live action here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. 16 meters for Lisa Gussenbauer of Austria. The Gussenbauer family of Austria have a long and storied history of competitors at the elite level within this sport. Yogi Gussenbauer, I'm sure, is along the shoreline checking and seeing what his daughter is being able to produce out there, Lisa Gussenbauer. And her aunt as well, no doubt, watching, Claudia Tolza. And I'm sure everyone out over in Austria is also taking heed with what's going on with Lisa Gusenbauer running the opening pass of 16 meters. So a brief look at the leaderboard shows that Kate Pinsonneau has half a buoy at 11.25 meters for the lead. Olivia Shute and Melanie Morel have second and third place respectively. Melanie Morel, as a matter of fact, is tied with third with Nelly Alar with 3 on 12 meters. And just a reminder that it took at least 3.5 on 12 meters to advance through to the next round of the competition. As we check in with Olivia Shute, who is in second place right now with 4. Lisa Gusenbauer. This is 14.25 meters, just trying to keep everything working and moving forwards. Not too much body movement there so far, and there doesn't need to be that much to run a 14.25 meters. Checking in with some of the folks that are in the live chat. Plenty of activity there. If you want to be a part of the live chat, you need to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Not only will you be able to participate in the live chat, but you'll also be instantly informed as to the next time we go live. The next tournament to go live here on the TWBC YouTube channel is going to be the European Open Water Ski Championships, coming to you live starting next week in Linz in Austria. And also, you saw on the screen briefly, if you're having a watch party with you and some of your friends, take a picture of that and upload to the to waterskibroadcasting.com via that QR code. So let's have a look, and this is how people enter the site. The breathtaking view going down the hill towards the venue where our lakes are. One lake is being used for people to test ride the 2026 Nordique. The other lake sees the competition in which Lisa Gusenbauer is still very much a part of on 13 meters, getting everything situated and looking very, very strong on 13 meters. Now she's going to have a crack at 12 meters coming back towards the starting dock. Flying south with our drone shot. And going in the opposite, going in the same direction, heading south down the slalom course on 13 meters is Lisa Gusenbauer. So let's have a look at some of the scores that Lisa Gusenbauer has produced. Mostly into the 12-meter line so far as her average score is concerned. She actually has a personal best of 0 at 11.25 meters. So looking to produce a score somewhere on that realm. And that was actually at the Junior Canadian Open, which took place recently over in Slalom Park, which is just down the road from here in Edmonton in Alberta. A site that itself has been fortunate enough to host a World Championship level events, the Junior Worlds, I believe the U21 Worlds some years ago as well. So here we go. This is Lisa Gusenbauer on 12 meters. Gets a good start there. Round 1 and number 2. She's still on top of the ski. She's round number 3. She's put herself in the top 3. She's round number 4. She's in a two-way tie for second. And she gets round number 5 to the wakes. She is now in second place outright. And Lisa Gusenbauer was slalom back to the dock. She should be pretty satisfied with that. That keeps her in contention for one of those coveted 12 spots through to the women's slalom final. So Lisa Gusenbauer, our penultimate skier in the Series 2 women's slalom elimination round. And we'll see if 5 on 12 meters is going to be enough. Currently still in the lead with half a buoy on 11.25 meters is Kate Pinsoneau. But skiing intelligently here, not trying to overwork the turns so much. Making sure that she gets at least 2/3 of the way down this run, and knowing what it took to make it through to the women's slalom final in the previous cycle. She knew exactly where she wanted to be at least, and got 5 buoys to her credit on the 12-meter line. So, Kate Pinsoneau still in the lead with half a buoy on 11.25 meters, and this is the score that has produced the second-placed result at this time. Lisa Gusenbauer. Now, last skier to go, Solly Stenger from the United States of America. Solly Stenger on 14.25 meters, only the second skier so far in this women's slalom competition to start on 14.25 meters. And she makes light work of that run. All right, so continuing on, this is our last skier in Series 2. We'll have 13 skiers remaining after this point. Those 13 skiers are in Series 1. So looking beautifully composed out there, Solly Stenger. I don't have too much information in regards to her skiing in the 2025 season, but just to give you a taste of what she's capable of, at least so far as the previous season is concerned. She scored 5.5 on 12 meters at the Canadian Junior Open last season at Slalom Park in Edmonton, Alberta. Some of her other scores have also been into 12 meters. There's a half a buoy on 11.25 meters that was produced as part of the Masters qualification series last season in 2024. So one would assume that if she keeps that kind of upward trajectory going, then she has a pretty good chance of making it through to the 12 skier final, provided that she gets through passes such as 30 meters, which you see going on right now. So that is 30 meters there on pass number 2 for Solly Stenger, and getting ready to go with pass number 3, and we'll see what she has. Pass number 3 is going to be 12 meters. So Solly Stenger getting ready for 12 meters, and at this stage, Solly is currently in 15th spot at this time with a 6 buoy count on 13 meters, but significantly she continues to ski. Now, she can move up higher as soon as she starts scoring 1. And then continues on down the pass, and we'll see if her chances of making it through to the slalom final are enhanced with each successive buoy. Here we go. Solly Stenger. 12 meters. Needs a good gate pull out. She gets it. Good glide into number 1. There she goes. Round number 1. Round number 2. Continuing on. Round number 3. She's still there. On number 4, she's still continuing to rock this pass. She's round number 5. Oh, and it's inside buoy number 6. That puts her into a two-way tie with Lisa Gusenbauer with 5 on 12 meters. She almost had that pass. But a little bit of nerves and anticipation started to creep in there towards the tail end of this run. She got the start that she needed off buoy number 1, which was good. Round buoy number 2, a little bit down course, but you would expect that anyway, given that the line length is 12 meters. The last rope length shortening before the handle fails to reach outside of the buoy line. Now let's have a look at this buoy number 5. Round number 5 takes a hit there. Oh, is it forced into the edge change, and that brings it inside number 6. So this is rather intriguing here, because it's a two-way tie for second place right now with Lisa Gusenbauer, and if I was a Solly Stenger right now, I would keep my slalom ski very, very close to hand, because the probability of a runoff could well be in the making here. Let's have a look at this from the boat once again. Takes a hit, and I don't know what happened there with the edge change. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard as we round off the Series 2 women's slalom event. Let's have a look at that bright, shiny leaderboard that shows that Kate Pinsnow is your lead skier with half a buoy at 11.25 meters. Lisa Gusenbauer and Solly Stenger are on 5 buoys on the 12 meters, a two-way tie for second place right now. Olivia Shute is in fourth spot right now. Two-way tie for 5th spot, Melatina Morel and Nelly Alar. And two-way tie for 7th place between Leona Benaire and Tuva Lisa Ronafor. We're going to send our boat for some more fuel. When we return in the next few minutes, we will go on to Women's Slalom Series 1 as we have continuing coverage of the 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championships coming to you live from the lakes of Castingstone. And we'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, getting ready to go with Women's Series 1. A big shout out to all of the sponsors that have been kind enough to support TWBC throughout the entirety of the season, and long may that continue. So a big shout out to all of our sponsors, and as we get ready for our first competitor to take to the water, individual competitor from Canada, it's going to be Megan Pelkey to lead off Women's Series 1. 16-meter opening pass. So 13 people in this series. So let's have a look and see with Megan Pelkey. Nicely done on pass number 1. There we see Christy Appleton, our second skier out, and in a prime position to know that if she manages to take the lead in this competition in Series 1, no matter what happens, if she does take the lead, she would have one of the 12 coveted spots through to the next one. But we are in 13 skiers in this Series 1, including the skier whom you're watching right now, Megan Pelkey. So 6 on the 16 meters, taking a rather conservative approach from the get-go. Let's have a look at some of the scores that she's produced in this season. She's been a little bit up and down and inconsistent so far as her slaloming is concerned. As a matter of fact, her best score of the season is 3 on 12 meters. So she's going to have to she's going to have to get in the zone a little bit here if she's to stand any chance at all of making it through to the 12 skier women's slalom final. She's in Series 1. She is capable. Let's see if she can produce the goods here. 14.25 meters for Megan Pelkey, who has represented Canada with distinction in the junior ranks. Has also represented Canada in the Pan American Championships as well, and a number of other international events. We'll see what she's capable of with the passes to come ahead. Megan Pelkey. Just trying to not overski this pass of 14.25 meters. And just trying to stay composed and balanced on each of those turns. Almost rearing up a little bit off number 5, but she had that pass under control. That is 14.25 meters. That is Megan Pelkey. Here we go, folks. Megan Pelkey. Boat accelerating up to speed, 55 kilometers now, max speed. Line length shortening 13 meters now for Megan. Megan, who's age 19. Oh, a little bit rough around buoy number 2, but still able to get the job done, or rather rough around buoy number 3, I would say. But able to ski herself out of that precarious situation. Megan Pelkey from Canada. So chasing down the lead score, which is a half a buoy on 11.25 meters, courtesy of Kate Pinsoneau. So I'm sure a number of our skiers who have been out already are keeping an eye on where their positioning is in relation to the skiers who we'll see shortly. Certainly in a prime spot in terms of making it through to the slalom final is Kate Pinsoneau, whom I mentioned, who has the lead with half a buoy at 11.25 meters, the only skier to get through 12 meters thus far in the women's slalom competition. And typically it's taken a score of 3.5 and 4 in the previous U21 World Championships to affect a top 12 position to make the way through to the slalom final. Let's see what occurs here. This is Megan Pelkey. This now is 12 meters. It gets round 2, and she manages to get a decent score there for herself. So Trish Lusev from Australia chiming in with a watch party of their own in the land down under, but coming into the dock there, Megan Pelkey with 2 on 12 meters, 2 on 12 meters. So what is the bar, I hear you cry? We've got 12 skiers remaining. The current lead score is half on 11.25 meters. Anything in that realm, anything more than half on 11.25 meters is a guaranteed spot through to the next round of the competition. And obviously, as more skiers get beyond that point, then the bar is set one place lower with each instance. But for Megan Pelkey, just wasn't able to get on the good foot around buoy number 2. And Megan Pelkey, let's have a look and see where she is with 2 buoys on 12 meters. 2 on 12 meters currently puts her in 9th spot right now in a 3-way tie with Claudia Komentova and Molly Lee. So now, next competitor up is Christy Appleton. Now, let's see what she has. Christy Appleton, who's slalomed extensively throughout the season. This 2025 season has seen her get halfway down 12 meters as her best score of this season. And I'm sure that our friends from Australia, whom we just saw up on the screen with their watch party, are getting behind Christy right now. Christy Appleton, who finished towards the top of the rung in the overall competition, to the best of my recollection, in the previous U21 World Water Ski Championships. I'll pull up that result. As a matter of fact, looking at the top 3 in the overall competition in the last cycle, Kennedy Hansen was your world overall champion in 2023, ahead of Sadie Ferguson and Lara Bartley. Now, Lara is actually here on site, but unfortunately unable to compete due to a knee injury that she sustained over at the University World Championships that took place in New Zealand. So best of luck to Lara Butlin ahead as she rehabilitates from that injury. So here we go, folks. Coming in, Christy Appleton. I believe actually making a debut in the U21 World Water Ski Championships. She skied last season in the Junior World Championships. So she is familiar with this venue here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, and doing a fine, exceptional job out there with a pass number 2. So she'll be coming back on 13 meters, skiing behind the Nautique towboat. And getting ready to go. So if you're ready to bring your vision to the water, you can start building your 2026 Nautique today. The Design Your Nautique Interactive Boat Builder is now live with Nautique's full model year 2026 lineup. Immerse yourself in the design process and see your customizations come to life in stunning detail with all the new changes and available options with the 2026 model year. Head to Nautique.com to design your Nautique today. As we see Christy Appleton make her way through that pass. Looking good. She's gone through 16 and 14 now. This is 13 meters. I'm sure that Kate Pinsoneau is along the shore side waiting to see if her score of half at 11.25 meters is good enough to make an immediate impact upon the 12 skiers going through to the finals. Christy Appleton getting into a little bit above her off the first half of the slalom course. She's round number 4. She's good to go round number 5 and on 13 meters. She gets round all 6 buoys and continuing her charge and challenge towards one of those top 12 spots through to the next round of the competition. So we're seeing some more people are tuning in. We see Ali Garcia and Laurie Covington checking in on the coverage. Thanks a lot, ladies, for tuning in, and best of luck with the continued season for Ali Garcia, who's one of the major women's slalom competitors on the Pro Water Ski Tour, and no doubt she will be looking for a good finish at the IWWF Open World Water Ski Championships, which will take place in about a month's time in Rocchetto in Italia. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. And speaking of some of those championships that will be taking place very soon, next week, the European Championships taking place in Linz, Austria. About a week later, or a little over a week later, the European U21 Championships, the European U21s, and then right after that, the Open World Championships, followed by a professional event to take place in Poti in the Republic of Georgia, and 2 more pro events taking place in the United States to round off the season on TWBC. Here we go. Christy Appleton on 12 meters. Getting a good start on buoy number 1. Nicely done round buoy number 2, and again a little bit down court. Oh my word! What a front flip there. I would say 9 out of 10 for the dismount. So as a result of that means that Kate Pinsoneau is through to the final round of the competition. So congratulations to her. But I tell you what, that was one heck of a fall there on that particular run on 12 meters. We'll get the score in just a moment, but she gets 2.5 for this effort. She's round 1 and number 2. She got brought forward. She really, really worked hard to try and get close to number 3. Ho! Clip that, Vince. That's 2.5. Yes, one of the more spectacular falls I've seen with 2.5. Now, what does that do so far as her positioning is concerned? 2.5 on 12 meters. That puts her into a three-way tie with Leona Berner and Tuva-Lisa Runnefors. But significantly, that means that the lead score of half a buoy on 11.25 meters is good enough to see Kate Pinsoneau make an appearance in the slalom final. So coming in on the 60 meters, Zali Reeves from Australia. So Zali Reeves, let's have a look at some of the scores that she's put in. And has slalomed as high as 4 buoys on 12 meters as we look and see that 16-meter opener pass. We'll see what she can do on 14.25 meters coming back. A little bit of loose line into the turn, but managing to stay correct on the ski. almost generating too much speed off the first buoy into number 2, and squaring up to make sure that she had enough direction and just enough speed in order to stay on top. Little on the back of the ski off number 5, but she had that pass very much in hand. That was 16 meters. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Kate Pinsino already through to the final. Now the cut line has been reduced. That means that we need 2 skiers to ski more than 5 buoys on 12 meters for both of them to make it through to the next round, because there is a 2-way tie for second place right now. For both of those skiers to make it through to the final for absolute certain, there would need to be 2 scores of beyond this point to be less than 5 on 12 meters. So the 2 skiers with 5 on 12 meters, Lisa Gusenbauer and Solly Stenger, they're watching very, very intently going forwards. 14.25 meters for Zali Reeves. Coming to us from the state of Queensland in Australia, Zali Reeves. So as recently as the Australian National Championship, she scored 4 on the 12 meters, and I'm sure she knows the situation as it's playing out right now, what she needs for absolute certain to make it through to the women's slalom final. So getting ready for 13 meters behind that Nautica towboat. So getting ready to go, and nothing performs like a ski nautique with a history of world record-setting performances. It's the perfect boat to set your own personal best. Head to nautique.com to design your ski nautique today. And there's actually an opportunity for folks to come out here to the Lakes of Casting Stone to actually ski behind the 2026 Ski Nautique towboat. Try that out for yourself, or find out more by going to nautique.com for more details. Here we go, folks. This is Zali Reeves. Here we go. Entrance number 1. This is 13 meters. On the back of the ski all over the show. She's round buoy number 3, but unfortunately unable to make much of an impact beyond that point. It's going to be 2.5 on 13 meters. So that therefore means that the 5 on that means that in play right now is the 5 buoys on 12 meters, which is currently a 2-way tie between Lisa Gusenbauer and Solly Stenger. For both of those skiers to make it through to the next round of the competition, 1 score of less than 5 on 12 meters has to be performed for both of those skiers to make it through to the next round. But in the meantime, there is a 2-way tie for second place on 5, and at the very least, there would be potentially a runoff situation if all the scores beyond this point were in excess of that total. So Zali Reeves getting into a bit of bother there, and unfortunately having to make do with 2.5 on 13 meters. All right. Our Aussies there are lending their support. One of those Aussies along the shore side was Christy Appleton with 2.5 on 12 meters. Now she's going to have to wait a little bit herself to find out if it's enough to make it through. There's a beautiful shot there as the 20 revealing the 2026 Nautique towboat. You can tell the drone pilot's been doing way too much of that stuff with those with those drone sport events going in and out of barrels and floors and what have you. But we certainly appreciate the efforts of Connor Pauly to provide us those shots, and indeed our entire crew for doing a fine job with the dockside camera, with the tower cam, and also with the boat cam as well. All right, skier on the water representing the United States of America, it's Emma Davis. Emma Davis, who comes to us out of Wisconsin. Looking good so far, opening pass, 16 meters. Don't see too much wrong here, and gets the job done. Now Emma Davis, her forte is overall skiing. Has slalomed this season so far, has actually gotten one at 11.25 meters in 2 out of the 3 rounds of skiing over at the April Turns event over at Lake Ledbetter, which is the home of the Drew Ross Water Ski Academy. And Drew Ross, as a matter of fact, is here on site keeping an eye on things, as well as Charlie Ross, his son, who will be slaloming a little bit later on and looking to get one of those coveted top 12 positions to make it through to the final. So, on the water is Emma Davis. She's gotten through the opening pass of 16, and big shout out there to Jack Decker, who's watching the coverage from the passenger seat of the vehicle that he's in with our watch party. Please watch responsibly. That's all I'll say in that vein. All right, here we go, folks. This is Emma Davis. Here's Emma Davis from the United States. And getting the job done with the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14. So what's the status in regards to the top 12 finalists? Well, I can tell you that making her way through to the finals for absolute certain is going to be Kate Pinsonow. At the very least, Lisa Gusenbauer and Solly Stenger have put themselves in a tied runoff situation. And one score that is less than their respective totals will mean that both of them are through to the next round. But we'll see how things pan out with the remaining 10 or so skiers that we have on this list, including Emma Davis. So just watching the tail end of that pass of 14.25 meters. I'm sure that the Davis family, if they have a watch party going on, if you do, take a photo, upload it to waterskibroadcasting.com and let us know that you're getting behind a member of your family here. Emma Davis working her way towards 13 meters. The QR code was right there for you to scan. 13. Looking a little bit nervy out there. Almost taking too much off number 3 into 4, but still managing to keep everything going for 5 in round buoy number 6 on 13 meters. 12 meters coming up fairly soon. So there is the new 2026 Ski Nautica towboat. Some refined lines. It's actually a smaller boat. And It has the award-winning microtuner technology, and it's the first ever in the 3-event water skiing world. The microtuners deploy into the water at the transom of the hull and disrupt how water flows behind the boat, causing water to fill in the troughs of the wake. By filling in the low-lying areas of the wake, skiers have more support through the trough to stay balanced and with better contact on the water. This results in a tighter rope, so skiers can load the line and generate speed to have more time at the next buoy. To find out more, go to Nautique.com. And there we go, Emma Davis experiencing that attribute of the Nautique boat for herself there with that particular run of 13 meters. See it, the skier whom we see on the starting dock right here, right now, is Daria Lachance. All right, so here we go. This is Emma Davis. There's number 1. This is 12 meters. Oh, taking a hard snap off buoy number 2, but it is early enough for 3. Getting round number... Oh, and gets round number 4. And that means that the 2 5-buoy scores that belong to Lisa Gusenbauer and Solly Stenger, both of those are through to the next round of the competition. Emma Davis, for her part, is able to get round 3.5 and could be one of the next scores that could potentially make it through to the women's slalom final. She looked pretty good on the first third of the course, and then into the second third of the course, but she got round number 4, and she was just itching to get hold of that handle on the backside of number 4 and go straight across the course in preparation for number 5. But as it stands right now, Emma Davis with 3.5. Now, where does that place her on the results? 3.5 is good enough currently for 5th spot at this time. Now, the next bubble score is 4 buoys on 12 meters, courtesy of Olivia Shute. So anything above 4 on 12 meters guarantees that skier a spot into the top 12 women's slalom final. Skier on the water at this time is Dara Lachance, representing Canada as an individual competitor, and is also a skier who represents Louisiana's Raging Cajuns during the collegiate season, and taking 14.25 meters as the opening run. So Dara Lachance, not too sure where she skis in Canada. And looks like we have a Team Austria in their vehicle on their way to site. As a reminder to all of you folks that are in a vehicle and watching this webcast, please watch responsibly. We see Christiana de Osma, who are featured prominently in the U17 World Water Ski Championships. The top 3 whom you see on that leaderboard have all earned themselves a spot through to the final round of the competition. Lisa Gusenbauer, Solly Stenger, and your leader, Kate Pinsonneau. A score of at least 5 on 12 meters is good enough for a spot through to the next round of the competition at this time. Getting ready to go on the starting dock is Lily Steiner, herself a member of the Raging Cajun water ski team, and even her coach is a former member of the Raging Cajun water ski team for Louisiana Lafayette. So a lot of our competitors who we see at this elite level compete in the United States in the fall in the collegiate ranks. You can find out more about collegiate water skiing in the United States by going to ncwsa.org, as we see Dara Lachance work her way around 13 meters. Playing that pass rather dangerously for my estimation there, but managing to get round all 6 buoys on 13 and setting herself up for 12. So now, 12 meters for Dara Lachance coming up next, and needing a score in excess of 4 buoys to make her way through to the slalom final. Looking at some of the scores that have been posted previously in her season. 2.5 on 12 meters is her best score. And looks like we got a watch party from Gigi. No clue who that is. But they're there, they're watching, and we appreciate them for doing so. And if you are watching as part of a watch party, please send a photo of that watch party. Looks like our folks here are going to be sipping on some lemonade very, very soon, if not now. Dara Lachance. This is going to be 12 meters. She needs more than 4 to put herself through to the next round. There's 1. Oh, no, and she flips out the front there. Oh, my word. I don't know what happened there. Going into a rather perilous situation. I believe the maximum she will score there is 1. And as a result, that means that the 4 buoys on 12 meters produced by Olivia Shute is good enough to see her through to the women's slalom final. So 4 skiers are through: Pinsino, Gussenbauer, Stenger, and Shute. And we're looking for the remaining 8 to constitute the full 12 skier final in the women's slalom event. Dara Lachance just couldn't really get much of anything going on after number 1, and she just hung on for as long as she could, but just tried to prevent herself from being hit by the slalom ski more than anything else. So 1 on 12 meters for Dara Lachance. So now that means that the bubble score has been reset. It now goes from 4 to 3.5, and that 3.5 buoy score belongs to Emma Davis. So let's have a look at Dara Lachance one more time with this instant replay. So Dara Lachance scoring 1, and rather on the outside looking in. As a matter of fact, 1 buoy on 12 meters is only good enough for a 15th spot right now. So she eliminates herself from any future contention in the women's slalom final. For those of you that are wondering what the 12th place score is at the moment. Actually, there is a multiple way tie with 2 on 12 meters for 11th spot between Claudia Komentova, Molly Lee, and Megan Pelkey, all of them with 2 on 12 meters, so occupying 11th, 12th, and 13th spot. And now let's move on to Austria. Skier on the water at this time is Lily Steiner. So Lily Steiner working away on 14.25 meters, setting the 0 off for Alpha 2. And looking a little bit nervy out there. Doesn't look at all smooth out there on 14.25 meters. And I think there's going to be a huge sigh of relief on the strength of that pass there for Lily Steiner. Good hard tug there off number one, and just trying not to overski this pass, but can't afford to be too complacent either. So not looking too bad. I've seen a slalom a lot smoother than this, but 14.25 meters. She gets her set up and running. We'll see what she can do on 13. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again here at the U21 World Waterski Championships. Coming to you live from the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club. We see Leo Cederquist. He'll be getting ready very, very soon for his set. We have a Series 2 and Series 1 slaloming coming up right after the conclusion of this series in Series 1 women's slalom. Let's have a look and see what Lily Steiner can do. Lily Steiner, I think she has a pretty good idea of what's going to be expected of her in order to make it through to the last 12 in the women's slalom final. Anything more than 3.5 will do the trick there. Nice and early there for number 4, and nicely done for 5 and number 6. Well under control. That is Austria's Lily Steiner. All right, then. So we've got Lily Steiner. 6 buoys now on the 13-meter line. Let's see what she can do on 12 meters coming up next. Sure that she's well aware of what the target is. What target is necessary. 3.5 at least will put her in with a chance. Anything more than 3.5 will guarantee her a spot through to the next round. Let's see what she can do. Easier said than done, though. Here we go. Lily Steiner, there's number 1, takes a hard snap. Round buoy number 2, I think she fancies her chances now. Here's number 3, a little bit twisted off number 3. She's round number 4, she's through to the next round. She's round number 5, she turns to the wake, she scores 5, and that puts her into a 3-way tie in second place. With 2 other skiers, Lisa Gusenbauer, Solly Stenger, and now Lily Steiner with 5 on 12 meters. She has a big old tick next to her name now. So the 5 skiers that have made it through to the women's slalom final are Kate Pinsino, Olivia Shute, Lisa Gusenbauer, Solly Stenger, and now Lily Steiner. And guess who I've got next to me? We got Chef Boyardee.
Yeah, good morning, Tony. Super excited to be here and get to watch some slalom skiing. That was pretty great skiing out of Lily Steiner, getting herself into the final. So great to see her setting herself up to ski for Sunday.
Indeed, indeed. And that bubble score is still very much in play, 3.5 on 12 meters now. We're looking for the remaining 6 skiers to be identified as skiers that have made it through to the women's slalom final. But some exciting stuff going on there this morning. How's things been with you?
Oh, things are good. Had a good evening last night. We had one of our skiers had all 3 events yesterday, so kind of a long day at the lake, and then got a good dinner in, watched Forrest Gump, and now we're back out here for day 2.
Okay, so we've got our watch parties going on across the world, and our global watch party has Filippo Buzzotta, who's sending his best wishes to all from Italia, and a big shout out to Kiko Buzzotta as well, and Ilaria as well. Filippo Buzzotta right there, and also a big shout out there to Camilla as well, who I'm sure is watching as well. All part of that greater Buzzotta family. All right, on the water, about to take to the water, coming to us from Church Point in Louisiana in the United States. Individual competitor for the United States. This is Elena Jones. And Elena Jones, one of our taller skiers in this slalom event, and she'll be coming into the course on 14.25 meters. Let's see how she gets along.
Yeah, and Tony, she looks really good. I know a lot of them from watching her a little bit in the U.S. Really stays nice and tall and stacked over the ski. And you can see that she uses that leverage to help get the ski go across course. Not really doing too much at the turn, but allowing the ski to finish and then using her height and stack to get the ski to move across course.
All right, well confidently run there, 14.25 meters, and I don't know how tall she stands, but I think it's taller than me. I know that, so she probably stands very, very close to 6 feet high, and uncharacteristically tall compared to a lot of our other female slalomers.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely one of the more taller skiers here in the slalom event, and you can just see it. She uses it to her advantage. A shorter skier kind of has to be a little more compact and squat a little bit more. She's actually extending her legs and using that to get the ski to move. So you will see that come into play as we shorten the rope up here, but that was a nice, strong opening pass there for Elena Jones. All
right, so Elena Jones coming to us from Church Point in Acadia Parish in the great state of Louisiana, which is where I'm from. Not originally, but
I was about to be like, that's now where you reside. But we are super excited to have you as an American, Tony. Big congratulations for that to you.
Why, thank you very much there. And the thing that Chef Boyardee there was referring to was the fact that I managed to get my U.S. citizenship towards the end of January. So I'm a dual citizen of both the United Kingdom and the United States. Hi, thank you.
All right, Elena Jones coming in a little bit late at the gate. You kind of saw her on the, close to the wrong gate buoy, but still kind of warming up here, managing her way through it. Now she looks like she's settled in and looking good as she makes her way over to 6 there.
All right, then. So looking good out there with the opening 2 passes of 14 and 13, and Valle Gonzalez, who's rehabbing from an injury that she sustained in the early part of the season. We certainly wish her luck with her recuperation going forward, and I'm sure that she'll be looking out to see if her brother Matias Gonzalez can produce the goods in the men's tricks event.
Yeah, and I also believe she's probably checking in here on Dominga Gonzalez, our next skier from Chile. So,
right, you are.
We hope Valle gets a speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing her at the lake again soon.
And actually, we have within about the last 5 or 6 competitors on this on this list, 4 of them are Chilean.
Yeah, well, they've got quite a good women's slalom team there from Chile, and I was really excited to see these last few skiers ski.
Yes, indeed. And if you're watching us from Chile right now, the time.
All right, and also shout out to Ty Meeker watching. I know from Farmers City, Illinois. So shout out to Ty Meeker watching from the pro shop there. But
all right, let's have
now,
a look.
We're back to 12 meters, Tony.
Elena Jones coming in, 12 meters, needing more than 3.5 to advance. There's 1. There's number 2, trying to play this cautiously. Round number 3 gets outside buoy number 4. She can get to the wake. She qualifies. She's round number 5, and she will be the second competitor to run 12 meters and to put a score up onto 11.25 meters. Elena Jones.
Yeah, and great skiing there. You kind of saw her take it a little bit cautious there off of 2 ball just to make sure she was going to get over to 3, get the turn. But making her way through it and looking good. You see here, Tony, she goes just a little bit, lets off the handle to make sure she stays over the ski, goes a little bit long there into 2, but now gets over to 3, makes sure she gets the ski turn to get the play on 4, and then she's going to attack from here because she's kind of set herself up for the final. So then go into to run that pass and try to stretch this lead out and maybe be the top seed going into Sunday.
All right, then. So she's booked herself a spot through to the next round. Absolutely certain there. We're joining 5 other skiers: Lily Steiner, Solly Stenger, Lisa Gusenbauer, Olivia Shute, and Kate Pinsino. And, looks like we got Tom Nathan watching in as well on his watch party. And just as Tom Nathan puts the photo there, we just saw Kendra Nathan walk past.
Yeah, well, I was just like, just her mind was tingling and knew to come walk by the announcer's booth. But shout out to Tom. Thanks for watching.
All right, we see on the starting dock Amelia Mendez out of Chile. She's eagerly awaiting her turn. And let's have a look and see. This is Elena Jones. More than half is needed for the lead, which she gets. She gets round number 2. S turns for the wake, and she has the lead and a guaranteed spot through to the next round of the competition. Coming to us from the great state of Louisiana, this is Elena Jones.
Yeah, Tony, she used every bit of her height there to get outside of 2 ball. Didn't get the best one there, but still managed to stretch those legs and get around 2 and get the full 2. So that'll be a big score there from Elena Jones. And setting herself up, in the lead right now. So we take a look here at the replay. You just got to see, Tony, she gets off the handle a little bit early here, a little quick, so she doesn't keep the ski going out, so it kind of runs with the boat and then kind of breaks over at the waist, but still stretching that ski out. Being very tall does benefit the skier there, so gets outside of 2 and full 2 there at 11 meters.
And a former winner of the San Gervasio Pro-Am Junior Challenge from at least a couple of seasons ago. And she also won the Junior Canadian Open over in Shalom Park last weekend. So congratulations to her on that. And also congratulations on the fact that, 1, she's taken the lead, and 2, she's made certain of her spot through to the women's slalom final. So good on her. That's Elena Jones. Now we move on from the U.S. to Chile. Amelia Mendez.
And also, Tony, shout out to Lorenzo Nelson watching from the plane. I know his brother's going to be up here skiing a little bit later today in the men's slalom event. But right now we move back to the water from the Chilean skier. This should be 14 meters. Amelia Mendez coming in. Nice start there off of 1, Tony.
All right, and she's well aware of the bubble score. Anything more than 3.5 on 12 meters is needed in order to make it through to the women's slalom final. And looking strong and looking very, very composed there.
Yeah, no, nice, confident opening pass there for Amelia. Really getting her legs up under her. I really liked how she attacked the gate here on the start, just setting herself up, got good timing, and then you kind of see it, carry on through 1 and 2 here. Nice, confident skiing here at the start of this opening pass.
All right, looking in good shape there. Amelia Mendez on pass number 1 on 14.25 meters. And one would expect her to run through that pass, so she gets the job done. So you were watching what was it yesterday? What movie were you watching yesterday? Forrest Gump?
We watched Forrest Gump last night. Yes.
I was watching Happy Gilmore last night.
And then there's the new one that come out. Did you watch the new one?
And I watched that one too. Give us a guess of how many cameos were actually in that sequel.
I have no idea. I can't pull myself to watch it, Tony, because I loved Happy Gilmore so much.
74 cameos.
Okay. So
ranging from Eminem to basically every major golfer on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, well, Forrest Gump taught Elvis how to dance. That was something that I had forgotten from the movie, but Elvis got his moves from Forrest Gump. But
You're kidding, right?
no, he definitely did back when he had the braces. But we'll go back to the water here with Amelia Mendez. This is 13 meters. This is the second pass for the Chilean skier.
All right, then. All of these passes are critical to her future success here. Amelia Mendez on 13 meters. Nicely done. Round number 2 and round number 3. Just trying to stay on track here. Round 4, 5, and number 6 there. So 12 meters is coming up next for her.
Yeah, and, looking nice and confident here. That's what we're going to expect out of these last several seeds. They know what they need to go run. I think Olivia Shute is our skier on the bubble with 3.5 at 12, so they know they got to go get around 3, at least get a piece of 4. A lot of these skiers are definitely going to be making sure they get the full 4, and then might move their mind on to attacking it and trying to get a look at 11, because I would say we're going to need to score into 11 if we're going to try to win this thing on Sunday.
Well, Emily Shute is already through to the next round of the competition, and she scored 4. Emma Davis has 3.5.
Okay.
So she has that bubble score at this time. So let's have a look and see what Amelia Mendez has got in store for us with 12 meters coming up. There's a 50-second drop time at each end for those of you wondering how long the skiers are set down for on each end. That was agreed upon between the officials and the team captains in their meeting a couple of days ago.
I checked the river out right outside of the lake here, Tony. Looks like they might be going whitewater rafting later today.
I doubt whether that boat's been produced by Nautique, though.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, but nice-looking style boat. But right now we've got this Ski Nautique coming back into the course, 12 meters for Amelia Mendez. Needs to get a 3.5. A full 4 puts her into the final. Let's see if she can get a good start here at the gate, Tony.
Here she comes. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Good. Oh, getting in a little bit deep off number 1. She's round number 2. Almost stood up a little bit too much, and she collapses into buoy number 3, which means that Emma Davis has made her way through to the next round of the competition. And depending on how that score is adjudicated, I think it's going to be 2.5. 2.5 puts her into a multiple weight tie with Christy Appleton, Leona Bernaire, and Tuvalisa Runafors for 10th spot, putting herself in a rather precarious position. And it means, therefore, that the next bubble spot is 3. And that 3 buoy count is shared 2 ways between Nelly Allar and Melantine Morel.
Yeah, so he might get us a runoff here, Tony. We kind of saw the replay there. Just went a little bit hard there at the gate and kind of got the ski to bite on her at 1 and then unable to get the ski to turn out at 2. And it just caused her to kind of crash there at 3. So we'll take one more look at the replay here. See, she's a little bit fast, kind of rolls in with her shoulders and then unloads the ski really fast into 1. So it kind of causes that ski tip to bite on her. Now she's running with the boat here, doesn't quite get the ski to carry all the way out, and then buries the nose there going to 3. So kind of had a lot of speed, was unable to turn it, and not going to be able to get that look and stamp her ticket into the final. Going to have to sit and wait and see.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a waiting game, especially if 1 or 2 scores come the way of the likes of Christy Appleton and Leona Bernaire and even Amelia Mendez right now with 2.5 alongside Tuvalisa Runafors also with 2.5. If the bubble spot goes down to that level, then the possibility of a runoff could loom large. Mickey Wienerreuter are traveling and watching the webcast. Once again, I do have to say, watch responsibly.
I've got to say, Tony, I have been in that same situation numerous of times where I've got you guys, I'm driving, I have it up where it's on the dash, and I'm kind of listening more than I'm watching, but it's definitely great that people can watch even when they're traveling and stuff like that. So shout out to the TWBC guys and making sure that's possible.
All right there. So next competitor up is going to be Dominga Gonzalez.
And this is another Chilean skier, correct, Tony?
Yep, another Chilean skier. We have 4 Chilean skiers in this series, and this is the second of them.
Also looks a bit tall, Tony. Just saw her, ski behind us, and looks like one of a more taller skier here. Let's see. You kind of see she's got that stack where she stands up and almost extends her legs behind the boat, using her height to her advantage. And you can see how she leverages the boat and leverages the ski, gets it across course. Looks really nice here, Tony.
Yeah, and she counter rotates and very nicely into a 2-4 side, and that is onto a strong foot, which is right foot forward there for her.
Yeah, but the one thing that I really think, too, is like, yes, I agree, she counter rotates here, but if you'll watch when she goes behind the boat here, when she edge changes, she really keeps her hands in nice and tight, which pulls that hip up over the front foot, so she's not having to do a whole lot of upper body movement to get that counter rotation. And that you see she doesn't move the upper body very much throughout the course, which is really strong.
All right, then, excellent skiing there from Dominga Gonzalez. We've only got four more competitors to go after her, and getting quite a few watch parties going on as this thing is going global now.
Yeah, and it's finally taken off. We love getting to see some of these watch party people and see how you guys are watching. So we appreciate everybody who is posted into the watch party, and we look forward to seeing more throughout the weekend.
All right, then, and joining us here briefly in the announcer spot is Elena Jones. So how did things work out there for you out there on the water?
Really good. Excited that I made it into the finals to be skiing here tomorrow. The first passes all felt really great, and kind of need to adjust a little bit on my 38 pass, but super excited about it overall. It feels nice.
All right, then, stick around for a little bit because we're going to re-rack your effort out there on both the 12 and 11.25 meter run, possibly. But here we go. Dominga Gonzalez on the 13 meters, looking pretty strong off number one, looking good off number two, and a critical pass for our skiers now if they harbor any ambitions as to being on the into the final. But there you go, that is a 6 buoys on 13 meters as she pulls out to the right hand side of that world record setting Nautica towboat as she sets into the water. And Elena, let's have a look at 12 meters. Take us through this pass.
All right, so on my gate I felt like really strong. Wanted to make sure the water feels a little bit movie. It's fast, it feels fast, but it's actually kind of slow almost. You have to keep your momentum moving out, and the ski will sometimes feel like it's out of the water, so just really making sure you're skiing strong and moving through. There I got a little bit late, but just kept with it.
And then
I knew from there
that you got it.
You got it.
All right, then, excellent stuff. So you were the second skier to get through 12 meters and setting yourself up for 11.25 meters right here. Take us through this one as well.
So I was very narrow on this gate here, and so I think I just went a little heavy, a little early, kind of came to the inside here, pulled long to 2, and just kind of had to make with what I got. But I know now need to adjust a little bit on my timing on the gate, but really excited for it. Felt really nice out.
And that's funny because Chef Boyazi said almost exactly the same thing. But well done there, Elena Jones. We look forward to seeing you through to the final. So our skier on the water, Dominga Gonzalez, getting ready with 12 meters, round number 1, number 2, and number 3. If she can get past number 4, she's through. Fantastic skiing all together there for Dominga Gonzalez as she makes her presence felt there on 12 meters all the way through.
Yeah, Tony, I haven't watched this girl ski very much, but I'm really impressed with her ski style. It looks really, really good. Again, I really like how, if you see, she keeps her hands really close to her hips when she swings her ski, which pulls her up over the front foot. So it's that counter rotation that you alluded to, but she's doing it, as she's making the ski edge change, and that's why you're seeing her be so strong and confident getting the ski, to turn in like when she wants it to. So super strong skiing here out of the Chilean skier, and I'm expecting, a good gate, a good start here for this fourth pass, which should be 11 meters if I'm correct.
So Chile expects from Dominga Gonzalez, and she's already made her way through to the next round, so 11.25 meters is coming up, and she's at the very least at this time in third spot and can move higher if she scores more than half a buoy, and if she can get a little further down the course.
Well, she's got a season's best of 4, Tony, so definitely able to get a good start and make a play to take the lead here. So we'll have to see if she can, get her timing right at the gate. It's so important at the 11-meter pass to get that timing, to not lose speed but not be too fast. So let's see what we've got here as we bring her in. She's got to get more than 2 if she wants to take the lead. 2 will tie it with Elena Jones, but let's see. Nice looking gate here, Tony, as she comes in. Not quite as good of a 1 as I thought she'd
There's
get,
1.
but able to get to 2. And there you go, going to tie for the lead.
All right, with a lead of 2 and with 4 skiers remaining, that means that she's going to be starting at the very least. She's not going to be among the first skiers to come off the dock. She'll be at least halfway down the list in the final, and that could prove critical in terms of knowing what you need to do to actually place yourself on the podium when all is said and done.
Yeah, and you see here on the replay, and we just saw a watch party of Chris Parrish. I think he was at No Name Lake out there in Oregon, so shout out to those guys. But you see here on the replay, just not quite letting the ski swing all the way out there at the 1, letting the hands get a little bit away from her, and causing the ski to run with the boat. So we'll take a look one more time here, and I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about, Tony. But right here, you see her hands go high and away, not quite as strong as she had been at 12, so the ski didn't quite carry out and get as much of a swing out to 1. And then she was late going into 2, but did a good job staying over the ski. You definitely can tell that she can turn that and get further down that pass. So good skiing out of her, putting herself in a tie for the lead. And we'll see what our last 4 skiers have got in store for us.
Yes, indeed. And 2 of those last 4 are Chilean, and actually 3 out of the last 4 are skiers from Latin America. But preceding those skiers, our skier from the United States of America, a team member, and it is Lexi Abelson.
And shout out Cole Kalkbrenner watching, cheering on the Americans here, watching from work, it looks like. So shout out to Cole.
He's just trying to keep an eye on his wife.
Yeah, exactly, and she's been doing a great job with the Americans. But let's see what Lexi Abelson's got here, coming in 14 meters past number 1.
There you go, 14.25 meters, and Lexi Abelson has tasted success here in the past in the Junior World Water Ski Championships that took place here almost exactly 1 year ago here on the Lakes of Casting Stone. And she's also tasted a bit of success in regards to making it through to the women's slalom final herself in the last iteration of the U21 World Water Ski Championships. Lexi Abelson was actually in 11th spot after the final round, and actually scored 5 on 12 meters 2 seasons ago in the same championship. So she knows what it takes to make an impact here.
Yeah, and she's been having a pretty great season so far this year. I've been seeing a lot of strong skiing out of her, so showing it here today, looking good on that opening pass, and definitely one of these skiers that can come and take out the lead right here. So we'll see what she's got here if we bring her in for 13 meters here in a minute. But right now, shout out to the Austrian, that's Sophie Bayer, watching from the car. Hope she's watching responsibly. I bet they are. But shout out to them from watching from Austria.
All right, so Lexi Abelson, originally out of New Hampshire. I believe that's the Granite State, isn't it?
Tony, you probably would know that fact better than I would, if I'm going to be honest. You are the man at walking encyclopedia. But right here, we've got 13 meters. Alexa Abelson, a little bit slow off of 1 there, Tony. Going to see if she can get a better 2 there. We go. We're back into it. Better turn off at 3. So now we've got our rhythm rolling through this 4 ball over to 5. And the back half of that pass looked really strong there, Tony.
All right, excellent. And so far this season, looking at some of the results, this may be a little bit incomplete, but she's gone as high as 3 at 11.25 meters, and has backed it up with scores of 1 and 2.5 and what have you. So she's definitely got the minerals out there in order to make an impact upon upon 12 meters at the very least, and then extending all the way into 11.25 meters the next pass down the line.
All right, and also shout out to Jackson Driggs watching from work. We love seeing you guys at the office procrastinating and watching the water skiing out here. So shout out Jackson working in Texas as he sit here, and we see the replay here of Lexi Abelson. And looking really strong, like you said, through the back half of this pass. Didn't quite get the one ball that she wanted, but then settled down, got a rhythm, and finished this pass off really nice.
All right, so continuing on. This is Lexi Abelson from the Granite State that is New Hampshire.
Man, you are good, Tony. I got to be honest. You come out with the random facts and stuff that we don't know, but you always seem to be right about them, and I love that about you.
I try.
All right, right now, 12 meters. A little bit slow at the gate there, Tony, so let's see what she does here off of 1, see how the ski bites a little bit on her, but still running with the boat out of 2. That's kind of a product of the gate. There's the ski bites on her at 3. Needs to get this 4.
But she's still there, though.
Yeah, now she's punched her ticket into the final. Now she's going to try to get through this pass and see if she can challenge the lead. Little bit dicey there on that pass. I think maybe went a little bit timid at the start, knowing she had to get the full 4 ball to definitely guarantee, or she needed 3.5, but you definitely had to get over to 4. So guaranteed her a spot by getting that full 4, and then now she's going to have a chance to challenge the lead.
Brett Ellis there watching as well, and I mean, I don't really want to ask you a question. I mean, experience is definitely one of the most important elements here, because I mean, you ski enough tournaments, you ski enough in practice, you train and what have you, but just to actually kind of convince yourself that even if you get a turn like that off buoy number 1 and be loose into number 2, that you still have a halfway decent chance of running the pass.
Yeah, I mean, and you see her ski did it again at 1 and 3. It kind of bites on her and almost wants to blow out of the water. Alana, when she was over here, was kind of talking about how it skis fast, but you got to carry your speed. And you know what the difference of it is this water here is really soft, so the ski kind of sits in it, but it moves fast. So it's kind of tricky on the skiers. So they tend, when they get a little bit too much speed, they start to push, and the ski's sitting out of the water. But she manages it well, got through that pass. And then shout out to Ridge Kruger watching at home. He is quite the stud on the jump skis. I'm looking forward to seeing him at one of these events here soon.
Yeah, he might even be in the next cycle for the World U21 World Water Ski Championships. The next event in 2 years' time is actually going to be in Lima in Peru. Getting round buoy number 1 on 11.2. Oh, she takes the lead. No, actually, she ties the lead with 2 at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a log jam there with that 2 at 11. That's a pretty big score. And again, Tony, we kind of we'll see on the replay here, just not quite having the speed that she would like to have when she turns in for the gates, and kind of catching her out at 1 and not allowing her to get as good of a path to 2, as we'll see here in just a moment. But still strong skiing. You see here she's a little bit slow, so when she rolls in, doesn't quite get the ski under the line as fast as she would like to, has to go a little bit long into 1. And, then that causes her to not get this really good path over to 2. But getting outside of 2, trying to make a play on 3, just not quite getting everything connected to be able to take the load from the boat, but still slotting herself with a tie in the lead with 3 skiers left.
Okay, so let's have a look at the bottom end of our leaderboard right now. I mean, we know that Emma Davis is through in anything above her. Olivia Schutz, Solly Stenger, Lily Steiner, Lisa Gusenbauer, Kate Pinsonneau, who had the lead for a while, but it's been since been superseded by the three-way tie for the lead between Elena Jones, Dominga Gonzalez, and Lexi Abelson. Now, let's have a look towards the end. We've got Nearly Allah on 3. She's on the outside looking in, and so too is Melitine Morel. So anything above 3 guarantees, anything below, and it could get a little bit dicey. Here we go. Daniela Kretschmer, former U17 World Water Ski champion from a few seasons back, won that title in Santiago de Chile. Looking to try and come away with similar success right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. Opening pass, 14.25 meters, not a problem.
Yeah, Tony, and strong skiing out of Daniela. A little bit fast at her gait, so it kind of had her timing a little off, but you didn't see it really catch her or anything here. You kind of see she's got a little bit of loose line when she rolls in, but she rolled the ski up under her really well, got it under the rope, so that's why you didn't really see it catch her out. But really strong skiing here out of Daniela, and I'm definitely expecting a huge score out of her here in a few passes.
All right, so looking down at the tail end of this of our results right now, let's have a look at 10th spot because anything above a 10th spot right now, starting with 9 all the way through to number 1, are guaranteed a spot through to the next round with 3 skiers remaining. Nelly Alar and Melatine Morel are currently in a two-way tie for 10th with 3 at 12 meters. And significantly there, Nelly Alar was actually a participant in the women's slalom final 2 seasons ago at these same championships in Chapala in Mexico. So just crossing her fingers and everything else to see if she can make a repeat appearance in the very same final. And then you look at 12th spot right now, 2.5 at 12 meters, shared 4 ways between Christy Appleton, Leona Berner, Amelia Mendez, and Tuvalisa Runafor.
All right, we got Daniela Kretschmer coming in. This is 13 meters. Nice, strong skiing here in attack mode. Tony, she looks dialed today as she makes her way through the second pass.
Looking good, looking strong out there. Just very, very composed and getting through 14 and 13. And we've got the men's slalom series 2 coming up in about a little under 25 minutes. So just to give you good folks out there an idea as to where we are schedule-wise at this time. We thank every single one of you out there for interacting with us with the watch parties, the global watch party that is out there watching the women's slalom in this World Championship in the women's Series 2 slalom elimination round.
Yeah, no, the watch parties have been super fun, Tony. It's really cool to see that there are people watching in all the different time zones and again, all the different ways that people are watching. It's super rad. I know I got a good chuckle out of Brett Ellis. He was I couldn't tell if it was Brett Ellis or it was Batman, but yeah, that was it's super fun. People are getting super creative with them. So there's definitely been some good ones over the past few tournaments, and I look forward to seeing some other good ones.
I'm Batman. All right, then, Nigel Sparrow doing a fantastic job through the 2 series that he's been at the helm of that Nautique towboat, the world record-setting Nautique towboat. Let's have a look and see what Daniela Kretschmer can do. This is 12 meters. There's
Tony,
one.
She's struggling with her gate timing down here from the dock end. Again, was a little fast and rotated in, but you can tell she knows how to run this pass.
But skiing intelligently, not rushing the end of the turns, and looking good there. So she is through to next round of the competition. By the same token, looking towards the bottom end of our leaderboard as it stands right now. That actually eliminates a few skiers: Christy Appleton, Leona Berner, Amelia Mendez, and Tuvalisa Runafor. Because that score was more than 2.5 on 12 meters, it puts them immediately out of contention for one of the 12 spots.
Yeah, and you can just see here on the replay, she's just got a little bit too much speed when she turns in with a little loose line, and it's catching her out at 1. The ski's kind of biting, but she's not able to keep it moving off the backside of 1 ball. But skied nice and smart, didn't do too much, knows that she needed to get down that pass to punch her ticket, and as she got down through it, just kept trying to go buoy to buoy and not grabbing too much and falling down. And now she's going to give her chance a look at 11. So that hopefully we can get, I think her timing was much better on the gate coming from the far end. So if maybe we can get that timing a little better down here and get a good start, get a good play, maybe we get our first skier to get past 2 ball here at the 11-meter pass.
And looking at the results so far this season, oh my word, she has skied enough tournaments after it goes into 2 pages. And into 11.25 meters in basically every instance that she's competed this season, save for one or two scores into 12 meters, places like Junior Moomba, for example. But let's have a look and see what she does here on 11.25 meters. There's one. She gets it round one. There's number two. Does she make a play on number three? Yes, she does. She's round number three, and she takes the lead. Daniela Kretzmer.
Yeah, and that was, again, you saw the timing was a lot better at the gate there, which then, causes her to be able to get a better one, get a play on two, and get over to three. So way to take the lead there from Daniela Kretzmer. And shout out to Robbie Craig watching from the Peace, Love, and Water Skiing Pro Shop there in Bum Pass, Virginia. So shout out to Robbie. But we see here on the replay, much better on her speed when she turned in, had the rope kind of more connected. So you see the ski still kind of bites on her a little bit, awkward out of one, but she had the rope was much better, controlled off of one ball to allow her to get a play at two and then get a look over to three. So good job taking the lead there from Daniela.
And by taking the lead with two skiers remaining, that guarantees that she'll be one of the last three skiers to take to the water off the dock in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And super strong skiing. Now we got two more skiers that are strong skiers. I know, Trinidad, who's in the water here, is one of those skiers that's been knocking on the door of joining the pro tour with the ladies. So we'll see. 3 buoys at 11 though is a tough score to beat. So big score set there from Daniela, and now we're going to put Trinidad on the water and bring her in at 14 meters and see if she can challenge the lead here.
14.25 meter start, Trinidad Espinal of Chile. Let's see what she does. She was on the podium in the same Junior World Championships that Daniela Kretzmer was victorious on, and Chilean female slalom skiing has really seen an uptick in the last few seasons.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of it's just from these Daniela Kretzmer and this skier here, Trinidad Espinal, but again super strong skiing there on their opening pass. You can just tell. Nice and dialed, probably been here for a few days and getting some extra practice in and, looking strong out there on the opening pass.
Looking good. We just saw Daniela Kretzmer a few minutes ago. Now we're looking at Trinidad Espinal, and I tell you what, the skiers here in the Pan American region have definitely got a lot of tournaments to ski. Within about the next couple of weeks, they'll actually have the Pan American Youth Championships in Paraguay. And almost as soon as those championships are over, so far as the water ski tournament is concerned, pretty much everyone on the Chilean team will be traveling from there to the Elite World Championships in Italy. And then they've only got maybe about 24 hours, maybe 24, 48 hours to get that traveling done to be in time for Italy for their opening rounds.
Yeah, that's crazy flying that direction with that little a time. I bet you they're going to have a little bit of jet lag, but yeah, we'll be there too doing the same thing, but we'll have everything ready so people can watch. But right now you can watch on your screen. You got Trinidad Espinal. This is 13 meters. Nice, good looking start here off of one, backside and two ball. Looking really good. This one is just basically an identical pass over 14 meters that she ran going the other way, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely identical, and a good little bit of counter rotation there into 246, and I do mention that quite a bit, because it's quite noticeable with some of the skiers. But at the same time as she counter rotates, she really brings her chest up and over the tip of the ski to get that engaged as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think to me, Tony, I think what they do is they're getting counter rotated, but watch the hands. The hands kind of stay really close to the hips and tight to the body, which then pulls the hips and the upper body up over the ski. So I don't think they're deliberately pushing the handle in front and rotating their upper body. I think they're using the boat by keeping everything close, and that pulls the hips up and then creates that counter rotated look that you're alluding to.
All right, so I'm sure that there are some competitors along the shore side that are watching to see how things pan out. the two-way tie for 11th, especially between Nelly Alar and Melatina Morel. Both of those on 3 on 12 meters. So that is a two-way tie for 11th, and we've only got one more skier to come after Trinidad Espinal, so I'm sure that you've already worked out in your head what the math is. On 12 meters approaching the course, this is Trinidad Espinal.
I really like the gate here, Tony. She just stands nice and tall, gets her speed right, and then you see it really helps her there off of 1. A little bit slow off a 2 down course, but gets outside of 3, so now she knows she's in the final.
She's through to the next round, and round number 5, and she will have an attempt at 11.25 meters coming up next.
Yeah, and Tony, I think she just went a little timid at the start, kind of knowing she had to get more than 3 to guarantee herself a spot. And once she got that 3 ball, then you kind of saw her go into attack mode and made sure she got to this pass. So then she's going to give herself a chance to look at the 11-meter pass from the far end. But you see here, I thought the gate was really good. 1 ball was good, but then goes a little timid here to 2. You see she opens up, lets go really early, which causes that ski to run, creates a little bit of loose line into 2. Now she's late over here into 3, gets the ski around, and then here's where you see her go into attack mode right here, Tony. Big turn right here. Again, it's got slack. She's running with the boat, but now knows she's into the final, gets her good turn off of 5, so she knows she's got it here, gets over to 6, and now we're going to get to see it play at 11. Definitely another one of these skiers that is fully capable of taking the lead. I think she even has run the 11-meter pass a few times, so able to do that. I'd love to see that here, just as a slalom nerd that I am, but great skiing out of Trinidad, and I'm looking forward to getting her back in here on that purple loop.
All right, so let's have a look and see who's in the lead right now. With 3 at 11.25 meters is Cristiano is Daniela Kretzmer. Daniela Kretzmer with 3 at 11.25 meters. Lexi Abelson, Dominga Gonzalez, and Elena Jones all on 2. That represents the top 4 at this time. Here we go. Coming in, 11.25 meters. There's 1, there's 2, and getting it to go around. Oh, and she drops the handle on number 3. Now, how much of that 3 did she get?
I thought she had the handle in her hand long enough to go outside of the buoy. I'm not sure if she got back to the half, but it looked like she had it in her hand. We'll have to wait. I'm glad I'm not a judge to make that call. But you see here, I thought she was okay on the gate, but then really kind of slow out of 1. Just didn't quite get the hands. See, her hands came to the inside hip, so that caused that ski to kind of check up on her. Then the same thing there at 2, just not, really what we'd like to see her do is bring the hands all the way across her body. And then there, I think she got the ski outside of 3 ball with the handle in her hand and then lost it, but we'll have to wait and get a full confirmation there.
At least by my estimation, that should be 2.5 if the ski managed to get outside the buoy line with the handle in contact with the skier.
Let's see here, Tony. Let's see if she at least got the quarter or the half. But yeah, I think she got the ski outside the buoy, so that should be at least 2 and something, which will slot her into second place. But still strong skiing, and then kind of like we said, that 3 at 11 from Daniela Krichma. That's a tough score to beat with our last skier in this Women's Series 1 getting ready to get on the water.
And by taking second place at this stage, that guarantees for that skier Trinidad Espinal to at least be a third from last off the dock in the final. It's actually 2 1/4, so 2.25 on 11.25 meters. Actually, if my opinion counts or anything, I thought that may have been a little harsh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought she got the ski outside of the buoy. I'm not sure she really ever got it to turn back before she let go, so that's why they gave her that quarter of a buoy instead of a half a buoy. I don't really have any qualms with that. I think that call was probably the right decision, but I definitely thought she got the ski outside of it, and the judges agreed. So now we're here with Cristiana de Osma, your top skier in this women's series, and this should be 14 meters.
Yeah, 14.25 meters. And a number of skiers in this series and the one previous have athletes that actually won the San Gervasio Pro-Am Junior Challenge in the last few seasons, and one of those skiers is on the water right now, Cristiana de Osma. And it's always great to have some of these Pro-Am events give opportunities for junior skiers to excel and compete at the highest level.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll say something about this skier, Tony, is she's actually at the level where she could start, skiing a bunch of these pro events and showing up and making podiums and putting herself in the mix with the top 3, top 5 girls in the world. So really strong skier here. We see it on display here during this replay of that opening pass. And, I expect her to be able to go out here, get through that 12-meter pass, and then really make a play. And I think she might be the only girl today that could take down that 11-meter pass today.
All right, age 17, which means that she has at least one more U21 World Championship event of eligibility. And maybe 2, depending upon where her birthday is in relation to the end of the year. But even if it's 1 or 2, no, she's going to have a chance to actually compete in this event in her home country in the next cycle in 2027 when the U21 World Championships will take place just outside Lima in Peru.
Yeah, that would be pretty exciting to compete in your own country, and get to do it there. But right now we've got our 13 meters looking nice and strong around in 3 ball over to 4. And yeah, this is strong skiing. Oh, a little bit of ski chatter there at a 5 ball. I almost cursed her there, Tony, but got her way through that 13-meter pass, and now knows she's got to get more than 3. And she has definitely punched her ticket into the final.
A piece of 4 to take her to the promised land.
Yeah, but I bet you she's not even worried about that. I bet you she's thinking about taking the lead here. So I expect her to come out and really attack the start of the pass like she did here on this 13-meter pass and set herself up for a good chance to get through this 12-meter pass with ease.
All right, then let's have a look at some of the scores that she's produced so far this season. Gone into 11.25 meters in the junior masters competition, 5 on 11 there. A last chance qualifier, 1 on 10.75 meters, handily qualified via that route. And has gone into 11.25 and 10.75 meters, a whole slew of times there. So she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, and I mean, and this sight ski's really, really nice. So, I think she's not even really worried about this pass. I'm not going to speak for her, but I bet you she's, just, this one is just another formality for her, and then we're really working on. She's probably got her mind set on running that 11-meter pass.
All right, more than 3 will eliminate 2 athletes, Melitine Morel and Neely Allah. And anything more than 3 for Cristiana de Osma means that she will be our 12th and final competitor to make it through to the women's slalom final. She's round number 2. She's round number 3. She gets the piece of 4. She's through, our 12th and final competitor through to the next round of the competition. And she continues to ski with a 6 buoy count on 12.
Yeah, and Tony, I got to point something out. I've watched all the skiing this morning, and that 12 was the best one that we have seen so far of the day. And something I'll point out here on the replay is watch how much space she creates in front of the buoy. She gets the ski out wide and in front of it so she can turn back onto the buoy. And she keeps that all the way through the course. You see here she's nice and wide on the buoy before she opens up and lets go, and that's why that 12 looked just so easy.
All right there. So Cristiana de Osma, just to give you an indication of where she is on the current leaderboard as it stands, she's currently in 7th spot. That gives you an idea of how deep the field is in terms of skiers making it into 11.25 meters. Just making it onto 11 is only good enough for 7th right now, but she does have the opportunity to score higher.
Yeah, I mean, we had that log jam there with a bunch of skiers at 2, but just off of that 12, if she can get the same gait and the same start on a 1, she's definitely got the ability to absolutely smash this 11-meter pass coming up here next.
Okay, so the finalists, we have Emma Davis, we have Olivia Schutt, Solly Stenger, Lily Steiner, Lisa Gusenbauer, Kate Pinsino, Elena Jones, Domingo Gonzalez, Lexi Abelson, Trinidad Espinal, and our current leader is Daniela Kretschmer on 3. And the 12th and last competitor to book a spot through to next round is on the water right now. Cristiana de Osma of Peru. 6 on 12 meters now approaching 11.25. There's 1. Looking good off number 1. Round number 2. She's still there off number 2. She has designs on the whole pass. Let's see what she's got on number 4. Takes a hard snap. She's round number 5 and our one and only skier in the women's slalom competition to make it through 11.25 meters. And she has a chance at 10.75 meters.
Oh, yeah, Tony, and she is fired up. I would be too about that. And again, we'll see the replay, but absolutely smashed the gate, smashed one ball, set herself up. That was a wicked start. And then you just kind of see her. She's managing through the course, but we see on the replay here, had good speed when she rolls in. Watch the space she creates in front of 1 right here, really good. Smashes that turn, brings the handle to the outside hip. There's no delay. Gets off of the handle a little bit early here into 2, so you see her be a little bit delayed off of 2, but then she goes to work here at 3. Really gets the ski across course, creates that space in front of the buoy. And, now here at 4, she's just trying to manage. Again, got off the handle a touch early there on that 4 ball, causing her to run. But here on 5, she knows she's just got to get the ski to turn, gets her a good pull over here. And there was no doubt in her mind after she turned 4 that she was going to get through that pass. And there you go. We see her all fired up coming out the gates. And now we're going to get the chance to see that 10.7 right here as we bring her around the turn island, Tony.
How much has changed in last 2 seasons? In the elimination round 2 seasons ago in this same championship, she scored 1 at 11.25 meters. She backed it up with 1 in the finals. Now she has run this same pass in the elimination round. Let's see if she can go 1 pass further into 10.75 meters. Takes the snap there, round number 1 and number 2. Oh, and collapses off number 2 into number 3. But she is your lead slalom skier after the elimination round, Cristiana de Osma.
Yeah, that was phenomenal skiing, Tony. That is great, and she's we're glad to see that she's okay. But definitely really happy with that result and huge score there from Cristiana de Osma.
Fantastic skiing as she swims into the shore. Probably took a little knock to the noggin. Hopefully she's okay. But let's have a look and see what this gate shot looks like there, Chef Boyazi.
Yeah, I there were several things that I liked about the gate there that she does that some skiers kind of miss that little point, and I think we'll get the video from the boat and I can kind of show you a little bit better what I'm talking about. But definitely hit her gate perfect, giving her a good start at 1, and then got over to 2. Didn't quite get the hands back to her off of 2, causing it right here. You see how her knees bent as she rolls in, so that gets the nose of the ski to want to turn up under the line, and then that causes the ski to really want to dive in here at 1. So able to get that turn, gets the hands across her body, and then here off of 2, you see the hands come to the inside hip, so that's what kind of caused that ski to check up, and then she kind of got pulled forward and causing that crash. But killer gate, super great skiing, and she'll be excited. She'll be your top skier for the final on Sunday.
All right, then, and the Sunday finals will consist of those 12 skiers that you see on the list, starting with Emma Davis, whose score of 3.5 on 12 meters secures her spot through to the next round. Olivia Shute will be second off the dock, who represented Canada with 4 on 12 meters. Lily Steiner would battle out with 5 on 12 meters, along with Solly Stanger, to be the next skier off the dock, along with Lisa Gusenbauer, also on 5 on 12 meters. Then it's Kate Pinsonow, who had the lead for a while with half on 11.25 meters. She is currently in 7th. Then we got a freeway tie for 4 between Elena Jones, Dominga Gonzalez, and Lexi Abelson, all on 2. 2.25 for Trinidad Espinal will be our third skier from last off the dock in the women's slalom final. Our penultimate skier off the dock in the women's slalom final is Daniela Kretschmer on 3. But the last skier off the dock in the final, and by virtue of a lead score of 1.5 on 10.75 meters from Peru, it's Cristiana de Osma.
Yeah, and that was an awesome event there in that women's slalom event. And Tony, I want to point out that yesterday I called that the cut was going to be 3.5 at 12. So maybe a little bit of psychic there. But I guess we're going to do a pick your pass. And to be honest, Tony, I want to see that 11 meters one more time from Cristiana de Osma.
Oh, I wanted that one.
Okay, you can have it. I'll pick another one.
Okay, you pick another one. You think of another one. All right, then let's have a look at Cristiana de Osma on 11.25 meters. Let's pick this one apart if we can.
Yeah, I mean, again, gets that good gait, and then you just see her. She's creating that space. You see how she's got her body turned. She gets the whole body turned, which gets the ski to go across course and gets it to shoot out. And right here, she knows if I can just get the ski up under me, stays up under me. Now she gets over to 5, gets a turn, and knows she's got this one in the bag. And spectacular skiing there from Cristiana de Osma. That was spectacular skiing there on that 11-meter pass.
All right. So what pass do you select?
Can I get Dominga Gonzalez's 12?
Okay, let's have a look. That's a rather deep dive, but we'll check that out. 12 meters for Dominga Gonzalez, one of 4 Chilean skiers in this section of the competition, and showing us their best effort here. Let's have a look on 12.
Yeah, and I mean, I chose this one because I just really like her style. I like how she keeps the hands in, really gets those hips up over the front foot, using that boat, not doing a lot of upper body movement. You see that ski dive. I thought this was a really, nice textbook pass here from Dominga.
All right, then, looking good, looking strong there on the 12 meters, and right to point out those technical elements. Dominga Gonzalez, who herself has made her way through to the slalom final in the women's competition. So there is your schedule. Men's slalom series 2 and 1 back to back there, and then we'll have women's series 2 tricks and men's series tricks to come afterwards, both 2 and 1. So as we get ready for those events, a reminder that this is continuing coverage of the 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championship, coming to you from the lakes of Casting Stone and pulled by the world record setting Nautique towboat. When we come back, we will have some more slalom with a series 2 and series 1 men's slalom back to back. And all that to come right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn and 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Turn it up, now turn it out. We go from 2 to 10. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, eat it up. Gotta live it up, get it, movie, get it, we just lit it up. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, eat it up. Gotta live it up, it's automatic. We're made of magic.
All right then, folks, as we get ready for the Series 2, a slalom event for the men's competition, let me remind you of what the leaderboard looks like so far as the women's are concerned. Our previously held event sees Christiana de Osma in pole position going into the final. Daniela Kretzmer with 3 in second spot. Trinidad Espinal with 2 1/4. Then we got a freeway tie for 4 between Elena Jones, Dominica Gonzalez, and Lexi Abelson. Kate Pinsnow with half on 11.25 meters. Lisa Gusenbauer, Solly Stenger, and Lily Steiner all tying on 5. Olivia Shute on 4. And our last skier to make it through to the final round with 3.5 on 12 meters is Emma Davis. And incidentally, 3.5 on 12 meters was exactly the same score that forced a 3-way runoff in this championship 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, so scores stayed pretty consistent, and Emma Davis, I think, was a little bit unhappy with how she skied, so got a little lucky there getting in with that 3.5, and living to fight another day. We'll see them on Sunday, and I'm expecting a really good women's slalom event, there on Sunday.
As they say, if you be good, and if you can't be good, be lucky.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes at these events, it's just, you try to do your best, and it might not be exactly what you wanted, but you can always get a little lucky at these events. I've seen crazy things happen. I know you and I were talking yesterday about Javier Julio, sitting around for 3 days and then had a runoff and made it into a final at a world championship. So there is a little bit of luck involved, a lot of skill, and Emma Davis right there, I think, kind of got a little lucky and got herself in.
Yeah, I spoke to her a few minutes ago, and she acknowledged the fact that she was rather fortunate in making it through to the final. So congrats to her and to the 11 other skiers that placed above her that constitute the 12-skier final in the women's slalom competition. So we see there Vincent Stadelbauer with the ones and the twos. He's got six computer screens. It looks like Darth Vader's bathroom in there right now.
And all it does is the buttons just flash up, and he presses them when when they start flashing. Correct.
It's beeping and flashing and beeping and flashing and.
Yeah, no, Vincent does a great job with the camera angles, and it's really, we're really fortunate to be able to have this, especially as skiers, because I know my skiers went back and watched their skiing. Last night, and they were kind of analyzing things, and TWBC being here, definitely adds to that.
And there's no pleasing some people, because we just had Andre Broussard come in with a live chat comment and said, this is great and all, but when is someone going to go over the ramp?
Well, Andre, unfortunately, you are not in luck today, but after you go to sleep and you wake up tomorrow, we will have a full day of jump followed by some trick finals. So,
indeed. All right, then, let's have a look at some of our clipped crashes here. Okay, who is this? Kate Pinsino with her attempt on 11.25 meters. And just look at this. Up. Ooh.
Oh, and got lucky that she didn't quite get the tip in the water there, Tony. We've seen a couple of other skiers this weekend that have had that, where they get on the tail, have a lot of slack, and then they pop the handle, and as they come across the wakes, that ski tip just tips just enough, and it pulls up under them. So she got lucky there, but I know she was really excited with her skiing, made it into the final. I believe that was a PB for her. Might have been the first time she'd ever run the 12-meter pass. So
it's exactly a PB. I actually spoke to her a little bit afterwards, and she does acknowledge that was the first time that she ever saw 11.2 from them. Okay, so let's have a look at this crash, courtesy of Christy Appleton.
Yeah, I remember this one from a little earlier, Tony. I really kind of compared it. I just thought when she went flying was pretty similar to JT at Morocco when he came flying out of his ski right here, and then boom, just goes for the fly.
She almost landed on her feet there.
Yeah, I know. It was good. She's got that jump background, so she knows kind of how to roll and to take those crashes. But that was definitely kind of one of those weird ones, and came flying out of the ski. And we're glad that she's okay, and look forward to seeing her ski a little bit more later this weekend.
All right, getting ready. We're just waiting on the boat refueling right now, and I think we still got some more Dara Lachance. She took a bit of a nasty crash as well. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, if I remember, the back foot came out here right as she comes across the wakes. Yeah, almost goes over the front, and then the back foot comes out, and that ski releases. And
I think she covered her head just before she hit the water to prevent the ski from hitting her on the noggin.
Yeah, and you see that boot release that she had working, doing its job. All the weight got loaded to the front, and that back popped out, so she came off. And good thing that I saw her walking around. She seemed okay. I know probably was a little bit bummed with that score there, not quite making it into the final, but that still was a pretty good crash for this morning.
All right there. So here we go with the running order so far as men's slalom series 2 are concerned. Andrea Pagozzi will be our leadoff skier there. Jack Silva will be second off the dock. Then Clarence Laveau from France. Then we have two Swedish skiers, Simon Altman and Leo Cederqvist. Noah Pollard from Great Britain, and Danny Tiexador from Spain, Dylan Wright from Australia, Gustavo Kretzmer, and Damien Eade. And Let's see. Let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands so far after three complete series, 5, 4, and 3. Enzo Christian with 3 on 11.25 meters is our lead skier so far.
And point out, Tony, that was a PB yesterday when he got 3, so that was his first time getting that far at 11 meters.
And Ty Kosek with 3 on 11.25 meters. I think he's gotten that far before on 11.25 meters, but well done to him. Mateo Chico, Fletcher Green, Elliot Westland, and Santiago Berenches all on 2 on 11.25 meters for third. Two-way tie for 7th between Easton Graves and Pablo Alvera. Both of those on 1.5. Harley Costa on half. Jason Stegman with 5 1/4 on 12. Jacob Chambers with 5 on 12. And currently in 12th spot, Oscar Domino with 3.5 on 12. So that's our leaderboard. Those currently, if no other slalom events took place, those would be your 12 skiers through to the final. But we have how many skiers? We got 10 skiers in Series 2 and 14 skiers in Series 1. So we'll know in about 24 skiers' time who's made it through. We'll actually know a lot sooner with some of the higher scores being put into the final first provisionally.
So what do you think the cut's going to be today, Tony?
I don't know. Should I get a piece of paper, fold it up, and then you can read it afterwards?
Sure. I mean, I know we have a really strong Series 1. You can do that. I'll give mine. I'll give my call for the cut. I would say that it's going to take 3 at 10.7 or 39 off for our American listeners. I think that's probably going to be our cut because we've got several guys that can run that 39, and we got a couple of them that have actually run that 10.2 or 41 off. So
here's an idea. The officials have some post-it notes. That's even better if we can get 1 or 2 of those. Then we can put our prognostications and see what comes out.
Well, like you said, I think I'm expecting the cut to be somewhere around 3 at 10.7. I think that would be. That's going to be a big score, but there's a lot of guys that can get deep 10.7 and can run it.
3 at 10.7. I'm gonna go with 3.5. So I'm going with 3.5. You're going with 3.
Yeah, I'm calling a runoff with a couple of skiers at 3 at 10.7 is going to be. The cut line there is what I'm thinking is going to happen. Like I said, we have such a strong event that Series 1 has got just a high level of talent in it, and I'm expecting that cut to be pretty high for this year's finals.
Okay, so that being the cut line, what about high end? What would you say would be the best score there?
Man, so the thing is you've got Charlie and Lucas who have both run. That 10.25 or have gotten to at least 5 ball. And, then you've got the lights of Jaime Palmino and Nicky Atkinson, Nicholas Nelson, Camille Barra. I mean, all these skiers that have been into that 10.25. So I think that, 2 at 10.2 is going to be too low. I would say I feel confident we're going to see a 4 at 10.25 and you never know. We might get 2 of them that runs that 41, and we get it be a crack at 43. So,
looking forward to seeing people, the skiers in Series 1, and I'm looking for a titanic struggle between water skiing's version of Shooter McGavin and Happy Gilmore between Nicholas Nelson and Lucas Cornell. No love lost between those two competitors after the Junior World Championships that took place in Santiago several seasons ago.
Yeah, I kind of remember that, and then Nicholas Nelson came out as the winner, if I'm not mistaken. So, all right, as we see Greg Badal picking up our first skier, and we'll bring him in. I do believe that's 14 meters, Tony.
Yep, that is 14. Maximum boat speed, minimum boat speed is 58 kilometers an hour. Looking Good, and Andrea Pagozzi coming to us out of the Dominican Republic, skiing at the Catalina water ski facility right there, not too far outside Santo Domingo, the nation's capital there. I'm sure that Robert and his missus Paige are watching on intently, and Mario himself is here on site as well, so keeping an eye on things going forward. And speaking of Mario, there he is, world-renowned driver. And to his right and on the left of your screen is Felipe. Oh, my word. And the drama, oh, my word. Not the best kind of drama, unfortunately, for Andrea Pagozzi. A 0 gate on the opening pass.
Yeah, not the start that we were expecting or looking for in this mid-series too. Maybe we can get a replay here of it and maybe see, how bad he missed that gate. But judges have said no gate, so that's going to be a score of 0 there for Andrea Pagozzi.
All right, there. So we'll, as he's transported to the dock, we'll see about maybe having a little bit of forensic look on the instant replay.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a lonely ski ride back to the dock here. Let's see if we can look at the replay. So does a one-handed gate. Haven't seen a lot of skiers doing that this weekend. And yep, he definitely missed it. Man, that's a bummer to miss your gate on your opening pass. That's a bit of heartbreak there for Andrea.
Yeah, I mean, and that is a regulation gate. It's not Moomba gate.
Yeah, no, it's not the Moomba gate rules. For anybody that don't know, you just got to touch it because it moves around quite a bit going down the river. But, yes. Yeah, so it's an exception that they grant to the skiers, where it's when a lot of times we get a current and the buoys are moving quite a bit. So you'll turn in and the buoys look like they're at one spot, and then as you start to pull, they narrow back up, and it tends to mess with your skiers. So they give you that exception so that if you've touched the buoy, it counts as a gate, and then we go on. But it's usually at tough conditions. So we are moving right along to our second skier in this event. This is Jack Silver from New Zealand, Captain Jack, and starting at 13 meters. So getting busy to start.
All right, here we go. Captain Jack for representing New Zealand. 13-meter start. Bold move here, but sometimes fortune favors the bold, and he manages to get round all 6 buoys on the opener.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a nice, good-looking opening pass. Sometimes these skiers like to, get in, and that 14-meter or 28 off pass is just something that you kind of got to creep through, and you can't get into attack mode quite as fast as you'd like to. So a lot of these skiers will start at 13, so they can just go on. They've got short rope, and they can start attacking and building up their momentum throughout the set. And Jack doing a good job here on the opening pass and looking nice and strong here on that opening pass, 13 meters.
I'd actually like to see a photo with him and one of our boat drivers, Nigel Sparrow, because combined they would be
Captain Jack Sparrow. That was a good joke, Tony. That was a good laugh. So, but yeah, Captain Jack out there looking good on his opening pass, and now we're going to shorten the rope up to 35 off, and we've seen several skiers get through it, but we're kind of calling that he's got to get through this one and the 11-meter pass if he really wants to have a shot in the final.
All right, we're seeing Clarence Laveau at the starting dock getting ready for his go, and coming back on 12 meters is Jack Silver. Oh, a little bit shaky on number 1.
Yeah, running a little bit down course there off a 3-ball, Tony, but looking all right here off of 5, and there you go, getting through it. So yeah, you kind of brought that handle up a little high out of 1, and caused the start of that pass to be a little bit shaky, but got a sigh of relief kind of seeing him shake it off, and now we'll shorten it up to 11.
Nicely done. So getting through the opening 2 passes, 13 and 12, and if he can get through 11.25 meters based upon our own prognostications as to the kind of score necessary to make it through to the final, then if he can get to that point, then things can get rather interesting going forward.
Yeah, and based off the scores for this season, he's going to need to. I think it doesn't look like he's been through 11 yet on the season. So hopefully we can have that be a start this weekend and get it right here as we're waiting for that ski nautique to tighten up the rope and bring him back in.
All right, his best score of the season in the opening round of a slaloming at the Lake 38 Pro-Am, brought to you by Visit Gadsden County. There we go, 4.5 on 11.25 meters, his best score of the season, and it is 11.25 meters that he will attempt right here, right now. Jack Silver.
Nice looking gate here. Let's see if he can get a good start. Better one ball than he had at 12. So looking good here off of 2. Stay calm here, Jack, as he goes into 4. A little bit narrow into 4, so going to have to work here at 5.
Oh, almost got rolled over on 5.
Yeah, and you just kind of saw that narrow path he took to 4 and, started really running with the boat and wasn't quite able to get all the way through that 11-meter pass.
Okay, so did he actually manage to get round number 5 and to the wakes?
It looked like he got outside of it. I'm not sure if he got back to the wakes before the boat guides, but we see here, I thought the gate right here, gate turn in, see how he swings the ski up under the rope. That was really nice. Still kind of breaking over at the waist a little bit there, but nothing to really scream about. And then here is where it kind of gets a little shaky. Brings the handle up high here, and now you see the path that the ski's taken. It's kind of straight to 4, so he didn't get outside of the buoy until right before it, and then that's what caused him to have to pull long here into 5. Got outside of 5 ball.
Does he get to the wakes?
And
yeah, he does. That's his best score of the season then.
All right, well, there you go. That's good. I know he's probably looking for a little bit more than that, but still good skiing out of Jack, and now he is currently our new leader.
Indeed. So coming into the shore and saying "Hohoy, me hearties," it's Captain Jack Silver. We're going to get a lot of mileage out of that in the next few years.
Yeah, and I mean, we still get to see him trick. I think he tricks later today, and you'll see him in the jump event, tomorrow.
Yes, and not only a skier for New Zealand, but also for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns during the collegiate season, and an incoming athlete for that very same team is about to take to the water right now. Representing France, it is Clarence Laveau. And I think he's taken. Is he taking a dock start? There you go.
Nice.
The first person that we've seen take a dock start.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the jumper and tricker in him, I guess. Not wanting to get wet to start, but bring him in 13 meters, 32 off. Hasn't had a lot of skiing in the last year. Looks like he's got some slalom scores this year, but nothing in the year of 2024, so must have had an injury. But has run 11 this season and gotten a 2-ball, so definitely fully capable of taking the lead here as our third skier off the dock.
And where would you say he's from?
France.
Yes, but where specifically? He comes to us from the island of Guadeloupe in the Caribbean, which is actually a French-owned territory.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome setup, and he's definitely a strong skier. I saw him, coming up as a juniors. We saw him skiing at the Junior Masters and events like that, and he's out here looking super strong here at the Under-21 Worlds.
So coming to us representing France, but hailing originally from the island of Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. There are a number of islands in the Caribbean that are actually owned by France, namely Saint Martin and Martinique and a number of others, and they're actually classed as French territory. So yeah, I mean they're technically French, even though they are thousands of miles away. I mean, you might have even remembered last year during the surfing events of the Paris Olympic Games in 2024 being held in Tahiti, which is French territory.
Ah, okay, yeah. So got better waves out there on the islands.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. We've got Clarence Laveau on 12 meters. Oh, nicely done though, staying well balanced on his ski, and that. A little bit of trick skiing balance there, and keeping everything going. And oh, what? No.
Yeah,
no.
The little bit of showboat in there might have almost caught him. He kind of got that ski to stop, and
I did that once, and it didn't work out too hot.
Yeah, so still, the pass up until the end looked really good, and you kind of pointed out to the the trick skiing part of it. He really moves those hips really well, so you see him kind of drop that hip in, and then the ski rocks up under him. And, that's a lot. You see a lot of that out of our really good trickers.
So Clarence Laveau, who's actually been training quite a bit over at Bennett's Water Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana. So I'm sure that there are some folks tuning in there from South Louisiana and checking in on what Clarence does there. And we'll clip that one for another time, and just in case the pick your pass comes into play.
Perfect. Yeah, now he's coming into the 11, so basically got to run it if he wants to take the lead, and season's best of 2, so at 10-7, so definitely able to get through it. I would bet that he's not going to do that reverse hand drag if he gets to 6 ball at this one, but we'll have to see.
Missed out on the French National Championships this season due to consular problems, getting back to France in time for those championships, but that didn't affect his ability to represent France in the U21 World Championships. Here he comes, 11.25 meters. There he is, round buoy number 2. Good to go, round number 3. Round number 4, rearing up on the ski, round buoy number 5. Oh no, and he collapses off buoy number 5 on his way to number 6. It's going to end up being 4.5. 4 1/2 on 11.25 meters, and he had the pass well measured well, but unfortunately unable to put the killer final move there on 11.25 meters. It looked good. It looked very well composed, but unfortunately, when it came time for him to take a conservative approach on buoy number 5, he ends up with 4.5, and that could well eliminate him from future contention in the men's slalom final.
Yeah, and Tony, and you could see he had a little bit too much speed at the gate, so when he turned in, he loaded up really hard. You see how he's on the back foot here, and then he turns in really hard. So this kind of is why you start seeing him run out of steam at 4 ball. Does a good job. He kind of gets down course, but here he unloads a little heavy into 2, so the ski kind of runs on him a little bit more. And because of that gate, now he's really running. He's running out of juice, not quite able to get as wide as he would like to be. And then you see him there, really comes up short into 4, and that causes him to, take this path into 5 and has to drop the shoulders and just unable to hang on to it. So 4.5 there, and not going to be enough to take the lead, and I do think you're right. I think he needed a little bit more than that.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost seems to me that he was looking for the shortest path between the buoys rather than trying to take a more angle attack to actually stay ahead of the course with a little bit more width and space.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's what happened when he turned in at the gate. If you hit it really hard and you're kind of on the back foot like that, you don't get the ski fully turned, so you can't swing out and up on the boat. And so that started from the gate. You weren't seeing it quite as much, but it started to catch him each buoy. It got worse and worse and worse, and then it really caught him out at the 4 ball there. So. All right, we're moving right along to our next skier, and this is Simon Eldman.
Simon
and
Eldman.
13 meters.
All right, there with green shorts, a green rope. Here we go. 13 meters, first pass. Looking good around the first few buoys, and coming up a little bit narrow on his 2-4 side, and having to stretch out a little bit more just to make an impact on that pass on the 13 meters. Currently with 5 buoys on 11.25 meters, Jack Silver, I believe, currently has the lead at this time. So we got 2 Swedish skiers going back to back out there on the slalom course, and let's have a quick look, if at all possible, the current leaderboard after we get done with the instant replay on this pass, as we see Clarence Laveau make his way back to shore. All right, so there's the leaderboard. Jack Silver assumes the lead, and Clarence Laveau with 4.5, just marginally behind Christian. Enzo Christian with 3 is currently in 3rd spot right now, along with Ty Kosick. So we've already seen 2 changes with the lead. Actually, 1 change with the lead. Jack Silver in the lead with a 5 and 11.25 meters, and Simon Oldman is struggling here to stay upright on this pass. Didn't slam nearly as much on number 5, and waving his arm around on the outside of buoy number 2, kind of like rolling the windows down.
Yeah, and he was definitely working against the zero off. You could just kind of see it. He was hitting it really hard, and then the zero off was pulling back really hard, and it was kind of like a rubber band effect. So he did a good job managing it and staying over his feet, but definitely you can see it, just kind of hits everything really hard, gets unload, and then unloads really, really hard. And we want to see him, be a little bit better on that, trying to not be so heavy right at the start and get the boat to work with him.
Yep, certainly working hard, a little harder than really necessary, if we're being honest here. Gotten through 13 and 12. He's certainly a big enough guy, and should have enough default strength to make that pass a little easier than it looked here. And what a wonderful shot that is! Look at that. Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, that's pretty sweet. And there's beautiful scenery here, out here at Predator Bay. It's an awesome ski lake, and it's been a great site for this World Championships. All right, 11 meters, Tony. Let's see if he can get him nice, soft, easy gate. Kind of pulled out a little hard there, so you see him unload and roll to the inside edge. So
a little bit of drag there going through the entrance gates into buoy number 1, and you see bits of water coming off that ski, and it means that Simon Oldman, and I would say again 4 buoys on 11.25 meters. So that basically means that our top 3 skiers at the moment have all skied consecutively, with Jack Silver getting 5, Clarence Laveau with 4.5, and now 4 with Simon Oldman.
Yeah, and you can just kind of see there, he turned in at the gate, and when he pulled out, he got the boat to go, spike the zero off, and then when he turned in, he loaded it up too much, and zero off was just kind of, he never got caught up with it, and he was just getting pulled down the lake a little bit later and later, so not quite able to make it through that 11-meter pass. But right here you see, just look, he turns, the ski's behind him as he starts loading, and then there's that spray you were talking about, Tony, and then he never quite got caught up with the ski after it started generating a lot of speed, and you see he's just working against the boat, and still doing a good job to stay upright on the ski at this point and getting as far down as he can, but then he starts having to pull long, and then that's all she wrote.
Sometimes being built like a jumper doesn't exactly help with your technique out there on the slalom course, but it is what it is, and 4 buoys, 11.25 meters is it for him. So, moving on from one Swede to another Swede. It's going to be Leo Cederquist.
And Leo's been traveling around doing a little bit of work with the TWBC crew, so we're all rooting for him here from the announcer's booth. I know he's been skiing well this season and gotten several scores into 10.7, so looking to be our first men's competitor to take down the 11-meter pass today.
All right, and Leo Cederquist has actually put in some good performances this season. I believe he's skied into 10.75 meters on at least one occasion so far this season at the Portugal Pro. 2 at 10.75 meters in the second and final round of competition there. But 13 meters, not looking too bad. Skiing a little bit limp-shouldered into 135.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at the replay. Maybe we can see if he's doing something that's causing that to happen.
I used to remember some skiers like Sean Hunter, who was famous for something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought the 1 and 2 looked pretty strong.
Looking good, looking in good rhythm here. And just basically turns and sets, just like Ron Popeil, set it and forget it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I thought that was a really nice opening pass there for Leo and setting himself up and getting a good rhythm starting for this, for this set.
So that was 13 and now getting ready for 12 meters. I wonder if we're actually going to see a 12-meter start between now and the end of Series 1. A lot of that decision is going to weigh heavily on where the wind is blowing and what the conditions are going to be at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think it's out of the wheelhouse to at least expect Charlie or maybe Lucas or even Jaime. I know he's been known to do that quite a bit, so to see one of those guys, take the 12-meter start. I think for the next few skiers, we're definitely going to see that 13-meter start, but Leo Cederquist coming in, this is 12 meters from the far end. And a little bit unshaky, but still getting through that pass and, now going to have a chance to challenge this lead.
Yeah, not looking too bad, but not exactly what I would call smooth either.
Yeah, just a couple like little bitty, minor bobbles here and there, and just not quite looking as dialed as I thought he did on the opening pass. One ball there was pretty good. I thought that was pretty nice, but you see how he unloaded really hard there into 2, which caused a little bit of slack line. And
he really had to put his back and stomach muscles forward and quickly as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that was what happened. He just got off the handle, kind of unloaded everything quick into 2 and kind of lost the rope. So it took him a little bit of time to kind of get his feet back under him, and then there kind of taking a big turn there off a 5 ball, but to make sure, he gets that turn, gets the pull over to 6, gets through it. So now through 12, and they're shortening the rope up, and they're getting ready to pick him back up and bring him in and 11 meters. And I know he's been getting deep down this pass, has run it a little bit this season, so fully capable of being our first skier to get through this 11-meter pass.
So here is Leo Cederquist getting ready. 13 and 12 under his belt, 11.25 meter. Leo Cederquist, who's worked with us here on TWBC for quite a few tournaments during this season. There's 1, there's number 2, and just not able to get the start necessary to continue on with the run.
And Tony, did you see how hard he unloaded that ski going to 1 ball? I mean, it like jumped from one edge to the other, and that's what you saw kind of catch him not get the turn that he wanted off of 1, and then the ski definitely did not want to turn off of 2, and that was kind of what he did going through the gate. Let's see if we can see what happened here. Leaves the ski behind him. So, you see, the whole thing came out of the water, and now he's narrow into 1. And then when he pulls over here as a lefty with all that speed, it's really hard to turn the ski and, unable to, to get more than that. And let's see if we can see it one more time. We get this replay. The boat view is my favorite. A little bit straight-legged when he turned in, so he leaves the ski behind him. And then, when he unloads, he just lets the hands roll way away from him. You see him crouch over and didn't get the width and didn't get the swing. Now he pulled real long to 2, and, the ski just wouldn't turn for him. So that's a bit of a bummer for Leo. I was really hoping he'd get a couple more buoys out of his set, and unfortunately, that's all she's got.
All right, as we continue on, a reminder that the Ski Nautique comes standard with the reliability and proven performance of the PCM ZZ6 engine. If you're looking for power, precision and torque, this 6.2-liter direct injection engine provides ground-breaking performance. Head on over to nautique.com to learn more. So, who do we have coming up next? It is going to be Noah Pollard. And Noah Pollard, a collegiate water skier these days for Louisiana Monroe, I believe.
Yep, he is one of the on the Warhawks team, and one of the several of them that are here representing at the Under-21 Worlds. So, just got word that he is on a 14-meter start, so going to take an extra pass than the last couple boys, but usually his normal routine, and that's how he's going to go here.
All right then, folks, here we go. We've got Noah Pollard. I believe this is a 13-meter start?
14, Tony.
14.25 meters, okay, so taking the relative scenic route here. Fantastic skiing there. Little broken over off number 4 into 5, but managing to hold enough of everything going in the positive direction to affect a 6 buoy count. And gate under review. And when I saw that originally, I was a little bit suspicious as to whether he made it through the entrance. Oh, that was clearly missed, even from that view, and that's the more difficult view to ascertain.
And then you see there going into 2-ball, he unloads the ski kind of like we just saw Leo do go into 1-ball, and almost didn't get outside of 2-ball.
So let's we'll wait the judge's decision. I don't think it's going to make for good reading for Noah Pollard, or indeed the British team. So we just wait on the definitive decision from our officials. So no gate on pass number 1. So unfortunately, in a bit of a situation there. So 2 skiers in this series, 2 skiers have gotten a zero buoy count on the strength of their opening pass. So two skiers in this series resided in the Heartbreak Hotel.
Yeah, and that's a huge bummer, Tony. You never want anybody to have that happen to them, and especially at the World Championships. And that's a tough ski ride back down the lake after getting your gates pulled on your opening pass.
So Noah Pollard back to the shore, and there'll be better days, but not today. So with that, we go on to our next competitor, and it'll be Danny Texador from Spain. All right, and then we have 3 more competitors to go in men's Series 2 slalom. Dylan Wright, Gustavo Kretsma, and Damien Eade. Mind you, there are people coming up and down the side here that Okay, so here comes Danny. We'll have a look at the tail of the tape there for him. His best score this season has been 3.5 on 11.25 meters at the Polk City Open just this past July.
All right, and another 14-meter start, Tony. So kind of as you've been calling it, the scenic route here, but, getting a feel probably his normal setup at home, and there's really not a lot of wind to be playing a strategy for, so just likes to get a couple extra passes and, looking good and strong there on his opening 14-meter pass.
And his slalom style kind of reminds me of a skier from back in the day, Livia McDonald's brother.
Haywood McDonald.
Yes. Now you probably know what I'm thinking of with his shoulders being predominantly forward.
Yeah, no, I mean he does. He kind of has that, and then but he really drops his center of mass or his hips. He really moves them well, and he kind of skis like a short skier, but it works if you do it properly.
Indeed, and I think he actually won a Pan American slalom title in the juniors way back in the day. That's reaching into the annals of the past.
Yeah, I remember one year at a big tournament his opening trick, he fell and drug down the lake and then skied it away in the 20 seconds and got credit for it. That was one of the cooler things that I remember that he did.
Yeah, he walked it off. There you go. All right, then. So we're waiting patiently for Danny Tiexador to come on back now. Whenever there's this much of a wait, then... Okay, he's coming back. He's run through 14.25 meters, and now he's going to attempt 13. Now he's starting to find his groove here.
Yeah, and that looked a little bit more settled, Tony, on that pass. So, maybe he elected to take 14. It doesn't always start there, or maybe a little nerves here being at the under-21 Worlds, and then you had to not to point it out, but you had a couple guys miss their gates on the opener, so that will get in the heads of the people on the start dock if you have a couple people miss their gates. So probably took that first pass nice and timid and just made sure he got through it, and then now he's kind of able to go to work.
All right, and getting some coaching from the starting dock, which is perfectly fine. Not quite as allowed in tennis, especially in some places like Wimbledon and wherever, where they actually sanction players if they receive coaching from the stands. But let's see what Danny Tiexador has in store for us with the third pass coming right up. He's cleared 14 and 13. 12 meters is on the way there for him. So if those of you from Spain are watching, it's almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Let's see if we can provide you with some great entertainment courtesy of Danny Tiexador on 12 meters. Getting round the first couple of buoys, now through the halfway points of the slalom course. There's 4. Oh, taking a huge hit off number 4 and managing to do likewise on 5, and he gets the job done on 12.
Yeah, that looked like a big old load off a 4-ball, and he was able to take it and hang on to it. So, good job there out of Danny, not popping the handle there, but great skiing here on this pass. Got some more watch parties coming in, sitting there eating maybe lunch, possibly dinner, and enjoying the water skiing. So, shout out to Sophia.
Indeed. Big ups there. And if you want to send in your photo of your watch party, go to waterskibroadcasting.com, or better still, scan that QR code. That takes you to the page where you upload the photo. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, the watch party is definitely a nice new touch that we have here at TWBC, and I think it's really fun just to see everybody that's watching and where they're watching and what they're doing. So. Shout out to everybody that is posted into the watch party, and please, be sure if you haven't, upload your watch party.
And actually, just to give credit where credit's due, the watch party thing was actually a little bit of a suggestion from Corey Vaughan during last year at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am. I remember the conversation taking place, and we were like thinking, that would be great, and we're implementing it here.
All right, Tony, we got 11 meters here for Danny. A little bit slow off of one ball. Let's see, can he work out of two? He is down course, but still going and not going to be able to hang on to it. Definitely wanting a little bit more. So didn't quite get the start that he wanted. We'll kind of take a look at the replay and see if we can kind of analyze what happened there at the gate and one. But definitely a little bit of disappointment from the Spaniard.
Yeah, swimming into shore, and we'll ascertain the scoring in just a moment. But decent release into buoy number one, but just got a little bit bogged down at the tail end of the turn there, Zane.
Yeah, and you kind of see, I think when he edge changed into one, he didn't let the ski swing. He kind of hopped it to the inside edge, and that just doesn't let the ski go all the way out. So then when he came at the backside of one, he was a bit slow, and then he led with his shoulder. So he got a little bit too much speed going into two, and just started really running down course with the boat.
Okay, so that's going to be scored as 2.5, 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters. And 2.5, 11.25 meters puts Danny Tiexador right now in, I believe, outright sixth place at the moment. Still in the lead is Jack Silver on 5 on 11.25 meters and getting ready to challenge the slalom course from Australia. It's Dylan Wright.
All right, looks like he is starting at 14 meters here, Tony. So, again, taking a little bit of an extra warm-up pass here, getting his feet settled, just kind of getting the nerves down, and actually looks really smooth here as he makes his way through over to 5 and working his way to 6.
He's slalomed that 14.25 meter pass as if it were the mini course.
Yeah, no, definitely, not working too hard, not doing anything more than he needed, and just getting through it. But yeah, he's really stacked, and doesn't generate a ton of cross course speed, but uses that leverage and the way he swings the ski out to get out there and allow it to dive and backside the buoys.
Kind of a bit like Stephen Neveu.
Exactly, right? Like Stephen just stays really tall, doesn't really generate a ton of speed, but when he lets the ski swing, the ski goes out, it gets out to apex before the buoy and then really wants to dive back in and doesn't need a ton of speed that you see some of these other skiers. They need a lot of speed to get the ski to really crash in on the buoy and then be able to go. So, definitely a different style out of Dylan, but looking good there on pass one.
So a big shout out there to our good friend Stephen Neveu, and also to the other tall athletes that we know, Chris Parrish, who we saw earlier over at No Name Lake in the northwest of the United States.
Yeah, no, definitely. Love seeing that Chris is in here watching the slalom. I guarantee you he's here checking it out. Looking forward to this stacked, men's series 1 and closing into this men's series 2. So shout out to him and the crew at No Name Lake. But right now we've got 13 meters. It's Dylan Wright coming back in. A little bit slow off of 1 there, Tony. Not quite as good of a start as he had on pass 1, but now he's working, looks good, got his rhythm, and looking good on the back half of that 13-meter pass.
All right, gets it going. All right, there we got Andreas Constantinou and friends over at Kayafa, and they're having a restaurant dinner going on right now, and they're watching us.
Yeah, and I saw Andreas last weekend 2 weekends ago at the Youth European Championships. So they're now over there having dinner. I know they start dinner a little later over in Europe, so they're all sitting at dinner and watching the broadcast.
And if they're watching at a restaurant, then everyone else in the restaurant's probably watching too.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Getting more people involved in the sport. That's what it's all about.
I wonder what would happen if there was a big score that came through. Did they start breaking plates and stuff?
I would hope maybe not, but you never know. I know if I saw somebody run 10-2 later today, I might start throwing a plate. I'd start throwing a plate on the ground or maybe a glass at the wall. Who knows? But shout out to them for watching. We got another one, Gavin, checking us out, watching with his buddy. So thanks for hopping in. And right now you are looking at 12 meters from the Australian Dylan Wright.
Here he comes, Dylan Wright from the land down under that is Australia. Skis out of Queensland. And tried to load back up to make up for some lost distance, but overloaded and just couldn't keep a grip on that handle.
And yeah, Tony, you could see that it was kind of going awry when he made his edge change into 3. Here he was all right off of 1, not too bad. Now let's see what happens here off of 2. See, he gets the hands into the inside hip, so his shoulders are a little forward, and then when he unloads, the ski hops over on him, so it starts to run, and he's just behind his ski is behind him, and he just got a little heavy and wasn't able to get his feet up under him and then popping the handle there. So that is going to be a bit of a disappointment there for Dylan Wright. I thought he was looking rather strong on the first couple passes and not quite able to make it through that 12-meter pass.
Okay, so 14, 13, and 12. That is Dylan Wright from Australia. And still out in the lead. Our second skier off the dock, Jack Silver, with 5 on 11.25 meters. And here is a face from back in the day, Storm Seltzer.
Yes, and we love it that he is at work and watching the broadcast. So procrastinating on work, enjoying some water skiing. Shout out to Storm. Thanks for watching, buddy, and we look forward to seeing you out of Lake soon.
I think he actually competed in the Western Regionals and not too long ago.
He did. I believe that was last weekend, and I saw that he had kicked an absolute booter of a jump. Not quite sure how far it was, but it looked like a really good jump. So I know he's still doing a bunch of skiing out west, out in California, and I bet you he's getting ready for the Nationals coming up here next weekend.
All right, then. We're on to our penultimate skier in this series. We still have another 14 skiers to go after the end of this series. And it is a skier from Chile. It's Gustavo Kretzmer.
Yeah, and Gustavo, we just saw his sister had a big score of 3 at 11 in the women's event. So I know he's looking to take down the 11, but definitely wants to beat his sister. I know if he's anything like me and my sister, we definitely are competing against each other at the lake. So Gustavo coming in. This is 14 meters. So again, that extra warm-up pass. Maybe kind of thinking about the wind. Oh, unloaded a little heavy there into 3. That could be a little scary, but staying over his feet and getting through that pass, looking nice and smooth. Other than the 3-ball edge change, I thought there was no problems with that pass.
Little risky business coming off number 2 into number 3, Gustavo Kretzmer. And but still able to run that opening pass, 14.25 meters, without too much of a concern going forwards. There we see a few Chilean supporters, and
now I'll tell you, Cristobal Miranda, he is like the team mascot. I would take him to every event. He's got so much energy. He's down there rooting everybody on. And
he's only 11.
I know, and he was crushing it in the jump event. We saw him slalom real well and looking really good on his trick ski. I would figure out a way, even if he's not on the team, to sneak him in our bag and bring him with us. So we had our team mascot.
There you go. Gustavo Kretzmer. Let's have a look at some of the scores he's been able to produce. And I tell you what, he's been on a roll here. He's had 5.25 at 10.75, 5.5, actually 4 at 10.75 meters, both in the Swiss Spring Classic not too long ago. 3 at 10.75 at a stop of the national championships now. Now here's the main difference with a lot of competitions in South America and Latin America. Their national championships isn't just a one weekend event. It's actually based upon several weekends of skiing from one side to the other, and they combine the scores and decide the national champion based upon that.
No, I did not know that. That's actually kind of cool, Tony, just to get everybody more involved in skiing with tournaments around the nation. That's pretty cool. But Gustavo right there looking really strong on that 13-meter pass. Again, I thought he had that, one bobble at 14, but here he looked like he was in go mode and looked nice and smooth all the way through that pass.
All right, nicely done. And we see Eric Siebold checking in. Nice beard.
Yeah, that's a ripper of a beard, and looks like he might be at work. So, again, that's my favorite, is to see the people that are procrastinating from work and checking out the skiing, because we've got 16 skiers left in this slalom event, and it is an absolute stacked one from here on out.
All right, let's have. There we go, Bennett. Oh, there you go, Bennett Staffhouse. Gotta love it there, Callan. Great effort there with that. So let's have a look and see what we've got here. Rolling in, Gustavo Kretsma. This is 12 meters. All getting broken over off number 3 into 4, but still able to rock the house on this pass. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, getting through that pass, and Tony, you kind of notice after we look at the replay. Oh no, we have a gate review. Oh no, this has not gone well for the skiers so far in this event. If they do review it, they have taken both that they've reviewed. So let's take a look here and see if he gets outside of it, Tony. Ooh, that one was really close. I'm glad I'm not making that call.
Yeah, pretty close there to a nicely backsided turn on number 2. He was really off to the races on this one.
Yeah, but you'll see he really rolls that ski out and doesn't do it too fast going to 2 and 4. But when he goes to 1, 3, 5, he unloads it kind of quick and rolls it in. So it kind of causes that ski to run and not get fully out and get a good smooth turn through 1 through 5. But still got through that pass, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges say here on the gate review. Oh no, and it's another heartbreak, Tony. We have got our 3rd gate pulled in this series, so that is going to be a score of 0 at 12 meters there for Gustavo, so not the score he was going for, and you can see it on the Chilean team. They are devastated for him as well.
Right, yeah. I don't know whether he'll want to take the transport back to the dock, and it doesn't look like it. So he's swimming into shore, the boat making its way back to the dock.
Yeah, and Tony, and all the gates that have been pulled so far this morning are coming from the dock end. And I've kind of noticed just a little bit of a common theme is the skiers look a little bit more comfortable at the gates from the far end. So I don't know if there's something different with the setup or kind of the look on the shore, if that's playing a difference with the skiers. But we are seeing them having a little bit of trouble here on the dock end on the gate side.
All right. Not exactly making pleasant reading for the Chilean team. That 0 buoy count on 12 meters for Gustavo Kretsma. So now we're on to our final skier in Series 2. Curtis. Oh man, alive! I think we've unleashed a beast here with this watch party.
Yeah, well, Curtis is one of the very few people in the world that would prefer to watch tricks over slalom. So, shout out to him for watching. And you only got 15 more skiers to go, Curtis, and then you get as much tricks as you want for the rest of the day. But right now we've got Damien Eade on the water. This is 13 meters, so now we're kind of back into that shorter rope link start. I would kind of expect that to be the common theme from here on out.
30 meters, and the runner-up in last season's Junior World Water Ski Championships. He got that via a runoff against his brother, Jaden Eade, who we'll see ski a little bit later on. And that was a huge battle last season between the two brothers, with Damien in the silver medal spot.
Yeah, I remember watching that one, Tony. That was a fun one to watch at home, and then you got Kyle and his wife on the dock, and Karen, and they're probably, they didn't know who to root for. They wanted just everybody to be happy, and that was definitely a fun event to watch last year.
And speaking of Carl and Karen, they're both on dockside. As looks like we got Tincho.
Yeah, Martin, we're missing him here. We know we'd love to wish he could have been here and gotten in and put his name in the hat. And but we're glad you're watching at home. And shout out to Martin.
All right, looking at the dock there, there's Jaden Need, and I don't know about this shot. It looks like they're about to turn around and do something like Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, all those three boys right there, they're flexing really hard right there because they know the camera's on them.
It's too much. Way, way too much. All right, then, here we go. Coming in, Damien Eade. This is 12 meters. Early approach into number 2 and giving himself plenty to work with here. Little flat-footed off that number 4, but he's there. He has control, and he knows what to do.
Yeah, and he's one of those other skiers too, Tony, that skis real tall, doesn't generate a ton of speed, but uses his leverage and swings the ski out to allow it to get him a good turn. And strong skiing there at 12 meters. So now coming in, this will be 11 meters, and gonna need to. He basically needs to run it if he wants to take the lead. But I bet you his mind is on. There's 14 skiers after him, and he's gonna want to go put out a big score to get himself a chance to get into the final.
Hello, looks like we got Valerie Stadelbauer checking in as well. Kudos to you. That photo's kind of missing Clint though.
Yeah, but I bet Clint is the guy taking the photo there, Tony.
Okay, they can swap around, can't they?
Yeah, then we get an extra watch party in, add to the thing. So shout out to them for watching, and I hope you're enjoying this Super Stack Slalom event that we've got. And we've got a really huge series 1 coming up after Damien, but Damien's on the water. This is 11 meters. The lead right now is 5, Tony.
All right, and we just saw a view there of Karen and Kyle Eade as they continue to watch. 13 and 12 under his belt. This is now 11.25 meters. The lead is still in the possession of Jack Silver with 5. Let's see what he's got. There's number 3. Good to go for number 4. A little bit flat-footed on 4 round. Oh, and taking a huge hit off number 5 and still able to hold on to it. He takes the lead.
And that's a textbook lefty 5-ball turn when you need one. Be able to drop the shoulder, get everything under it, and then you get your onside pull over to 6. And, man, that was a huge turn there at 5-ball. But there you go, first boy through 11. And now looking to set a huge score here as we take a look at the replay. I thought he had a really good start here, Tony. Nothing really to scream about here as he gets over to 2.
Oh, look at that ski.
I thought 2 was good, got everything locked in where he wanted to be. Now here at 3, you see he kind of let the hands get away from him off the buoy, so it kind of pulled him up into 4, causing him to run with the boat. And then right here is this big boy turn. Bam!
Oh, drop his locks.
Yeah, but then there you go. He's got look at how early he was over to 6 just with how big 5-ball was. So
huge number 5. It doesn't get much bigger than that.
No, that was massive. I mean, and then to be able to hang on to it, almost hit that point where he dropped so far that probably couldn't hold on to it. But again, that's a normal left foot forward skier is able to do that there. And there's mom and dad. And his brother, they're all excited after 5-ball. I think that kind of gave him a little scare, but then they were excited to see him get outside of 6, and now he is your leader and looking to push out a score that could get him into the final.
Okay, we suspect that something along the lines of halfway down, 10.75 meters might be enough for the final. We'll have to wait and see. But here he goes, Damien Eade. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Does he still stay on the water? Yes, he does. He and slid a little bit too far down. He almost collected himself with the ramp there, but it's going to be, 3.5?
Yeah, and then there, Tony, that kind of there's that scores that we were talking about. I said I thought 3 was going to get it in, and you said 3.5. So he's right there in the ballpark for both of ours on getting in. And take a look here at the replay. Rolls in, gets a pretty decent start there at the gate. Was a little bit heavy, so you kind of see the little stall there off of 1, but still right here, gets off a 2, doesn't get the best turn, brings the handle to the inside hip, gets pulled up a little bit, checks up on the ski, but gets outside of 3. There's the left foot turn. Again, on 3 ball, able to just kind of drop the shoulder and get out there, and then gets outside of 4. So great skiing there from Damien.
Good skiing there. Good aggressive and no holds barred action there from him. And again, in what was that, 3.5, and that concludes the Series 2. We're going to go on to Series 1 momentarily. We have 14 skiers on this list, so nothing is guaranteed at this point so far as the 12 skiers making it through to the final. So it looks like we're going to put a little bit of go-go juice in the boat, and once we do that, then we will return to live and continuing action. But before we do that, we have Damien Eade in the lead with his score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters. That puts him ahead of Jack Silver, who you see at the top of that leaderboard on your screen. And there we go. That's updated and corrected. Damien Eade in the lead with Jack Silver in second, Clarence Laveau, Simon Oldman, and Enzo Christian. Ty Kosick. 7th place goes to Danny Tiexador and Matteo Chico in a 4-way tie for 8th with Fletcher Green, Elliot Westland, Santiago Berenges, and currently in 12th spot with 1.5 on 11.25 meters is Easton Graves. All right, so pick your pass.
You can go first this time, Tony.
No, you go first.
Let me look at the list right here. What we got? Can I get Jack Silver's 11?
All right, excellent. Good choice.
Yeah, so he was like our first skier off. I know the first skier in the series kind of got the gates pulled. So Jack was really our first skier that we saw get, a couple passes under his belt and got got down to 5 ball and just wasn't quite able to get through it, but slotting himself into second right now with 14 skiers left, so he's kind of sitting on the bubble.
Here he is, looking through the entrance gates and just taking aim at buoy number 1, and drove that ski hard into the water there on number 2, getting some good angle as a result. But starting to lose a little bit of his stack there going into number 4, and just about had enough room to get round number 5. S-turn like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, and if Jack had been able to get the handle across his body instead of the inside hip there off of 4, he actually would have gotten pulled from the boat, wouldn't have had to sit sit and squat onto the ski, and I think he would have actually run that pass. So, little bit short of able to run that 11-meter pass, but still that was good skiing out of Jack Silver.
All right, my choice, 11.25 meters, Damien Eade. This should be easy to find, as it was the second to last pass that we saw. And looking at this, good extension off number 1, getting a good hard hit there. And just like the way that Conley deviate turns from one side of the course to the next.
Yeah, but right here, get this 4 ball. See the handle comes to the inside, so he has to check up a little bit, which is causing him to run with the boat into 5, and bam, there's that big lefty turn off a 5 ball, and now he's just making sure he gets out the gates, and good skiing out of him, and setting up a huge score for these top 14 skiers in this men's series 1, and I think he's setting himself up well for possibly getting himself a chance into the final on Sunday.
And and for those of you that are kind of wondering with his DV8 setup, he actually goes with a round tail, which might not be all that surprising.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of cool that they have that option on the skis where you can try the different tails, because they do a little bit different things. A rounder tail is going to kind of allow the ski to turn a little bit better, whereas if you go to the square tail, it's going to do a lot more performance across course and not as much in the turn. So that is, a cool option that the Conley offers.
And don't even get us started on the asymmetrical tail as well, because
yeah, then that gets into, a whole lot of other things. And I haven't played around with it that much, but, I do know that little bit, and it gives you the option as a skier to be able to put that on your ski.
All right, then. All right, then. So let's we'll continue on into the Slalom Series 1, but we're going to take a little bit of a breather, just enough time for you to grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage and even grab yourself some lasagna here and there and grab yourself a little bit of a snack, because we're about to throw down with Men's Series 1 as we continue on with coverage of this, the 2025 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the lakes of Caston-Stone, and we'll be back right after this. All right, a view of our towboat, and it's just completed its simulation run, and here is your 14 skier list in Series 1. Our lead-off skier from Ukraine, Damir Filaretov, then Jake Abelson, Dominic Kuhn, Tim Wild, Evan Kraus, Camille Bumrah, Florian Paff, Jaime Palomino, Jaden Eade, Vincenzo Marino, Nick Nelson, Nicky Antonsen, and then we'll round off with a head-to-head battle between Lucas Cornell and Charlie Ross.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Tony. This is going to be a really fun. This is a stacked men's Series 1 event. So right now we've got Damir Filaretov on the water. This is 13 meters, and looking really good as the opening skier in this huge men's Series 1 event.
Now Damir Filaretov, a fantastic overall skier, and no slouch on the slalom course either. Or towards as we get done and towards the end of the jumping event, we'll give you an update so far as the individual overall is concerned. Not only that, but also the team overall, and see how that transpires in the U21 World Water Ski Championships. And then it really starts to get interesting as more scores get put on the board from our overall skiers, and we'll try and make determinations as to what they need in order to move up spots higher from where they are at this time. But so far as Damir Filaretov is concerned, he's good to go with that opening pass, which I believe was 13-meter start. There is Greg Badal at the helm of that towboat, that Ski Nautique by Correct Craft, on the waters of the world since 1925. Here we go. 12 meters. Let's see how Damir fares with this run. Entrance number 1. Set himself up with Alpha 2 on the zero off, and that appears to be quite a common setup these days for the majority of our skiers. Maybe you can speak to that a little bit, Chef Boyarzi.
Yeah, so a lot of the skiers choose that A2 just because of kind of the way it's supposed to work. So the boat, when you load up, doesn't hit you quite as soon, But as you go to make your edge change, the boat still kind of keeps a pull on you, so you have something to, as you're swinging, to swing up on the boat. And then that 2 setting is just kind of that middle ground of the A. So, that's kind of why you see a lot of skiers go there. So, like when he's making his edge change here, the boat still isn't it's not backing off of him as, abrupt as it would if you were at a C setting. So, that's why you see most of these skiers using that A2 setting. It's still a personal preference thing. We see people that use C settings or B settings and things like that, but that's why that A2 is the commonly used number.
Have you seen some real crazy settings out there with some of the slalomers that you coach?
No, everybody kind of is around the same area. I mean, a lot of A2s. We get B2. The craziest thing I've ever seen was at one point in time, Nick Parsons was skiing with C3+, and the boat sounded like it was screaming. It was insane, and I don't really know if he does that anymore. But we get that beautiful drone shot of the facility here. It is so nice. Spectacular place. Couldn't think of a better place to have a World Championship event. And right now we've got Damir Fleretov on the water. This is 11 meters, so needs to run this if he wants to challenge the lead and really give himself a chance to make it into the final. A little bit shaky off of 1 and 2, a little heavy unload into 3, so now going to have to work here. You see it catching him at 4. Can he get around 5? There he goes, over to 6. Oh
no!
And
did all of that work?
Yeah, and didn't need that big turn, and is very disappointed. I mean, all he had to do was get outside the buoy, and he tried to turn it and caused the ski to get up into the rope, and that is a huge bummer there for Damir.
So that is, what is that, 5.5?
Yeah, that would be 5.5, and that's going to slot him into second. But I think, Tony, that's going to be a little bit too low. For him to be getting into the final. He'll have to sit, wait, and see, but, did all that work and then just not able to get back on the ski and come out the gates. As we see here, 1 and 2 are a little shaky. See him break at the waist here into, outside of 1. Now at 2, gets a pretty decent turn here at 2, but unloads real heavy, so to see the ski start running with the boat at 3, and then this is where he starts getting in trouble. Now at 4, because he's running with the boat, still running, brings that handle to the inside hip, so has to check up as he moves the handle to the other hip to pull, and then now he's really behind. So here, he just really didn't need to turn like that. You see how the handle came to the inside. You never want to bring the handle to the inside. You always want it on the other side of your body, and that keeps you over your feet. But, unfortunately there for Damir, bringing it to the inside hip and not able to ski outside, out of the gates.
And that's going to have huge implications for him so far as the overall is concerned, because even with 5.5 and 11.25 meters, it still may not be a score high enough to put him through to the finals. And that means that he could well deprive himself of at least one marker going forwards in order to maybe change his fate in the overall competition. Ideally for an overall skier, they want to be in all 3 finals if they can possibly manage it. But not giving himself the best opportunity of making it through to the final in slalom. So a lot of his overall destiny could well be determined by the tricks and jumping that he'll perform in later on. So 14-meter start for Jake Abelson coming up next. Let's see what he's got.
And I believe this is the first time we've seen Jake this weekend. I know had a little bit of a unfun jump familiarization, so maybe still a little sore from that, but it's good to see him out on the water healthy and skiing. But right now we've got him 14 meters. This is pass number 1, and coming in looking pretty good, just trying to get his feet up under him and get through this pass. Ooh, a little deep there off a 4-ball, Tony.
Yep, trying to ski this conservatively and almost got caught out as a result. Gets around all 6 buoys there on 14.25 meters. And, gets it to go. So looking over towards the shoreline, we see his mom, Mariana Abelson, there with the U.S. Team manager. That's Christy Kingsmill, who is not only managing this team, but also is the chairperson of the National Collegiate Water Ski Association. And maybe sometime in the future we'll see the likes of Jake Abelson participate in the Collegiate Nationals in I'm sure he'll be a revelation should he decide to go that route there, Zane.
Yeah, no, he would be. He'll do really well in college. So hopefully we see him, here in the next year or two in the college scene, and adding to that NCWSA has done a great job of making really, really competitive skiing, and it's really fun for these young skiers to go get a college degree and get to do it with water skiing too.
All right, here comes Jake Abelson coming in with his second pass. This is going to be 13 meters. Now, Jake Abelson, this time last year, really shocked the establishment last season by taking the overall title in the boys' competition. But the way in which he did it as well shocked a few people. Was the 12th competitor to make it through to the boys' jump final, and then, as the first skier off the dock in the final, unleashed a jump of 53.3 meters to actually take the world title.
Yeah, no, I remember watching that, and just didn't quite have the preliminary round that he wanted, but got himself into the final, and then, just hit a booter and, made all the other boys chase him down, and they weren't able to do it. But right now we're seeing him on his slalom ski, and he's looking nice and strong here as we see the replay of the 13 meters, and so now we're going to shorten the line up to 12 and see if we can get him through this one and maybe even get him through the 11-meter pass from the far end. And Tony, we were talking about the gates a little earlier. Maybe starting at 14 meters to try to get 11 from the opposite end, and maybe a little strategy in there. Maybe in familiars, he was liking the starts from the far end.
All right, so Jake Abelson in this event 2 seasons ago, in 2023, ended up being in 16th place in the slalom event, tied three or four ways in this competition, but looking for something considerably higher to put himself in a spot where he could be a participant in the men's slalom final. Here we go. This is Jake Abelson.
Ooh, broke over at the waist out of one ball, Tony, and now he's going to have to work a little hard here. A little bit down course, which isn't too bad. It is 35 off, so you kind of have to do that, but a little bit shaky there at the start, but now he got his feet up under him and got a little calmer towards the back half of the pass and made it through that one. So now we're going to get to see him coming back at the 11-meter pass.
Nicely done. And Jake Abelson, not a member of the United States team, which is rather strange, and but skiing as an individual in this championship. And actually, there's a lot of motivation here for Jake Abelson to place himself in the top 3 in the overall competition, because he is currently a member of the United States open water ski team that will be competing in the World Championships coming up in Rocchetto, but he's only down to trick in that competition. Now, if he wants to be in overall, then he'll have to finish in the top 3 in this championship, the U21 Worlds, and that way it would give him the golden ticket to be able to participate in that section of the competition.
Yeah, well, that would be really cool for him, and I know he was going to be there for tricks, but that would be cool to see him in all 3 events. He's a super strong overall skier and has put in a lot of work and worked really hard, and we're seeing it pay off with his results on the water.
All right, so we'll see what transpires here with Jake Abelson. Certainly that opening score of 5.5 and 11.25 meters from Damir Filaretov has kind of helped Jake Abelson in respect to a podium position possibly going forwards. But let's have a look and concentrate on the slalom. Oh my word, and he absolutely jumps up out of the water like a salmon.
Yeah, and you just saw him. He was getting real heavy off the buoys and then unloading the ski really hard off of the wakes, and it just, kind of get the ski to run. So you got a lot of speed going down course, and at some point in time when you generate too much, you blow the tail out of the water, and that's kind of what we saw happen to him. As we look here at the replay, you'll kind of see it. But rolls in here, look, the ski jumps on him really kind of hard there. So you see it chattering into 1. You can see the tail kind of almost blows on him there at 1. Now he jumps it out of the water at 2. Turns really hard here, so it generates more, and then boom, right there on the tail, he rolls it over and just got too much speed, and it snapped, and the tail blew. So that's going to be a bit of a heartbreak there for Jake. I know he definitely wanted to run that pass, and just not able to do it. And then now, Tony, the wind is kicking up, so we've now got a tailwind from the end that he just came from, and it's blowing pretty stout down the lake. So that's something that might come into play, with some strategy for the skiers moving forward in this event.
So Jake Abelson, who recently had his world record in the trick ratified at a little over 13,000 points. We're going to see him later on today in the tricks event. But in the lead and leaderboard right there with 3.5 at 10.75 meters is Damien Eade. On the water, coming to us out of Austria, this is Dominic Kuhn and another collegiate athlete skiing for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah, and Tony, he was a little fast at the gate, looking a little unsettled, and you saw him kind of have a big bobble out of 2 just because of that. That was kind of his being a lefty. It shows up here, but you see he's a little fast there, a little unsettled when he comes in for the gate. Gets a decent 1. That's like textbook lefty, but right here you see how that ski unloads right off the second wake, and it caused him to run, and that's where that pass got a little shaky there. Nothing crazy, but something that he's definitely going to want to make sure he doesn't do as we shorten the rope up and move down the line.
So not looking bad so far, Dominic Kuhn. Trying not to overski the pass too much, as we mentioned almost ad nauseum yesterday with some of our early competitors in the early slalom series of 5, 4, and 3. It's hard to kind of convince yourself when you're out in the slalom course not to put some muscle and some energy behind the boat, but sometimes it can be counterproductive.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is you want to put the muscle into it, but you want to put it at the right spot. If you don't do it right with the boats and zero off in them, they tend to start yanking back at the wrong spots and giving you speed when you don't need it, and the boat can work against you. But Dominic, getting through there. Let's see if he's a little better at the gate. See, he's still rocking back at the gate. He's really late on that one, actually, Tony. So
yeah.
Almost missed it on the late side, but doing okay to manage the speed. He had a lot of speed at the start, so staying over the ski, you're seeing he's way down course, but, kind of had to do that just with the speed that he had taken. And, something that I'd like to see him kind of change is when he's in his gate glide, if he would bend that front leg, that would push the ski into the water, and, that would cause that ski to settle down and slow down a little bit. But right now you'll see him, he pulls out and his legs are really, really straight. And so the ski kind of rocks out of the water. And right here you see he's just on the back of the ski. And as a lefty, we want the ski in the water so we can get it to turn so we have control of it. Righties can kind of get away with it a little more with the legs straight. But, that's what's kind of catching him out here at that 2-ball side and causing him to have those bobbles, going into 2 and 3. But yeah, he just was a little fast there at the gate. That's why that pass was a little bit shaky, but now he's going to get, again, we pointed out that there's a tailwind down there, and I think, it might be a little windier than it looks on the water. So it'll take these skiers a few minutes to, get everything dialed and figure out the wind.
We'll see how that transpires as we look on at some of our folks around the dockside. There is our chief judge there, Felipe Leal.
Yeah, and he's done a great job this weekend, making sure everything's running smooth. I know we had a little problems with the jump boat yesterday, but did a great job getting that resolved, and he's been doing a good job this weekend. But right now, Dominic Kuhn on the water. This is 12 meters. That was a much better start there at the gate, looking a little more settled here. And, you're seeing it here as he's coming into the buoys. He's looking stronger, just working his way down the pass.
Oh no! And he collapses.
And blows the tail there at a 4, so... might have cursed him right there when we were talking about him looking better, and I thought he had a better start there and just unable to keep the ski in the water there at 4-ball.
So that was on 12 meters here. It looks like there could be some places opening up by default, and we'll get an indication. So with 11 skiers left, that means that whomever is in the lead has booked himself a place through to the final, and that is going to belong to Damien Eade. Our leader has made it through to the slalom final. So Damien Eade, a skier representing the United States on that team with 11 skiers remaining, has put himself through to the next round of the competition. Handle coming up a little bit high for Dominic Kuhn, and he just tried to get back on the on that hard edge again and blowing the tail, unfortunately.
All right, and we see Jaime Palomino right there. He's one of our really strong athletes we have towards the end of this series, and looking forward to getting him on the water. He's been putting out huge scores on the Pro Tour, got a couple podiums. I know he skied really well in Morocco, so that was a fun tournament. He had a good go there, so looking forward to getting him on the water here in a minute. And
okay, this is a rather interesting situation that we have here. Damir Filaretov is currently in second spot, and his score is now the bubble score, 5.5 at 11.25 meters. And it just so happens that sitting right next to us is Damir Filaretov. So welcome to the announcing area.
yeah, and Damir, right now you're gonna you got a little nervous, so you wanted to come sit over here with us and wait and find out.
I'll be pretty nervous to sit there on the shore and watch everything, so I decided to go and announce the tournament with you here. It's a little bit calmer for me to sit here.
Yeah, and you did a lot of work there at that 11, and just, what happened to you? Just not quite able to make it out, round 6 and out the gates.
I don't know. My 13-13 felt awesome. My 13-12 felt awesome. I really enjoyed it out there. And then on 11, the nerves go up. Became a little bit nervous. The pass wasn't that great, but after 5, of course, you turn and in your head you're like, okay, I ran it. Like, there is no way something can happen in 6. And then I guess I turned a little bit too aggressive, and you saw what happened.
Yeah, well, you still did good work there, just kind of like we're seeing the replay here of Tim Vild coming in. I think this was 14 meters, and, he was working nice and strong here. So get him through that pass, and then we'll shorten the rope up, and we'll bring him back in. But yeah, dude, nice, strong skiing. So I wanted to commend you on that, and we're happy to have you here joining us in the announcing booth.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dane.
All right there. So we got Tim Vild out there on the water, skier number 4 off the dock. So looking pretty close so far as what's needed to make it through to the next round of the competition. Now, Dominic Kuhn, we just saw a few minutes ago with 2.5 on 12 meters, which put Damien Eade through to the next round of the competition. Now, so here we go. So far as the overall championship is concerned, this performance that we're seeing right here from Tim Vild could have a whole bunch of implications as he attempts 13 meters. Not looking too bad out there. The skier that skied incredibly well in the Junior Masters competition over in Callaway Gardens earlier on in the season. That is Tim Vild.
Yeah, Tony, he was the first ever boy to go and win all 3 slalom, trick, and jump, and then win the overall event. So that was super impressive. Already had a great start to his year, and now he's out here, and hopefully he's dialed and ready to go. He's looking dialed as you take a look at these replays. Damir, what do you think about his skiing here? Anything standing out to you?
If I remember correctly, it's second tournament for Tim on this lake. Last year he competed under 17.
He
here,
did, yes.
The World's under 17. And if I remember correctly, he ran 11 in prelims, so he definitely can do it here right now.
Yes, and I think he actually got onto the podium, as a matter of fact, there in the Junior World Championships 1 season ago, if my memory serves me right. As we continue to watch the event as it shape up. So Tim Vild. Here I'm joined here by Damir Filaretov on the announcing booth alongside Zane Nicholson. let's have a look and see what Tim Field can do behind that world record-setting ski nautique.
All right, this is 12 meters, so got to get this one and wants to basically run 11 if he wants to count himself in. And a little shaky there off of 2, as you kind of alluded there to, Tony, but still managing it pretty well, looking well as he gets over to 5 and 6. And there you go, so that'll be 6 buoys at 12 meters. So now going to get a crack at the 11-meter pass. And, you know, the wind's kind of died down. I know I pointed out that it had kind of blown up, but it's still there, but definitely not as strong as it was a couple skiers ago.
So wind is still very much a factor, although it is kind of gusting a little bit up and down. So the skiers have got to be aware of that.
Yeah, and it's blowing a different direction than it has, all weekend. It's been blowing from the dock end, but now it's kind of blowing from the far end. So a little bit different than maybe what the skiers have had in site familiarization and things like that. But Tim not really allowing it to bother him here. Let's see if it'll come into play here on this 11-meter pass, because he's going to have to run it to punch his ticket in.
So there he goes through 12 meters. We'll see what he's got. So the new generation Ski Nautique features all new purpose-built ski cradles that utilize side bumpers and a tension arm to capture the body of your slalom ski. This open concept contributes to a spacious feel whilst providing optimal functionality. Visit Nautique.com to learn more about the all-new features aboard the 2026 Ski Nautique.
All right, Tony, this is 11 meters. Got to run it. The wind just gusted up here, so might play into effect here for Tim. Let's see what he's got. Little heavy unload on the 1, so that's going to get loose line. Now he's running with the boat at 2, but big turn there off of 2. All right, off of 3. Let's see.
Line going tight in the wrong place there for him. Tim Field managing to get round buoy number 6, and that puts him through to the next round.
All right, so he's a little happy with that. I know that was a little shaky for him, but got through that 11-meter pass and punching his ticket. Now he can put a sigh of relief, and now he's got a little bit of a headwind. It's kind of a cross breeze, but a headwind going in for this 10-7 pass.
All right, we have crowd young and old here at the Lakes of Casting Stone for the U21 World Championships, and Tim Field certainly was not an easy looking 11.25 meter pass by any stretch of the imagination, Demir.
He seemed pretty strong on the pass. I guess he got a little bit of slack on 2 and 4, actually on 2. He was maybe a little bit down course, but still, team managed to run this pass very good, and I think he can get far on the next pass.
Now, Demir, that's what you're supposed to do when you're laid out a 5-ball and turning 6. You don't have to crank the turn. You just got to get around it and get through the gates.
Now I know. Now I definitely know.
All right, Tim Field coming in. This is 10-7. The lead is 3.5, held by Damian Eade. So he's already slotted himself into second, but he's going to be looking to take the lead score. See as he comes in really fast there at the gate. See him rocking on the tail of the ski.
There's 1.
Yeah,
won't make it outside 2.
And that gate there, just because he had all that speed, didn't quite have the rope quite as tight as he'd like to when he come in. So got the ski around 1, was able to hang on to it, and that'll be a full 1. So that'll put him into second place right now, and he has guaranteed himself a spot into the final.
So the current lead score is 3.5 at 10.75, courtesy of Damian Eade, and slotting himself in the second position with 1 on 10.75 meters is Tim Field, and by making it through to the next round of the competition, he establishes a marker in the slalom event in respect to the overall competition, with the ability to improve upon that score, not only to put his rating up higher in the slalom event, but also to affect a positive change in his overall fortunes as well.
And I think among all overall skiers, like potential podium skiers, Tim is now currently in the first place. He got the best slalom score because he's only one who ran 11, so it puts him in a really good position for the overall competition.
Indeed, as we continue right along, the overall competition, certainly a vital component in these championships, but we got a number of skiers that could well exceed in the overall competition in this section of the men's slalom series 1. I mean, you just look down this list and see the likes of Jaden Eade in there, in amongst there, Vincenzo Marino, Lucas Cornell, all of those skiers that could have a huge bearing on the overall. Not only that, but Demir Flaratov as well, who's sitting next to us. He's still in contention for the overall, but he's going to have to work a little harder so far as tricks and jump to affect that change.
Yeah, and I mean, and Demir's got a big score there with that 5.5 at 11. So I mean, you have to run 11 if you want to punch your ticket in. And Demir's kind of setting himself up. He's on the bubble, but looking good. At least giving himself a shot. So 13-meter start here for Evan Kraus. He is the Canadian boy and looking good, making his way through this opening pass around 4 over to 5. And there you go. That's a solid opening pass there for Evan Kraus.
All right, excellent stuff there for Evan Kraus on his opening pass here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships. And among our sponsors, Masterline Ropes, and they've also provided us with the bibs through Eagle as well. So we thank those guys very much indeed. Matt Goss and Dan Velzik designed the bibs, and we thank them for their fantastic artwork on those. A big shout out to Shuswap Ski and Board, the Banff Sunshine Ski Resort, sponsoring the leaderboard. And this event is possible due to the funding of the government of Alberta and also Tourism Calgary as well. So we thank all of those folks indeed as we have a look at Evan Kraus there with his opening pass, which I believe was on 13 meters. Is that correct?
Yep, that was a 13-meter start, Tony. So, now he's going to be coming in, taking 12 from the far end. So not quite the same strategy that Tim Vild just had, but we'll see if this pays off for him, as we're shortening the rope and get everything. Well, so, Demir, what did you think of the opening pass there for Evan?
That looked pretty solid pass. He decided to start from 13. Some other skiers start from 14. So let's see what he does on his 12.
There you go. Nice, good start there at 1 ball for Evan. Looking pretty good. Little slack out of 2, but nothing too bad. Big 3 ball. Now he's back onto it, and there you go. That was even stronger skiing than the 13. So, looking more settled and more dialed each pass as we're going down the rope. So, nice, good start there for Evan. So now we got to get him. We're going to shorten the rope up. It'll be 11 meters, and it'll be got to run it if he wants to punch his ticket in.
Right you are, Evan Kraus, representing Canada, although as an individual competitor, not a member of the Canadian team per se, but I'm sure that he's going to have just as much support from the Canadian contingent here at on home water. Looking strong and getting some good angle and a good extension there on number 5, and just allowing for the ski just to rotate just far enough underneath the line to where he can just get contact with it back on and get ready to run the pass. So now he's gone through 13 and 12, 11. He says it's a little rolly there for some reason, but we'll keep an eye on that. So our 2 Italians there underneath the shade next to the slalom dock as they look out and see their teammate on the Raging Cajuns. This is Evan Kraus. There's 1. There's number 2. Just trying to settle in here. That's number 4. That's 5. And gets 6 buoys there on 11.25 meters. And that puts him through to the next round.
Yeah, and there you go, punching his ticket into the final, and we'll see it at the replay. Demir, what did you see here on this 11?
That was really, really solid pass. I think he controlled the line through all 6 buoys. Seemed great. I think he can go pretty far on the next pass. And Tony mentioned the rollers before this pass. I can agree with that. I I wouldn't say it bother you a lot, but sometimes when you exchange and you're waiting for that turn, you can see a couple of rollers coming into you. Usually on the tournament, you don't really care about it, but the rollers is definitely a thing here. But it's not too bad, definitely. It will not prevent skiers from running their passes.
Yeah, and I know that we saw the landowners were kind of pumping water out of the lake to kind of lower the lake level because it had rained a bunch last week. And I also know, just as a team captain, they allotted an extra 5 seconds to the skiers at the end, to kind of allow it to calm down a little bit more. So, a touch movie, but it's not anything, really, really bad. It's just something that you might notice here and there, and it might feel a little worse than you think just because of the tournament and everything moving so fast. But here we go, 10.75. He needs 3.5 if he wants to take the lead from Damian Eade. A little bit slow there at the gate, kind of having to take a second pull. Unloads a little heavy into 1, but let's see what he can do at 2. Got a lot of speed over here, and not going to be able to get outside of 3, but going to set himself comfortably into second place with 2 at 10.7. We'll see. Take a look at the gate here. Kind of didn't quite have his speed up at the gate, so that's kind of what caused him to not be able to get much further than 2. You see him, he's still pulling, then he rolls in, and then watch him here. Quick unload, so the ski kind of doesn't get all the way out, so there's where you see the slack, and now he's pulling long, generating a lot of speed into 2. So good job on him to be able to hang on to that, get the full 2, and now we'll see him skiing on Sunday.
All right, you are. So Evan Kraus with a 2-buoy count at 10.75 meters. And just a quick reminder to you good folks along the shore side that custom shirts are for sale by 5 Designs. So stop on by their booth, which is directly behind the announcing point, and design your own T-shirt here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships, courtesy of Fine Designs. All right, coming in on 13 meters for his opening pass, our sole participant from the Kingdom of Morocco. 13 meters for Camille Bamra. Let's see how he fares here. He's competed for a number of seasons in the junior level, and also in the under 21s as well. We were fortunate enough this season to ski on his home water over at the Bourageg River in Rabat in the Kingdom of Morocco, and that was part of the Water Ski Pro Tour, and you can actually watch that event over on our TWBC archive for this season. But on 13 meters, looking fairly strong out there to start.
Yeah, he looked really strong, and shout out to him. Did a lot with the organizing of the event, and that was in Morocco. And if you're watching at home and you get bored during next week, go back and watch it. That was an awesome event, lots of fun. I think they did a great job hosting that event there, and I'm really hoping that we get to go back next year and go to visit Morocco. It's definitely one of my more favorite places I've ever been.
Yeah, you got to shop a little bit there and got yourself a nice little outfit.
Yeah, I got several days worth of outfits there, and they're definitely comfortable. I still put them to use even when I'm not in Morocco. So definitely enjoyed being there and kind of getting to do their culture and everything like that. So it was a really fun weekend, and hats off to Camille and the rest of the crew that helped put that together. And now we're seeing him here at the Under 21 Worlds, and he had a good tournament there. We saw him ski. He had a runoff for the head-to-head against the junior skiers and skied really well. So see him here, bringing him in. This is 12 meters, and looking nice and strong here as he's making his way around 1 and 2.
Looking to make his way into his second consecutive U21 World Championship Slalom final. This is Camille Bamra on 12 meters, now getting ready for 11.25 meters, and looking really smooth out there. A skier for the Rollins College Tars on the collegiate scene. That is Camille Bamra.
Yeah, and using the height to his advantage. We see him out there really nice and still and looking good, out there on the water. Demir, you got anything that you see out of Camille out there?
He looks very solid. There was a little bit a small hiccup on one, but the pass looked pretty pretty good. The interesting thing, we were talking with a lot of slalom skiers and realized that collegiate nationals are gonna take part in California this year. It's gonna be basically under 21 worlds because all top skiers here are gonna compete there except Lucas Cornell, and it's gonna be really interesting to watch this tournament. And then the guys who doesn't win here can get their revenge on California.
Yeah, well, that'll be fun. And then there's Vincent back there hitting the ones and twos, getting all the camera angles for everybody to see. So now eyes back on the water. This is 11 meters. This is a must-run pass for Kamil Bamra if he wants to punch his ticket into the final.
All right, here we go. This now is Kamil Bamra. This is now 11.25 meters. In the previous version of this championship, he scored 4.5, and that punched his ticket through to the final as a 12th place athlete. Here he comes, looking good. Round 4, round 5, and he punches his ticket for this final as well with an improved score.
Yeah, and good skiing out of there, out of the Moroccan, and looking strong there. Got a little bit delayed off of 4, so it kind of made had to take the ski down course off 4, 5, and 6. But not doing anything, not freaking out, and getting himself through that pass.
So looked very calm out there. Just was not at all worried or concerned during the course of this pass. Good connection at the end. Taking in a little bit of slack and rearing up on the back of the ski, but he had plenty of room to work with. So there we go. That is Kamil Bamra, who's punched his ticket to the final. 4 skiers have done so at this time. Damien Eade, our current leader, on 3.5 at 10.7. Evan Kraus just slightly behind. And also Tim Field.
Yeah, and the lead's still sitting at 3.5 with Damien Eade. He was our last skier in that Series 2 and put out a huge score, and we still haven't had any of the guys been able to catch him yet. All right, 10.75 here for Kamil. Let's see what he's got. Let's see if he can get more than 3.5.
There's one. There's another, but he's still there, though. I don't know whether he actually made it round that turn, but he's to the wake and will get 3 buoys for that effort, provided that ski made it outside.
I would say with his height, Tony, he got outside it, but I'm not one of the judges. It looked like he got outside a 3-ball to me, so we'll have to wait and see what they scored him there, but we'll take a look at the replay. Maybe this will help us see here. I thought he had a pretty good gait. Got a decent one. You see the hands come to the inside hip, which causes him to check up. So now he's generating a lot more speed than he'd like over to 2. And then let's see, does he get outside a 3-ball here? I believe he did there, Tony. So that'll be
like it's gonna be 3 buoys.
3 at 10.7. So that'll put him into second place and punch his ticket into the final for Sunday.
All right, impressive skiing there with 3 at 10.75 meters, and you were certainly right there, Zane. He had the height necessary to make a play on number 3. Just squeaking that ski just enough to make that happen.
All right, and you can kind of hear it through the microphone. The wind is kind of starting to pick up again, so this could come into play for these next couple skiers and make this, like you said, 11 meters is the must-run pass. You have to run it if you want to get in. And this could, come into play here. But next up on the water out of Italy, we've got Florian Parth, and it looks like he is taking a 13-meter start. I would expect the rest of the boys from here on out to start at 13 meters or shorter. So let's see what Florian's got as we bring him in past number 1.
And he certainly has the goods so far as the slalom event is concerned, because in the previous World Championship in the U21s, he was the bronze medalist with 2 scores of a 5 at 10.75 meters in the prelims and the finals in the last time out in Chapala in Mexico.
Yeah, and we saw there on that opening pass, didn't quite let the ski turn out of 2-ball, but got over to 3 and then made some adjustments there going into 4, and we didn't see that happen again. So hopefully that's that was just one turn there, and we won't see that happening moving through this set.
The most interesting part of slalom competition starts, in my opinion, right now, because all these skiers, if I remember correctly, ran 39, 10-7 on the tournament at least once. So we can see a couple of 10-5s here.
Maybe.
Yeah, and we might even see a couple of them run 10-5.
That's
Demir.
also true.
So that's what I'm sitting here waiting for. I'm hoping to see a 10-5 get knocked down in this event. That would be super cool. And this is such a stacked slalom event here in this men's series 1.
I agree. All right, guys, I'm gonna go watch for the slalom sets from the shore. It was nice to be here with you.
Yeah,
and I'll see you later.
You'll be waiting nervously with 5.5 buoys
That's
on
true.
11.25 meters.
Watch it from the shore.
Well, we have seen some crazy stuff happen already this weekend. Maybe you get lucky, Demir, and we're rooting for you. And we still thought that was great skiing, and I look forward to seeing you in the trick event later today.
Thank you so much.
All right, excellent stuff there. Thank you very much, Demir Flaratov. Look forward to seeing him trick and jump. Jump-ins tomorrow, tricks a little later on this afternoon. Florian Parf on 12 meters. Getting in a little bit deep here on some of these turns, but he's able to crank it off behind the boat.
Yeah, and you'll see he's just a little bit shaky on that 2-4-6 side. So, kind of came up short there at 4-ball, and it kind of caused the tail end of that pass to not be so good. You see right there, he loaded up really hard out of the gate, didn't quite get the ski up under him, and that'll kind of catch him here as a lefty. You'll see it over here at 2. See how he comes up short, and now the ski kind of running with the boat just a little bit. So he's kind of lost a little bit of his steam, and then right here going to 4, you really see him. He kind of comes up really short, so he has to wait to start the turn, and that's what kind of made the tail end of that pass. Not as smooth as we'd like to see, but still got through it. Now he's going to shorten the line, and he's here at the must-run pass of this 11 meters.
So as we continue on, the all-new 2026 Ski Nautique unleashes unprecedented performance capabilities, setting a new standard in free-event water skiing, designed to exceed the ambitious performance needs of all of the best free-event water skiers in the world, as well as beginners and veterans alike. This next generation Ski Nautique, the 2026, pushes beyond previous limits to redefine what's possible on the water. Head to nautique.com to learn more.
All right, Tony, 11 meters must-run pass. This is Florian Parth from Italy. Let's see if he can get it. Oh, still a little hard there at the gate, so let's see if he can get through this. You see the big turn out of 1.
Huge turn off number 1.
Nice 2-ball, though. Let's see if he can get through. He's looking all right here.
A little loose into number 4.
Oh, he's going to get outside of 6. Yes, he does. And there you go. He's punched his ticket in. Yeah, you're right, Tony. A little bit loose going off of 4. Kind of unloaded really heavy into 4, so causing that slack line, not taking the rope tight, and kind of causing him to have a little bit of shakiness there. You see him, he loaded up really hard at the gate. I thought he did a good job managing that speed and, getting out of that one. That could have been really bad if he wasn't able to hold on to it there at 1, but got through it. Now he's settled in, got a good turn there off of 3, and now he's just managing speed, making sure he's going to get through this pass. But good job there from Florian, and now we're going to get to see him try to challenge this lead, which is 3.5 from Damien Eade.
All right, not a bad little run there from Florian Parth, who is another collegiate skier who plies his trade in the United States, namely for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns.
And there we see Jaime's dad and Nikki Attenson's dad right there. They're probably sitting there nervously waiting on the bank, getting ready to see their sons coming up here shortly in this event. A couple really strong skiers, and I'm looking forward to seeing them out there. But right now I'm looking forward to getting Florian Parth into the course for this 10.75. The lead is 3.5. Let's see if he can get a good start here. Better start at the gate, I think. Now he's got the little better move off of 1. Let's see if he can get a turn off of 2. Oh, and that was a big one, Tony.
Taking a huge hit out the front. Round buoy number 2. You almost kind of anticipated that a little bit with the amount of load that he took out of number 1, and the fact that he wasn't quite in the best shape that he needed to be into number 2 there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I thought he did much better at the gate here. You see him get his feet up under him. Now, when he turns out of 1, watch where the hands come, though. They come to the inside, so now he has a little bit of a check moving the hands across, and this is what causes him to run with the boat. Has a little bit too much speed as a lefty, and then, then gets pulled over the front of the ski. Again, probably just trying to crank that turn a little bit too hard, and then it's causing to catch him out. But again, you can see here, if you look on the replay, the hands come inside hip, not all the way across his body, and that's what causes that check. Now he's got too much speed running with the boat and unable to turn it, and he was still trying to hang on, get the full 2, and got pulled over the ski. But punching his ticket in, he's in the finals, and we'll see him ski on Sunday. And now we're moving along to the Mexican boy wonder. This is Jaime Palomino, and he is starting at 13 meters.
Yep, 13-meter start. Jaime Palomino, who competed in the last cycle here in the U21 World Water Ski Championships.
And Jaime's one of these skiers that could just take this 13-meter start because this is how he normally does it. And then he's been known to do some opt-ups, so we might see him, run 13 and then opt up. I know in Morocco a couple years ago he went from 12 to 10.7 and successfully ran that opt-up. So, definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see an opt-up from him here, but that was a nice opening 13-meter pass from Jaime.
So, seems to have gotten a good grasp here and taking a quick look at the leaderboard. Everyone from Theo Field upwards has guaranteed themselves a spot through to the next round of the competition. So we've got 7 skiers to go, including Jaime Palomino from Mexico, who unfortunately 2 seasons ago didn't exactly have the best performance in the U21 Worlds in the men's slalom. Was on the outside looking in with a 23rd position with 1.5 on 11.25 meters. So looking to redeem himself here somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, and Jaime's been on a tear this season. He's skiing the Pro Tour over in Europe and, skiing really strong. And, I'm expecting him to come back and put out a huge score. He's one of those guys, kind of I had as a dark horse on my list of skiers, that can come here. I know everybody's thinking Charlie and Lucas, but I think Jaime's one of those skiers that's able to throw out a huge score and, on the right time, and he's kind of showing that he can put it together at these big events. And, I'm really expecting something big out of him here. So I haven't heard anything special, so I'm going to call this one as a 12-meter pass. And so not taking the opt-up like we were talking about, just going to do business as usual and coming through. And you can just see.
Did you see that edge change into buoy number 1?
Yeah, he just kind of swung the ski a little bit fast, but again, this is 12 meters, so this is a warm-up pass for Jaime, and he was just basically kind of filling the lake out down there. Again, I've seen the skiers are struggling with gates. They either like one end or they like the other, so maybe doesn't quite have his timing quite like he would like down there, but got through that pass. I thought it looked really nice and smooth, and now we're going to get him through this 11 pass, and I fully expect him to go through and smoke this one and, have a really good shot to take the lead from Damian Eade.
All right, so Jaime Palomino coming to us from Mexico.
And Tony, the wind just gusted up. I like to point that out. We're getting ready to pick the skier up, but the wind is picking up, and we're going to get now a nice. It's nice. It's a crosswind across the lake. So basically coming from where 2 ball is to 1, 246 to 135 here. So going to be getting a push into 1, and then going to be kind of getting slowed down into 2. So that's something that he's going to have to kind of think about. This is a must-run pass, right? So if he wants to guarantee himself into the final, he's got to get through this one. We know Damir Flaretov, who was just here with us in the announcing booth, is sitting nervously on the dock, waiting to see if he can get his ticket punched in. But right now, if Jaime has anything to say about it, he's going to go and really attack this pass and see if he can get through it and try to challenge the lead.
Best score of the season, 1.5 at 10.25 meters. That's 41 off, but he's a little ways away from attempting that kind of pass at this time. He's on 11.25 meters. Look at him go off at number 4. A little bit delayed off number 5, but he gets gets the turn that he needs, and he's round buoy number 6, and he punches his ticket.
Yeah, Tony, and that was the strongest 11 we've seen out of the boys so far today. I mean, you can just tell he knows how to run that pass. He's super dialed, didn't let that one ball at 12 get in his head, didn't let the wind bother him, and you can just see it. He's creating all this space in front of the buoy, so he's able to start the turn before it, and he backsides the buoy, and super strong skier. I really enjoy watching this young Mexican kid ski, and he's looking really good. So now got through the 11-meter pass, punched his ticket into the final, and if I know Jaime, he's getting ready to go out here and slam this 10-7 and make it hard for the last several boys coming up in this event.
So wind gusting up a little bit, as you rightly said, Zane. Quite noticeable here, as you can probably see on the flags directly behind Jaden Eade. So let's see what Jaime Palomino can do. Not the only Mexican in this section of the slalom event. We're going to see Nicholas Nelson in about a 3 skiers' time. So let's have a look. Jaime Palomino, 10.75 meters, has already assured himself of a place in the final. Barreled in into number 4, but he's still there. Getting a little bit stretched into number 5 and bleeds off the speed. Is that enough for 5?
I don't think he got the 5 ball, Tony. I think he was right behind the boat guide, so I think it's going to be 4.5. We'll wait to hear from the judges, but still good skiing out of Jaime. Go out there putting out a big score. Definitely had the wind kicked up on him there, so I think that probably caught him. It was definitely gusting up, but let's see as we take a look at the replay here. I thought he had a really good start at the gate. Nice roll in, got the ski up under him. See, he got the good 1 ball here, and then comes over here to 2. Looks pretty good there off of 2. Let's see what happened to him off of 3. Here is where he starts to let the ski, doesn't let it go all the way out, starts running with the boat a bit, so now he's a little bit behind. Pulls a little long there to 4, but that's the onside turn, so gets it to turn. Let's see, does he get outside of 5? He does.
Does
and does
he get
get
to the
before
wake?
the wakes? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't. 4.5.
Yeah, but still, that's a huge score. Now putting himself in the lead, and we've got 6 more skiers left, Tony?
Yeah, that's correct. So we're halfway done so far as putting people through to the next round of the competition. 6 skiers have already punched their tickets. We got Tim Field, Evan Kraus, Camille Bamra, Florian Paff, Jaime Palomino, as well as Damien Eade.
Yeah, and Jaime's going to be a little bit disgusted at himself for blowing that start there at that 10-7. That was a really good start, but right now we've got our eyes on the water. This is Jaden Eade. This is 13 meters. We saw his brother. He's already punched his ticket in, and he's the second seed right now with 3.5 at 10-7.
But on 13 meters, looking a little bit lackadaisical out there.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of nerves coming in and kicking in here. Jaime just put out a really big score, so that kind of gets the guys on the dock a little bit hyped because they want to ski better, and they're trying to get that top seed, and that could be something that came into play there. But still, it's 13 meters. These first couple passes are warm-up passes, and these skiers have them like that so they can make a bobble or two as they're starting to kind of fill the boat out, fill the water out, and just make sure they're nice and dialed.
Okay, and Damir Flaratov hanging on to a finals spot at this time. His is the bubble score. Anything above 5.5 at 11.25 meters is assured of a spot through to the final, and we estimated it was going to take somewhere along halfway down 10.75 meters to make it through to the next round of the competition, and we're a little ways away from that.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're a touch behind, and we'll have to see. But got through that pass. We're going to get him in, bring him in at 12, and see if we can, get him through these next couple and punch his ticket in along with his brother.
Here we go, Jaden Eade, 12 meters.
All right, here we go. Looking a little bit better, a little more settled in there off of 1.
Ooh.
A little shaky off of 2 there, Tony.
Yeah, exactly. The same kind of turn on number 2 as he had on the previous run. Wow.
Yeah, but still, again, a little bit of a warm-up pass for these guys, so it's a little bit, a little bit of a formality, and then gets his way through it. So
looking at this again, just to see if there's any reason for him skiing the way that he is right now. And I mean, it's looking okay. Certainly, he's gotten the first 2 passes under his belt, which is no mean feat. I mean, he started in on 13 and got through 12 meters. But I mean, I've seen him ski before, and he skied a heck of a lot more aggressively then than he's skiing now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little timid, just trying to get through those, knowing he's got to get through the 11-meter pass. So. Still he can't be timid on this pass. He's going to have to get in and attack it, and we're going to want to see a better start there at 2-ball. Let's see if he can get a good gate here to start. That's super important, especially if you're a lefty. So let's see what he's got here as he pulls out on that ski nautique.
Let's see what he does. He rolls into buoy number 1, takes a hit there. Oh, a little bit down course off number 2. And as the ropes get shorter, his margin for error continues to shrink, but he is still able to get round all 6 on 11.25 meters and punch his ticket through to the next round. So the 2 brothers, Damien and Jaden Need, both of them will be in the final.
Yeah, and you see, I mean, I thought he had a good gate, got a good start there off of 1. Now watch him here off of 2. See how those hands come up high and they get away from him. So the ski wants to run, doesn't want to turn, doesn't get the hands across his body, so he checks it up. Now does good at 3 here. Now watch him again at 4, Tony. Hands go high and away right as he rolls the ski out. So that's just, the ski doesn't want to engage on the nose and doesn't want to turn quite like you want it to. So that's kind of what you're seeing there on that 2-4-6 side. But still managing his way through that 11-meter pass, punching his ticket in, and now he can kind of have a sigh of relief. He's into the final, so now it really doesn't matter. Go in and really get a good attack start on 1, and hopefully we take the rope out just a little bit more with us. Go into 2-ball and get the ski to turn and actually put yourself up, give himself a shot to run this 10-7.
All right, just to tell you that in about a little under an hour's time, we will go into the tricks in the women's competition in Series 2, which shouldn't be too long after the conclusion of this slalom event in men's Series 1. We've already qualified a number of competitors through to the final, 7 skiers.
All right, nice start off of 1. Let's see what he can do here at 2. Better there with the hands off of 2, so now going to get a turn out of 3. There you go, goes to 4. Can he get over to 5? Throws the ski outside of 5. Come on, Jaden. And boom.
Oh, look at that. Boom.
There you go, and he runs it. After having a little bit of a shaky start to the set, now I think, Tony, he was just worried about making it into the final. And then, he let them all hang out there on that 10-7. And you can see, the excitement as he drops in the water. Let's take a look here at the gate. Rolls in, gets the ski under the line. Looks really nice here. Now watch 1-ball. Hands across the body. Boom, gets everything locked in, and he's good. Kept the hands in a lot better there at 2, so that allows the ski to engage there once it turn off at 2, and now he's cooking here. So you see how the hands come to the inside, so there's a little bit of a check there, but still does good. Does much, not as well with the hands there off of 4, so you see the ski kind of go a little bit slow, but it was better than he was doing at 11, and then right there, he's a lefty, so he knows he's just got to turn 5, and then he gets his onside pull out there to 6, and does a good job to get outside 6 through the gates. There's the fist pump, and now he's our first skier into the 10-2-5.
Talking about bluffing your way through your set all the way to producing a score into 10.25 meters showed absolutely very, very little by way of indication that he was going to produce something like this at the beginning. But now let's see what he's got. 10.25 meters, 41 off.
Going to need to get a good gate here, Tony, if he wants to get more than 1. And has a little bit of speed there. Let's see, can he get out of 1? There he does, and gets over to 2. Can he turn 2? Oh, nice skiing there. I think he if he had kept his hands in just a touch longer going to 2-ball, that ski was wanting to turn, and he would have gotten outside of 3. But that is a huge score for Jaden Ead. 2 at 10.25. That'll catapult him into the lead, and we're down to our last 5 skiers.
And just as a reference, so far as this tournament compared to 2 seasons ago, 2.5 at 10.25 meters was the top score, making its way out of the elimination round.
Well, I think with the last 5 skiers on the water, I think that you're going to see for sure a piece of 3 ball. But I'm banking for 4 or 5 at 10.2, and maybe even one of the top guys taking it down. So that's a huge score for Jaden, and congrats to him and punching his ticket in. But we'll have to see if these last 5 skiers have anything to say for it, and if they can put out a bigger score than 2 at 10.25.
So Jaden Ead skiing back to the dock, and a fine performance there. Certainly saving all of that energy for that 10.75 meter run, that penultimate pass that he was able to clear on his way to skiing 2 at 10.25 meters. And there is Damien Ead, the running man.
Yeah, and that wind is kicking up again, Tony. I know we keep pointing it out, but, it keeps coming, and each time it comes a little bit stronger, a little bit heavier gusts. So, could come into play for the last 5 skiers. Right now we've got Vincenzo Marino in the water, the Italian skier, getting ready to go off the dock. I believe this will be a 13-meter start.
So Vincenzo Marino getting ready to hit the water. He's on top and now making his way to the course right here and now. Vincenzo Marino, who comes to us from the island of Sicily in the southern part of Italia. And skis for the Raging Cajuns as well.
Yeah, and a little hiccup there off a 3 ball there, Tony. But again, a lot of these guys are just basically trying to stay over their ski and get through these first couple. They're just kind of warming their body up and making sure that everything feels right as they get in for their 11-meter pass.
Now, Vincenzo Marino, for his part, he's a skier that's capable of getting into 10.25 meters. I remember a couple of seasons ago, I think it was in the European Championships, which took place in San Gervasio, where he actually ran 10.75 meters for the first time in his career.
Yeah, and that's a huge accomplishment. That's 10.75 is not an easy pass to run, and I know a lot of the pro guys make it look easy, but it's always tough. And it's on any given day. Like I said, we saw Jaime, who has been running it all season, and even he had struggled with it a little bit. And then Jaden came out and just got an absolutely wicked start and got through it. And so, hopefully we can get Vincenzo, through that 11-meter pass and give him a good chance to take down 10.7 and try to slot himself at the top of the leaderboard.
And Vincenzo Marino had a fairly slow start this season, not making it into 10.75 meters until the 20th International San Gervasio tournament over in San Gervasio Bresciano. That was in June of this year, and from there he's been able to put scores into 10.75 and actually 10.25 meters. He actually scored 1 at 41 off in that pro event in San Gervasio.
Yeah, and I think he was kind of battling a little bit of an injury at the beginning of the season, so that's probably why it kind of got off to a slow start. But right here, looking really good. Nice, cool drone shot there from that 12-meter pass coming down the lake, but strong skiing out of the Italian.
Who's the name of the camera person with the dockside? It's great, isn't it? Okay, so big props to our TWBC crew. We've got Graydon with the dockside camera. We've got Jeremy Scholl on the tower cam. We've got Connor Pauly with our drone pilot, and we've also got assistance from a number of different areas as well. Pablo Font we saw earlier operating the remote boat slalom camera. Not to mention our fellow announcer here, Chef Boyarzi, otherwise known as Zane Nicholson. And we've got Vincent Stadobel with the 1s and the 2s. That is Team TWBC. As we see Vincenzo Marino on top of the water, having gone through 13 and 12 meters.
All right, again, this is a must-run pass. We keep saying that. We just saw somebody take down 10-7, but you have to run the 11 pass if you want to punch your ticket into the final. Damir Flaretov sitting on the bubble on the bank with 5.5. So right now, let's see what Vincenzo's got as we bring him in for 11.
Here he is, 11.25 meters, a little flat into number 2, but still managing to get the ski hard enough round. That's number 3. Good to go for number 4, broken over on 4. Round number 5, and a little bit narrow for 6, but he manages to get the ski round, and that punches his ticket through to the final.
Yeah, and you kind of pointed out he was kind of a little flat-footed, so he's running the ski flat, so he's kind of starting running with the boat, so he started generating a little more speed. So we see him there at 5 ball. He checked up and really basically was just trying to shut his speed down so ski didn't turn too hard, and he was able to get outside of 6, guarantee you a spot in the final. Now he's going to get a chance to take a crack at the 10-7 and looking to put himself at the top of the leaderboard. I think it would be a season's best if he were to get to 2 or more. So, we'll see if he can get down this next pass. But great skiing, nice strong skiing out of Vincenzo.
Just to give you an indication of how much that wind is blowing and gusting from time to time, it's quite easily heard through the microphone.
Yeah, and it's tricky, Tony, because it's kind of swirling. Sometimes it seems like it's a crosswind. Sometimes it feels like it's a headwind, and then there's other times where it feels like it's blowing at our back. So it's definitely tricky for these skiers. But right now, Vincenzo Marino coming in. This is 10.75. Big one ball.
Huge number 2. He has run this on a number of occasions, but not today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just went a little too hard there at 3 ball, and the ski kind of released. Looks like he's looking at the boot. I think he's okay. Now we're getting confirmation there's the gate review, so we'll have to see. I know that every time they've reviewed a gate so far, today we've pulled him. So let's see if he gets through the gates here, Tony. Can't see it there.
Yeah, but the 2 gates that have been pulled were from the opposite direction as well.
There we go. So it was approved. So we're going to have a score of 2.5 at 10.7 right there for Vincenzo. Wicked start out of 1 ball, though. I thought that was killer. And then just kind of, I think the same thing that happened to him at 11. Kind of went a little flat-footed into 2. But right here, you just see awesome turn here. Nice pull. Now when he goes there, just gets unloaded a little bit too soon, so the ski starts going down course with the boat, and now he had a little bit too much speed into 3 and pops the tail out of the water, but punches his ticket in, and that's still a big score with 2.5 at 10.7.
All right, let's continue on. We are now 4 skiers away from concluding the slalom event in the elimination round. We've just seen Vincenzo Marino. Now we're looking at Nicholas Nelson from Mexico. This is a 30-meter start, I believe. Not looking too bad, and good skiing there from him. Now, Nicholas Nelson, the former under-17 world boys slalom champion. He won that title, not in the previous cycle, but the cycle before that. That was in Santiago de Chile, and was actually involved in a runoff for that said title against one of our next skiers to come. That will be Lucas Cornell. So, and certainly the nature of that runoff was a little bit ambiguous, so to speak. But we'll continue on and monitor the situation with Nicholas Nelson out there on the water. He's run through 13, getting ready for 12. And if you want to have a better grip on your competition, there's no better glove than Pro Gear. Go to skiprogear.com to find out more.
Yeah, no, and those Pro Gear gloves, they're great. I know that's my glove of choice, and definitely a glove of choice of many skiers in the slalom event. All right, here we go. Nicholas Nelson, pass number 2. This should be 12 meters.
Here we go. Nicholas Nelson, 12. Ooh, did you see the back of that slalom ski round number 2?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of his style. I'll point out, I was going to kind of wait till after we ran this pass, but Nicholas has a kind of a different way of training. So, a lot of these skiers will go out and you might run back-to-back passes, or, some go down the line. There's different things that they do. But Nicholas is, I know at least once a week he skis on one foot. And he also is, he switches his feet around and will ski with the reverse foot forward, and, can run into 10.7 at 58, just like he does here. But so he's constantly riding his ski, doing things different. So when he kind of ends up in positions that are, where most skiers might fall or kind of in a bad position, he's so comfortable on his water ski that's, you'll see him, they won't bother him, and, he moves really well. I think that is a huge testament to kind of how he trains throughout the year.
Yeah, speaking of unusual skiing regimens, I used to ski and someone was throwing wrenches at me.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, Tony.
Yeah.
All right, well, here we go. We just got him through the first 2 passes. This is 11 meters, so this is the must-run one. He's got to get all 6 to punch his ticket in. And then, I guarantee you his head's thinking about running this 10.7, but you can't get the cart before the mule. Got to run this pass first. Let's see what he's got here. A little bit fast at the gate, Tony. You see him start straightening his legs to slow down. See if it catches him over here. Yep.
Oh, a little bit off edge there into number... Oh, my word, and he collapses into buoy number 3. And what a Christmas gift that has been given to Damir Filaretov, who has 5.5 on 11.25 meters and has now made his way through to the final.
Yeah, so now Damir's got himself in. Let's take a look here at the replay, Tony. You see he's going too fast as a lefty. He starts straightening his legs. I'd really like to see him bend his knee. So then he gets the turn here, but because of the gate with all that speed, you see how he unloads there into 2. Now the ski starts to run, and it doesn't want to turn. I mean, that's just that's a typical lefty thing that happens from the gate. That's a product of the gate. And, then he gets over late into 3, and that is a huge bummer there for Nicholas Nelson. I was expecting a much bigger score out of him, and that is a bit of a bummer. But, yeah, congrats to Damir Filaretov. That punches his ticket in. I know he was over here chatting with us, seemed a little nervous, and now he's going to give himself a second chance. That'll be good for his overall score. We'll see him ski on Sunday. So now that moves the cut line down, Tony, to
Jack Silver
to
with
one
5.
of your favorite skiers there, Captain Jack, at 5 at 11.
Yep, 5 buoys, 11.25 meters is now the cut line. And I tell you what, that performance has huge implications in the overall now, because Damir Filaretov now has a marker in the men's slalom event. His ability to affect a destiny in the men's overall competition is still very much in play with that event.
Yeah, and that's really, that's huge for Damir, because I thought he had skied so well. I know he'd been skiing well earlier in the season, so going to give him a redemption there to get through that 11-meter pass and get him a score at 10.7, and then he's a super strong tricker and jumper, so that'll be, that'll bode well for him. And again, it's a big, huge bummer for Nicholas Nelson, but also a little bit of luck into play for Damir. So now the cut's at 5, and we are and they look like they have pulled the half buoy there from Nicholas, so that'll be a score of 2 at 11. So he didn't get outside of 3 ball. So I know that won't really matter to him. He kind of knew he was out and was a bit bummed. But all right, we're moving right along to our next skier. This is the Austrian skier. This is Nicky Adsum. We've seen him on the Pro Tour all over Europe, and he's been skiing really well. Just broke the Austrian national record, so able to get into that 10.7 and get 2 or 3 at 10.25. So let's see what he's got here in store for us as we bring him in. This is 13 meters, and we got a dockside camera view there of Oliver, and then that's his dad, and then team coach Carlo Basic with the Austrian team.
Yep. Not looking bad there on the opening pass. So good skiing there from Nikki Antonsen, who's skied a few events on the Water Ski Pro Tour, most particularly the event in Morocco in recent times, and skis for the Rollins College Tars as well in the collegiate ranks, and getting an approved gate on pass number 1.
Yeah, and then, another thing to point out is you guys are going to be at the Under-21 Europeans, and that's at Nikki's home lake coming up here in a couple weeks. So,
yep,
really excited about that. I know I'll be there with the Danish team and look forward to chatting with you guys. And we see Oliver there nervously waiting on the bank, and, Nikki getting through, had a little bit of a gate review, but gates got approved, so nothing to worry about there, and we'll get the rope shortened up and bring him back in at 12 meters.
So coming to us from Wien in Austria, and had an opportunity to visit Vienna not once but twice in the last couple of years, and his.
All right, here we go. This is 12 meters for Nikki Adamson. Nice looking start here. He's in attack mode. I know he's been here for a few days.
Oh, getting in a little bit deep here on 12 meters. He recovers, but only just. Oh,
Tony, my stomach went into my throat there. I was nervous for him. I've been really hoping that the Nikki would ski well. He's again, I kind of had Jaime as a dark horse in this event, and he's also one of these ones that I think could come out and put out a huge score. And yeah, so, and I mean, and the other thing too, this is his last World Championships, has an under-21, so maybe a little bit of nerves coming in, and that definitely will get the heart rate going there. As we see right here, 3-ball, this is where it went shaky, almost falls off the back of the ski, but Nikki is a professional, stayed over the ski, got through that pass, didn't do anything too much, just manages his way down it and giving himself a chance. So now it's 11 meters. He now knows he has to get a piece of 6-ball to punch his ticket in. If he gets 5, he would have a runoff. Anything less, he has got a long, unfun flight home. So let's see what he's got. Get a sigh of relief, get the heart rate down, and we're going to bring him back in at 11 meters. And
watching this performance very intently is that skier that's at the end of that leaderboard right now. That is Jack Silver on 5 at 11.25 meters. So essentially what Nikki has to do to punch his ticket, he's got to run this pass. Entrance gates number 1. Brings the handle, getting in a little bit tight there on number 2. He's all over the place with the handle. Handle going front, going sidewards, going upwards, going down, and going to be a full pass.
Yeah, and that's that's where the experience comes in, Tony. You can tell he's been at a bunch of these big high-pressure events because almost fell at 12 and then comes in here at the 11, and it was not the best pass that we've seen out of Nikki, but he didn't freak out. He didn't do too much. He just kept trying to, get like right there. That's a big turn. So that, instead of going here and going really hard, doing the same thing, he actually backs off, takes a good pull to 4. Now here he's a little bit narrow as he gets to 4, so he takes it down course, but didn't try to turn too hard. That would have ended the pass immediately there. And then here he just gets him a nice pull to 6, gets outside of it. So now, again, a sigh of relief can be, he can breathe a sigh of relief down at the end. And then, now he's going to get that 10.75. All right, as we see the leaderboard, so that'll he just punched his ticket in with the running that 11-meter pass. So now let's see if he can challenge the lead here. Jaden Eads got it with 2 at 10.25, so he's got to get through this one if he wants to challenge the lead. Let's see what he's get. Can he get a good one here?
He
Little slow, little slack, but he's all right. There you go, big turn off of 2. Now he's down course. Let's see, he's not going to get any more than that. So not quite the start that he wanted there at 10.7, but still got his ticket punched, so he's into the final, and we will see him skiing on Sunday.
Right, you are, as Nicholas Antonsen coming into the dock. Skis over at the Vasa Ski Wien Club, who have helped us here on TWBC with their sponsorship support. So we thank them very, very much indeed. We look forward to making our way over to that site, but they'd like to remind people that there are no kangaroos in Austria.
Yeah, I can definitely confirm that. I've been there, and I did not see a single kangaroo the entire time I was there, and I kept looking, and then they told me I was in the wrong country when I asked them about it on the last day.
They actually have a desk in Vienna Airport to advise people what to do if they've flown to the wrong country.
Yeah, and I mean, and then like the most sold shirt that they have in Austria for their souvenir shirts are there are no kangaroos in Austria. So that is true, no kangaroos, but I will tell you, I was stuck in Vienna on Friday night. They have the best Wiener Schnitzel, so I definitely went into town and got some of that.
I've been to that place right opposite the Opera House.
Yep, and it's phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to getting back to Austria in a couple weeks and having more of that. But congrats to Nicky punching his ticket into the final. Now he can go get a rest, maybe make some adjustments, and we'll see him on Sunday. But we're moving right along to our top 2 skiers. This is Lucas Cornell. We're getting ready to have a head-to-head battle between him and Charlie, and this is 13 meters for the Australian.
Yes, indeed. And Lucas Cornell last season skied his way to a water ski pro tour event win at the Travers Grand Prix last season, and gets the job done through 13 meters. Now, Lucas Cornell, an unusual slalom style, to say the least. He's one of those ones where it's just like all or nothing.
Yeah, very balls to the wall, but, he's able to hold on to it, and, it definitely works for him. That Conley ski's working really well for him. I know he spends some time down at Penalago skiing with Vanessa Veek and Noah Veek, and so they've kind of been working with him, and, his skiing has been so dialed, and he's definitely been rocking and rolling the last couple of years.
And he may not admit it, but he's actually an overall skier as well.
Yeah, we saw him jump the other day or yesterday. I know kind of had a little bit of a crash in his jump event, but still went. I think it was 47 meters or something around there. So, very good 3-event skier, and but definitely slalom is his top event, and there's a lot of people that have been sitting here watching all day just to see him and the next skier, Charlie Ross, who's right there on the dock, get out there and get their set underway.
So so Lucas Cornell yesterday, yeah, you're right. You got a good memory for distances. 47 meters yesterday, which was 154 feet.
Well, Tony, I think I've been doing this long enough with you that maybe you're rubbing off on me a little bit, and I'm starting to remember things better. But right now, we're checking out this 12-meter pass from Lucas Cornell, and it looks so smooth. No bobbles, nice and strong. So, good skiing there.
All right, then. So Lucas Cornell doing a fine job there as we work our way down towards the end of the slalom event. And we're fortunate enough to have the leader in the women's slalom event pay us a little visit. So, Christiana de Osma, how are you doing? What's life been in your world?
I'm doing really good, Tony. Thanks for asking. I'm super excited to be here and super grateful that we get to ski at this amazing lake again. And no, I've just been practicing and having a good time.
Now, your performance in the elimination round, it was a fantastic effort out there to get through that pass, and It didn't look like that you were going to run the pass before, which was 11.25 meters, but you just hung on in there, and the experience really showed from you.
Yeah, I got a good start on my 11.25, and then when I got to 4 ball, I was like, oh my god, I hesitated and I messed up, but I was like, if I can just save it and run it and prove to myself that I can do it, it will be it's very worth it.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely smashed your start at the 11. So, real quick, we were back on the water with Lucas Cornell. This is 11 meters. This is a must run. Has to get all the way to 6 to punch his ticket in, but I know he's got his eyes set on more, wanting to take the lead from Jade Need, and looking good as he's over to 5.
Needs a piece of 6 to
there
punch
he
his
is.
ticket.
He's in it. But yeah, Christiana, you absolutely smashed your start at 11. I thought you had a really good gait and a really good start, and then, like you said, you got a little excited at 4-ball, but that was a wicked start you had there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I'm glad that everybody skied good, and the scores were really good this morning. So, and because it felt amazing, so really grateful to be able to ski here.
All right, then. And you're actually going to be tricking a little bit later on, right?
No, I'm actually not tricking this tournament.
You're actually not tricking?
Yes.
That surprises me.
I know. No, I'm only slaloming now.
Why are you not tricking?
I've been having a lot of problems with my back lately, so I haven't been able to practice trick leading up to this tournament.
Okay. That makes sense, I suppose. So we'll wish you the best of luck going
Thank you
forwards.
so
You're going to be the last skier off the dock in the women's slalom final, and we wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
That's Christiana de Oldsma. And we've just seen Lucas Cornell go through pass number 3.
And I know there's one person watching right now, Tony, that's going to be a little bit disappointed that she's not tricking, and that's Curtis Williams, because he loves trick.
Yeah.
But right now, everybody that's watching is super pumped and fired up for this slalom event with these last 2 skiers. Like you just said, Lucas Cornell's on the water, just ran 11, so this is 10-7. We've seen one skier, Jade Need, already make it through this pass. Let's see if Lucas has anything to say about it, if he can be the next one. He's looked super strong on these opening 3 passes. A little slow off of 1, but there's that.
Oh, how on earth does he stay upright? Look at this! Look at this! Oh my word! What? Oh! Ouch! Ouch!
Hey, and Tony, like you said earlier, you're talking about his ski style. That is balls to the wall, right? I think all the other skiers we've seen so far, if they had one of those pulls, they would have been done at the next buoy. And Lucas did it for all 6 of them, and still got the ski to turn, and really worked behind the boat. And that is superb skiing there from the Australian. And now he's going to have a chance to challenge the lead. Take a look at the replay here. Just really heavy, a little slack, but loads up. Look at all the angle he creates going to 2. So he's still kind of early at 2, even with that slow turn. And, each time he'd turn, he just gets everything. And boom, when he sets, he's right ready to go when the rope's there. And
never say die.
Yeah, but I mean, the one thing, Tony, is even when the rope's not tight, he is moving his body, getting into position, so when the boat loads, he doesn't, the boat's not pulling him up. And that right there is a huge pull to get over to 6. But that is awesome skiing out of Lucas, and, now going to get a chance to stretch, try to challenge the lead. So we know 2 is the lead. He's going to be looking to get a good gate, get a good start here, and I know he's thinking about getting really far down this one to put some pressure on Charlie, your last skier in this event.
Is there a chiropractor in the house? Oh, my word. All right, here comes Lucas Cornell. 10.75. This is actually 10.25 meters. 41 off. Round 1.
Oh! How he didn't stick the tip there, Tony, I have no idea.
How he got to number 2 was more of a question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how he didn't stick the tip going to number 2. I thought he was coming out of that water ski, but got himself through 10.7. That was spectacular skiing just for how strong it was. And take a look here at the replay. Gets over there. And then here, I don't know how he doesn't stick the tip right there, Tony. That is so impressive. And I
always inside 2.
Don't think he got outside of 2. So that looks like it'll be 1, and that'll keep Jade Need, your leader, in this slalom event with 1 skier left, and that's Charlie Ross. That's who everybody has been looking to see. He's been taking down this 10.25. We've seen him run it several times. He ran it at the Monaco Pro Tournament that we were broadcasting earlier in Europe. So we're looking forward to get him on the water and see if he could take down 10.25.
Well, there you go. That's Lucas Cornell. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him as he makes his way back to the slalom dock. I'll tell you what, that performance is like sheer lunacy.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, that's his ski style. He turns and he's able to hang on to those, those crazy loads that a lot of these skiers, they turn, if they do hang on to it, the next side they've got so much speed and they're unable to really get through it. As we see the Australian team cheering him on as he's getting out of the water. We'd love to see the team camaraderie, and the Aussies always bring that. So huge skiing out of Lucas, and punching his ticket into the final for Sunday.
All right, and it's down to one final competitor to round off this slalom event in the elimination round. A skier that now has the Canadian national slalom record in his possession, the one and only Canadian skier to ever run 41 off or 10.25 meters. The defending U21 World Men's Slalom Champion, this is Charlie Ross.
And Tony, just to point out, because we got a good look at it there, that's his signature ski. I know D3's been doing that with a couple of their skiers, so he's got his own ski, and he's been lighting it up this season and the past few seasons. So I'm looking for a huge score out of Charlie here. This is the skier that I've been looking forward to see ski all weekend long.
And he's just an absolute phenom out on the water, I mean, in the last tournament that he skied at, which was the California Pro, his ski didn't make it to Sacramento, and he had to borrow someone else's D3 ski, and he still made it into 10.25 meters or 41 off.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's just like the way his ski style is. I think you could give him any kind of water ski, and he'd be able to ski on it just perfectly fine.
Plank wood?
Yeah, I mean, I to be honest, just with what he does, the one thing that he does really well, Tony, is he's working with the zero off. He's not loading really hard at the buoy. He's allowing the ski to turn and it moves, and then he starts to load here. So he's behind the boat. So when zero off pulls, it never really spikes and never really backs off of him. So it's just kind of more of a constant speed, and that's you'll really see him. He has control of his speed at the buoys, and it allows him to to ski these passes just so easy like he does, and it's really impressive to sit and watch him on the water.
Certainly, especially these earlier passes where he has a lot of room for control, and just uses those opening couple of passes to kind of assess where the wind is blowing, what kind of effect it has, the texture of the water, all of that kind of stuff. Probably stuff that he isn't consciously thinking about, but his subconscious is probably doing a lot of the work in that regard.
Yeah, and I mean, Again, that's stuff that they've worked on. I mean, if you're going to kind of pinpoint another skier that really kind of skis like that, Nate Smith is really good about not loading the boat, and he uses it behind the boat. And I think Charlie and Nate kind of have very similar ski styles in that aspect, and you're seeing it, and that's why he's been just on a absolute tear with his skiing lately.
Yeah, looking good.
All right, and there you go. You see the hometown boy making it through the 12-meter pass, and now onto this 11-meter. I know we're talking about 10.25, but he has to run this next pass, and it's no gimme. So, gonna have to get through this one to punch his ticket. As we see his dad, Drew, legend in the water ski world, giving him just a little bit of coaching from the dock, and making sure that they, just making sure he hits, reminds him of his keys and everything, and see what what he can do here. And now he's coming in with this must-run pass coming up, and I think he's probably got his head a couple passes past this one, but still going to have to get through this one if he wants to ski on Sunday.
All right. So Charlie Ross, fine effort there, and it almost seemed like an eternity ago at the Swiss Pro Slalom that he ran 10.75 meters for the first time, and he was 14 around about that time.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching that event. That was so huge, so impressive, and for someone that young to do it. And then like you said, we had him run the 10.25 in a pro tournament this year. That was pretty spectacular. I was calling that one. And right now it's 11 meters. It's a must run, no gimme. Got to get it. Let's see what he can do here as he comes through the gates. Gets a good start on one.
There's one.
Two is a little slow there, Tony.
Can't afford to be too complacent here. He gets round number 4. round number 5, and provided that he gets a piece of number 6, that takes the 12th and final spot through to the next round of the competition. He joins 11 other skiers to be in the 12 skier final in the men's slalom. So that's Charlie Ross with 6 buoys, 11.25 meters, and still continuing to ski. He will join Lucas Cornell, Nicholas Antonsen, Vincenzo Marino, Jaden Eade, Jaime Palomino, Florian Path, Camille Bamra, Evan Kraus, Tim Field, Flamir Flaritov, and Damien Eade as skiers through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, and then now, if there was any pressure, now it's all off, and so we're going to get to see him kind of go out there and just relax and get a good crack at this 10.7. I know just off of social media and stuff, he's been running 10.25, really, really frequently, and the Ross family's been skiing so well. We've seen Neely, crushing it over the pro season, and not only on her trick ski but in her slalom skis. So, we're seeing great things out of the Ross kids, and right now we just saw Charlie, smash a 38 11-meter pass, and now going to come in and see if he can be the third guy of the day to run this 10.7. Now, if I know anything, Tony, if he runs 10.7 here, it'll be a much easier on his back than Lucas Cornell, because they've just got a little bit different styles. But I'm expecting Charlie to come out here and get a good start and get down this one and give us a look at 10.25.
So 10.75 gets a good start. Getting a little bit stretched into number 3, but number 4 and number 5 and 6. Yeah, there you go. That's the best looking 10.75 meters you're going to see in this competition.
Yeah, I mean that one was definitely the best one of the day. You see him off a 2-ball, kind of squatted on the ski, kind of checking his speed up, but definitely never in doubt that he wasn't going to run that pass, and now he's gonna go try to take the lead. And if I know Charlie, he's really been honing in, running this 10.25, and I think he's thinking about getting a good start and getting past it, and he's just skiing to beat himself right now. And right now the goal is to get into that 43 off.
Well, certainly runs in 10.75 meters, heck of a lot easier compared to Lucas Cornell.
Yeah, so he's run 10.25 for the first time this year at Swiss, and then first time in a pro event was at the Monaco event that we did about a month and a half ago. So definitely one of the skiers. He definitely can get through it. I am super excited. I've been looking forward to this all day long, Tony. I've been sitting here with you calling slalom, but this has been where my brain has been at all afternoon. So right now, 10.25, this is Charlie Ross. The lead is 2, set by Jaden Eade. And let's see if Charlie has anything to say about that.
And the only Canadian to have ever run this pass, 10.25 meters. This is Charlie Ross. There's 1, there's 2. Round and pops the tail on that ski around buoy number 3, but it's going to be 2.5 at 10.25 meters, and that firmly puts Charlie Ross through to the next round of the competition for absolute certain.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, if we look here at the replay, was a little bit fast at the gate, kind of a little heavy there when he came through, but gets out of 1, not too bad. And then over here at 2, we see him, he just kind of gets stretched out and is a little slow out of 2-ball. But still, he goes to 3 here, and when he goes to turn, he's not worried about just getting 3. He was turning 3 to run the whole pass. So great skiing out of Charlie, and, congrats to him. He is your top seed coming in on Sunday for the men's slalom final.
Looking at this once again, good edge change into buoy number 1, but seems to be able to bleed speed and still continue his direction out wide. Looking excellent there off number 2. Then tried to get the hand on the handle or a split second too early, and unfortunately that sends him careening into the water. Yeah,
you saw him start running with the boat. He kind of got separated going to 2. Kind of turned the ski well, but didn't get it. There wasn't as much angle on the backside of it. So when he was to 3, he kind of came in with a lot of speed and just tried to push the ski out of the water and, try to get a little more. But right now we'll take a look at the leaderboard, Tony.
Yep, let's have a look at the leaderboard. And these are the 12 skiers that have made it through to the next round of the competition. Damir Flaratov with 5.5 at 11.25 meters. Tim Field in 11th with 1 at 10.75 meters. 1.5 at 10.75 meters for Florian Paff. 2.5 at 10.75 meters for Vincenzo Marino. That's in 8th spot. Also in 8th spot is Evan Kraus with the same score of 2.5 at 10.75 meters. In a two-way tie for 6th spot is 3 on that same line length of 10.75 meters. 3 at 10.75 meters for Camille Bamra and at Nikki Antonsen. 5th is Damien Eade with his score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters. Jaime Palomino with 4.5 for 4th. Lucas Cornell in 3rd right now with 1 on 10.25 meters. Jaden Eade with 2 from the United States. And Charlie Ross is your lead slalom skier in this competition after the men's slalom series 1 with his score of I believe 2.5 at 10.25 meters. I beg your pardon for that. So that concludes the slalom event. So, pick your pass. Well, I'm the only person here, so I'm going to go with Lucas Cornell. Just pick any pass or Lucas Cornell because they all look the same and it's just absolutely amazing. So let's try Lucas Cornell 10.75 meters. And here he is. Just looking at the effort that he puts into this run. Man, that rope is in the water, and he's still able to get away with that. Taking a big hit there off number 2 and continuing to roll and keep his water speed up. Lucas Cornell, round 4 and round number 5. And just take a look at the hits that he there, right off number 5, and he gets round buoy number 6. Incredible stuff. And actually, we're going to get an opportunity to talk with Charlie Ross. Come on over here, Charlie. Well, he's going to be in. We're having a look at Lucas Cornell at 10.25 meters, getting inside buoy number 2 and scoring 1 buoy for his effort. So a wonderful performance there, courtesy of Lucas Cornell. Looking at this once again with our alternate angle. Oh, how on earth he didn't blow a tail from number 1 into number 2 on that pass, I have no clue. But he puts himself in a good position. And whilst Charlie Ross is getting ready to go, let me tell you that we've got the Women's Trick Series 2 to take to water. Coming up next. Here we go. We got Charlie Ross. Come on over here, sir. Come on over here. Bring yourself over here. Take a seat. You know how the headphones work, and you know how everything else with the TWBC announcing works. Okay, let's hit that button. So, Charlie Ross, what's been happening in your world?
A lot of skiing. Kind of same old. Getting ready for this, and then getting ready for some tournaments after. But excited.
Okay, let's have a look at 39. Take us through.
Yeah, 39 felt pretty good. I liked that gate. Felt high up on the boat, and then through 1, I felt pretty good again. But, no, just started to find a good rhythm. I think 2 there, but that's pretty nice. And then 3, and then kind of later down the pass, I was like, okay, let's just secure this. You don't need a big turn at 4. So there, still pretty good, but just needed a little bit, of a safer line. And then 5, 6, felt, got the job done.
You're still huffing and puffing after all of that, so well done there. But I mean, this season you managed to get into 43 off 9.75 meters for the first time. You set the Canadian record. You're the only person that's gone through 10.25 meters on your way to that. What's the secret? What's been the catalyst?
Everything's kind of kept the same. It's just trusting the process. I blew the tail there. But out of 2, I was like, okay, let's go. I had a good 1. But the season, it's just been, enjoying training in the winter and then trying to trying to focus in on all the smart parts. I've got a good crew to do it with, Bergs and my dad and Mark Betzel over at Rollins, and then working with a couple people through online videos, Marcus Brown. So just, I don't know, being addicted to it and loving it. So.
Okay, I understand that the ski that you're riding is actually a ski that's been specifically designed for you. Can you tell us a little bit more about it if you're permitted to?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so D3 and I did a signature ski, and so it's an exciting step. I mean, I've been with them for my entire career, and they make the best skis in the world, so most consistent. So excited to kind of have my own graphic and flex pattern, and we'll see where the future goes with that. But it's exciting. I'm forever grateful to them and what they've done for my career. It wouldn't be the same on any other ski. And I think, their consistency is like no other. I think we saw at Cali Pro.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that, speak to the consistency of that ski, because you didn't even have to ride your own ski to get into 10.25 meters, apparently.
Yeah, it was funny. Got to California, Bags didn't make it. Bags missed 4 flights, and so I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting. So called up Blaze. He got a ski for me. Called up Will. He got a bunch of stuff together, and just threw on the stuff. And first set on it was just inside of 5 at 41. And so I think that speaks only to their consistency and how they're able to make skis that feel the exact same. There's no other company that can do that.
Indeed, indeed, and it's good to have friends in high places so far as a D3 is concerned to allow you to be able to do that. So, you're the top skier out of this round going into the final. What are you going to do from here? Before then?
Oh, sorry. Before then, tomorrow I turn 20. So.
Oh, okay. Well, early happy birthday then.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel old, but no.
But that therefore means that this is your last tournament of eligibility in the U21s, right?
It is. Yeah, this is my third and last one.
Okay. So, what are you going to do between now and the end? My apologies for interrupting.
No, just kind of get back to, trusting the process, enjoying the day around Calgary, and then Sunday, same thing. We'll know what we need to do, and we'll go for it. There's a bunch of amazing skiers. I think it kind of proved today that everyone threw down, and it was an awesome set of scores, and so anyone can do it. But, just go trust yourself, and let's see what we can do.
Whenever you see someone like Lucas Cornell slalom ski with the technique that he has, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, we have, I would say, a little bit different techniques, but he gets it done so well. His 2.4 is automatic, and I think his 39 today, you can see that. I think it was 3 that he had a tiny bit of a hiccup, and then no problems out of 4. He's one of the best to do it, and it's kind of cool how, we see each other a bunch at all the pro events, and we're competing there, but then we get to come compete here together. He's an amazing skier, and obviously him, and then the Eid brothers, and the list goes on and on.
Well, put it there. Congratulations. You made it through as the top-seeded slalom skier out of the elimination round. We look forward to seeing you as the last skier off the dock in the final. And best of luck going forward. Charlie Ross.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and with that, we'll get ready for the next event, which is the Tricks in Series 2. You are watching continuing coverage of this, the World Water Ski Championships in the U21, coming to you live from the Lakes of Castonstone. And we'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Hi, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, welcome back to continuing on live coverage of the 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championships. There you see on the left-hand side of your screen is the remaining schedule for today's events. And with the tricks event in the women's competition about to take place, let's bring you up to speed so far as the leaderboard as it stands right now with 3,090 points. Nelly Lai is in the lead. Lily Dest and Molly Lee with 2930 and 1990 points respectively for second and third. Marine Karutani from Japan, 1,400 points. Miller Bennett with 1,280. 60 points back, Martina Font in sixth, and Juliana Cobo from Mexico with 880 points. So as a reminder, we do get an immense amount of support from our sponsors, so a big shout out has to go to Nautique Towboats, along with Masterline and Masterline Ropes, and Masterline and the Eagle also produced the bibs that were designed by Matt Goss and Dan Velsick. Shoe Swap Ski and Board, the Banff Sunshine Ski Resort that sponsors our leaderboards. And the event is possible due to generous funding from the Alberta provincial government and also from Tourism Calgary. All right, so let's have a quick look at that list. We had a look at the list, and Maisa Jakobsen will be our lead-off competitor, representing Denmark. Then Nelly Schultz from Germany, Kate Pinsino from Canada, Jada Sweeney from Australia, Martina Pedrita of Colombia, Emily Venzor, Germany, Leona Berner of Austria. Then Holly Lucive of Australia, Melody Morel of France, and finally in this section of the competition, which is Series 2, is Claudia Kamentova. Now, Women's Series 1, which will take place afterwards. I won't mention any of the names on that list, but there are 12 skiers there, which means that with 12 skiers making it through to the women's trick final, it therefore means that we won't get a definite indication as to who's made it through until we're actually in Series 1. And then from there we can start reading off some names and giving you a definite indication as to who has made it through. So for those of you who are joining us, you've missed some great action so far in the slalom event in both the women's and the men's competition. So now we're rejoining the tricks event from yesterday. And Maisa Jakobsen from Denmark will be our skier off the dock first. So let's rock and roll here. So, and our trick judging is brought to you courtesy of Donald Conley's iTrick apparatus. We should be able to get you some point scores pretty quickly after each pass and after each performance to keep you better informed as to what's going on trick point wise. Maisa Jakobsen, we'll have a look at the speed that she's coming in with. It's 28k. Bravo 2 with 25% ballast. Waco to get things up and running. Wake back and wake front. A turn to the back, wake back to back, and it's reverse. Not too sure if that reverse, the second part was all the way around. Going through the steps. Looks like she's going to try the backflip. Does she? Oh, yeah, she lands it. And does she go for the reverse? Oh, ski a little bit short on the landing, but she lands one of those flips. We'll have a look and see how it's being scored right now. We're in one of the three phases of scoring the performance out there on the water. We are in the judging phase and determining what tricks were actually performed. So looking through these tricks there from Maisa Jakobsen, we've judged, we've identified the tricks that she's performed. We're reviewing them for their clarity. Going through each of the tricks with a fine-tuned comb to determine whether those tricks would be scored, and I believe that reverse backflip was a fall, so she won't get the points for that. Not even too sure whether she'll get the points there for the original backflip because timing becomes an issue here. One of the three elements. The last element in the trick judging is the timing. Currently, after the review stage, it's 720 points. And it looks like it's probably going to stay that way, judging by what we've seen on the manifest on the left-hand side of your screen. But they've added the 500 points from the backflip, so it was adjudicated to be within time. So 1,220 points on pass number one, but this is only half of the effort here. Let's see what she's got on pass number two. Toe 5 back, it appears to be. Toe back to backs. Then a toe back and a toe front and it in the reverse. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Couple of toe sides. An attempt, attempting a toe O and got spun out a little bit and unfortunately unable to ride that one out. So it looks like a fall between before the end of the 20 seconds on pass number two. We're looking at it right now. So looking at these tricks one after the other, a toe wake back and a toe wake front to immediately come afterwards. She had a little bit of time to work with, a toe side attempt there, the reverse toe side. Certainly looked to me that the reverse toe side may have been more credit-worthy than the original one. So now we've identified the tricks. We're in the review stage to determine whether those tricks will actually be counted. And once the tricks are counted and they've been timed as well, then we will have a total. And once the total is revealed, then we will bring on our next competitor. But we're in the review stage with the tricks on pass number two. Going through the tricks, it looks like there is a mode of contention so far as the toe sides are concerned. Whether the rotation was 90 degrees, and that's reflected upon with the no credit indication with those toe sides on the left-hand side, and we have committed to a score. It is 1,230 on pass number two, giving us a grand total of 2,450. 2,450 points for Maisa Jakobsen. So Maisa Jakobsen with her score of 24.50, that currently puts her in third spot right now, just behind Lily Dest with 29.30, and our leader is still Nelly Alar with 3,090. In the meantime, Nelly Scholes from Germany setting up with toe tricks with 27.6K. Alpha 1 with the zero offsetting. No ballast to speak of, at least so far as her toe tricks are concerned. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front. There you go, toe O in and toe O out. Now she's going to grab the line and she's going to attempt a toe wake O. This is going to be close to time. And she falls there, but I wonder if the 20 seconds would have expired first before she had an opportunity to fully complete that trick. So looking at these tricks one at a time, looking and seeing which ones were performed. Each of the tricks has been identified. We're now in the reviewing stage. We're about 18 seconds away from the reviewing stage to expire. Looking through each of these tricks to determine whether they are credit worthy. And this is where the timing will come into play towards the end with the toe wake O. And there seems to be an early indication that the toe wake O was out of time, but we'll double check that aspect of her performance. And even if she did get the toe wake O within time, it resulted in the fall, so she wouldn't have gotten any credit for that trick anyway. Now the timing is coming into play, the third and final element of judging the tricks event. So committed on 1,830. So 1,830 confirmed as a first pass total. And this is a result of the iTricks system. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Allard still in the lead with her performance. Lily Dest with 29.30. Maisa Jakobsen with 24.50. So that is our leaderboard as it stands right now. 12 skiers advanced through to the final, but we're a little ways away from determining that distinction going forward. Here we go, folks, coming in. Nelly Scholes, wake 5 back. Some back-to-back surface, back-to-back, wake 5 front. Positional to the back, wake 5. Oh, and dropping the handle on the wake 5 front reverse, and not best pleased with that mistake as she swims into the shore. Has a 1,830 points towards her total on pass number 1. But I suspect that the second pass won't be yielding nearly as much on the strength of the tricks that she produced. So we're in the review phase right now. We've identified the tricks, including the wake 5 front in which she fell on. The wake 5 front reverse, I would say. Let's have a look at the points score. The reviewing, the timing should not be a factor here because she fell before the end of the 20 seconds. So that should give her a point score of 2,430. 2,430. And that puts her 20 points behind Maisa Jakobsen on the 2,450. So some very close trick in there between the first two competitors in this series. Series 2 women's tricks. Next competitor up, and an already made one event final today in the women's slalom. It's Kate Pinsino, who is in dreamland right now, having scored a new PB in the slalom event with her first ever excursion into 11.25 meters. There we see Nigel Sparrow at the helm of that towboat, getting the speed and the path ready for Kate Pinsino, and we'll see what she is able to do trick-wise. Here is Kate Pinsino with 27K on the boat speed. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe side reverse, toe wrap in, grabbing onto the line. And it's going to be very close to time there. Toe wake back and a toe front. Nicely done there for Kate Pinsino. It's remarkable the amount of confidence you can gain from taking a personal best in another event and doing a fine effort there with her run, Kate Pinsino. We see on the sliding dock there a Jada Sweeney from Australia getting ready to go herself. We'll have a look at the tricks performed by Kate Pinsino on pass number 1, starting with this one, which should be a toe O. It would have been a toe 5 back had that rotation have been 540 degrees from front to back in one smooth rotation, but it is adjudged to be a partition spin with a toe O and a toe back. Just looking through the remainder of her tricks. Toe wake back to back being one of them. And there the toe wake front, a couple of toe sides. There we go, toe O into wrap. Toe wake O towards the end, not looking too bad. Toe wake back. And a toe front, which was performed right on the cusp of the 20 seconds of time allocated to her to do those tricks. So we've identified a number of tricks on pass number 1. Let's see what that yields so far as points are concerned. We're on 1,730 points in the review phase. Now, the timing is going to be the issue here because she did ski all the way from start to finish without a fall. Now, they do indicate that toe front right to the end is on the cusp of 20 seconds, and we're still reviewing. But while that is happening, we'll go straight ahead and go into pass number 2, selecting a higher boat speed and a different zero off setting with a Charlie 3. Tricking very, very deliberately there with wake back to back, surface back to back. There's the wake back, and now going in for the backflip. Now nails that one. Couple of side slides, a surface O, surface 5. Nicely done. Good skiing there from Kate Pinsino. And she's become a little bit of a revelation during these championships with a new personal best in the slalom event and standing up both trick passes. So great skiing there from her. From Canada, Kate Pinsino. Looking strong out there. Looks like we're committing a score on pass number 1. It is 1530. 1580, I beg your pardon. 1,580 on pass number 1. We're about to adjudicate on pass number 2, and the boat is waiting at dockside for that to completely resolve itself. Looking through some of the tricks that they are looking to score. Wake line back and line front and line back and wake line front. The tried and true step sequence as we look towards the very end with the surface O and the surface 5 back. Looks like there is one or two question marks regarding the wake 5 back, the reverse wake 5 back. But most of everything else that she's done up to this point has been adjudicated and allocated to be in time. I'm good. So it looks like there's a question mark on the side slides towards the end. You're looking at the judging for the hand tricks on pass number 2. Now she produced some side slides right there towards the end of the run. She's currently having her pass reviewed, and it is scored in right now 1,810 points. Most of the tricks here on this list that I'm looking in front of me right now appear to be clean. Not too much of a question in regards to credit worthiness. But looking through some of these tricks, maybe one or two question marks around the surface O and the surface 5 back. But we'll wait for the judges to roll on that. And that should give us the point score in just a moment or so. We're reviewing here, currently on 1,650 in the middle of the review on pass number 2. Next skier to take to water, waiting patiently for her turn, wearing bib 150 is Jada Sweeney from Australia. It looks like we're getting closer to finding out for absolute certain what the total point score is going to be for Kate Pinsonneau. As Vincent Stadelbauer there with the 1s and the 2s, doing a fine job and making sure everything works smoothly as possible. Looks like a mode of contention here is, looks like we got a new score for Kate Pinsonneau. It is 31-40, 3,140 points. And as a result of scoring 1,560 on pass number 2, added to 1,580 on pass number 1, and that gives you 1,340 points. All right, Jada Sweeney of Australia on the water right now. Jada Sweeney, who spent a good portion of the season so far training over at Bennett's Water Ski School over in Zachary in Louisiana, not too far outside Baton Rouge, my part of the world. 28K so far as her speed is concerned. Bravo 2 going in for the wake lino and the step sequence, tried and true. Foot in the back binding. Turn to the back, wake back to back, wake back to back, reverse surface, back to back. Now wind that for a wake front, wake back and wake front. Let's see what she's got. Reverse wake back, a couple of sides. And steady looking first pass. Nothing too much out of the ordinary there for Jada Sweeney, but managing to get all the way through on a pass number 1, Jada Sweeney. First trick that she produced was a wake line O. Looks like the officials might have a mode of contention on that very, very first trick, but we'll find out why that is in just a moment. Now, the judges should be going into their review phase right now, having adjudicated on the tricks so far as our identity is concerned. This is a part of a 3-stage judging method for the tricks. The first part of that is the identification of the tricks, each one as they're performed. That's the judging section, and then they go into the review section, which will take a closer look at each trick to determine whether they have been performed correctly. whether the turns are all the way round, whether there is air between the ski and the water, and other nuances in regards to specific other tricks. And then there's timing. Once the judging and review are complete, then they determine whether each of those tricks are judged and reviewed and deemed to be within 20 seconds. And then from there, we'll have a point score for not only one, but also two passes, eventually giving us a total. Hopefully I've explained that adequately enough for you good folks. And I'll try and explain a little bit more as we go, continue right ahead. Jada Sweeney. Toe 5 back, an attempt of toe surface, toe back-to-backs, toe wake back-to-back, toe wake front, just trying to maintain a balance, toe side, reverse, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front, toe wrap in, toe out. And I think she'll be pretty pleased with that. 2 stand-up runs. Nicely done there from Jada Sweeney. She'll be chuffed with that. Jada Sweeney coming to us out of Australia. Good, solid skiing there, proving that her training in the United States has certainly paid off, at least in this instance here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships. Currently, the top score is 1,340 points, courtesy of Kate Pinsino. Jada looking to try and put some points that will get close to that mark. So just to tell you, on pass number 1 for Jada Sweeney, it's 1,280. We're going through the tricks right now. On pass number 2, we're identifying the tricks through the judging phase. Looks like that toe 5 back originally, with might have been a question mark, appears to have been judged as a one fluid motion. 540 degrees from front to back, which should give her 350 points right off the bat. And then the toe back to back afterwards look fairly clean as well. Then it looked like the other tricks didn't have much of an issue so far as their cleanliness are concerned. But looks like there are more tricks to be added in the judging phase for Jada Sweeney, as she looks to try and score north of 1,000 points with this effort. They're reviewing right now, and it looks like one or two of our officials were looking at we're taking another look there at the toe 5 back in the review phase to determine whether that trick was clean or not. So it looks like they're continuing to review at this stage with the toe tricks on pass number 2. So 980 points so far in the review phase on a pass number 2. So just waiting on the score to come through as Martina Pedrita of Colombia waiting patiently for her go. So still in the review phase, the only pass that we've got points for is 1,280 for Jada Sweeney. Just waiting on that final total there for Jada Sweeney as a result of the score on pass number 2. Looking to see if she can't score higher than 2,600 points. We're currently reviewing her effort, and right now it's 2,590. But we're doing some double checking here to make sure everything is correct. Looks like they're having problems, having some concerns with some of these tricks and whether they are credit or not, whether they're out of sequence, whether there's enough hesitation for something like a toe side or a toe side reverse. All right, waiting on our next skier to go, which should be Martina Pedrita. And she makes her way into the course. Did you get the score for Jada? So we're going to get a score for Jada Sweeney up on your screen in just a moment. In the meantime, this is Martina Pedrita. We're shooting a score here for Jada Sweeney. It is 92,590 points for Jada Sweeney. Here comes Martina Pedrita. Looking very good, looking very composed here. Again, a good elevation there with the toe wake back and the toe front. Yeah, she enjoys the heck out of that one. Good effort there for Martina Pedrita. Solid trick in there and looked fairly accurate with the tricks that she produced there on pass number 1, which consisted of toes. And just to let you know that Jada Sweeney scored a 25.90 as a result of 1,280 on pass number 1 and 1,310 on pass number 2. So that's just to clarify everything concerning her performance. In the meantime, let's have a look at Martina Pedrita of Colombia. Toe side reverse looked very, very clean with those. Almost no dispute with those. Toe into wrap, toe wake O, toe wake back, and toe front. And, she'd already done the toe side before. But if they had any concerns about scoring the toe sides before those last two tricks towards the end of time, then maybe those toe sides at the end are more like a cover trick to make sure that that they are scored. Okay, so 2010. So cleanliness is rewarded here. 2010 on pass number 1. So Martina Pedrita. The only tricks that looked like they were taken from her were the two original side slides, 130 points apiece. But she recovered those by doing two toe side slides right to the very end. And it looked like they also took the toe wake O from her towards the end of pass number 1 because 3 out of 5 officials believe that she pre-turned that trick. So here we go. Wake back-to-backs and surface back-to-back. There's the wake O, wake 5 front, wake back. Here she goes for the backflip. 500 points if she can land this. There we go. Surface O. No, actually a surface 5. A surface O. Oh, we're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink there, and not a bad effort there for Martina Pedrita from Colombia.
are you?
They're already on the way.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So not looking bad here. Martina Pedrita looking in good shape here for the majority of the tricks that she produced here, including this backflip. Case in the wake, but that doesn't matter too much to her. She was able to write that trick out. We're reviewing right now. And not looking bad for the most part. So working our way through the tricks and making sure that they're adjudicated correctly. Looks like the 4 or so tricks that she had right at the end of time are subject to a timing review. So apparently the side slides at the very end would have been scrubbed as a result of no hesitation, even if they were in time, but I don't think they're going to be. So it looks like 1,610 points is going to be the point score on pass number 2. And if that holds true so far as that is concerned, that should give her a total of 3,620 points. 3,620 points. Our new leader is Martina Pedrita. Skier on the water from Germany, Emily Wenzel. There you see our new leader, Martina Pedrita, with 3,620. Toe weight back to back and it's reverse. Toe back to back, winding on to a toe 5 front. Oh, and losing her balance there towards the end. So one thing we do know about this opening pass is that timing isn't going to be a factor in adjudicating her points towards the end of the run. It's just going to be a case of what tricks she was able to perform. The tricks that she's performed, there appeared to be 5 of them before she fell. Toe 5 back looks smooth enough. At least according to 4 out of our 5 judges. But majority rolls. So they're falling on a trick number 7. That is the toe-o into wrap, falling on that one, and that goes to timing. We're committed on a score. It is 1,510. So a little bit of an uphill struggle now for Emily Wenzel of Germany. So Emily Wenzel about to get up out of the water and get ready for her second and final 20-second run. In the meantime, getting ready to trick is Leona Berner, who was our leader, a slalom skier for a while after yesterday's competition. But unfortunately, her best score wasn't enough ultimately to see her through to the slalom final. But let's see if she can put that to rights with a good performance in the tricks event that would see her possibly be a competitor in the women's trick final. Here's Emily Wenzel Going through her hand tricks one by one. There's a 5 front, 5 back, edging out, back flip, little bit of an adjustment with the boat speed, 5 back on the surface, a couple of side slides, and that should do the trick. But she'll no doubt be a little bit disappointed that she wasn't able to do likewise with the opening pass of 2 with toe tricks, falling on trick number 7, which was the toe into wrap. But there you go, and the disappointment there about her fall on pass number 1 etched across her face. She was able to get the tricks that she wanted in time. We'll have a look and see how the judges adjudicate this. It's interesting to see how the judges are calling the tricks, especially the very first one, whether it's ski line back or a ski line O, or even in one spot, whether it's another trick entirely. So it looks like the ski line back is pulled as no credit there for Emily Wenzel, with the line being in the water being the majority rationale for pulling that move. However, it is being reviewed one more time to make sure they get the right call here on pass number 2. They're in the last stages of the review right now. They're double checking on that ski line back to determine whether it's in the water. And it looks like in the majority of opinions there on pass number 2, the ski line back, they believe that the rope was in the water. And the rope has to be completely out the water during any kind of ski line trick. That's the reason why that trick has been taken away from Emily Wenzel. Going to timing right now, and looks like the side slide was, first of all, 2 out of the 3 judges believe that side slide was not 90 degrees, and that might have been out of time anyway. So it looks like the point scorer up on your screen might end up being the one that carries for pass number 2. We're committing to a score. 1,910 on the strength of that pass, and that means that we got a score of 3,420, which actually ties the lead with Martina Pedrita. Emily Wenzel with 1,420 is actually 200 points behind Martina Pedrita, I beg your pardon. So very, very close trick in thus far in this competition. Toe 7 front for our skier on the water, Leona Bernaire. Look at this, toe 5 front, toe out. Trying to get her balance back. Toe into wrap. Toe Waco, and letting the foot go away from her body, and unfortunately losing her balance as a result. That is Leona Bernaire from Austria. So not bad with the toe 7 front, or at least the attempt at the toe 7 front, although the officials might have a different opinion as to whether that was a smooth turn from front to front. So Leona Bernaire, they're reviewing her tricks right now, are falling on the toe Waco, which stops her scoring at around about 1,000 points. Checking to see if her tricks are credit worthy. She attempted the toe 7 front, but it's been adjudicated as a toe O by 4 out of the 5 officials. But they're continuing to review this just to make sure that that their assessment of the tricks, whether it be in the judging or the review phase, is correct. Now it goes to timing, which should not be too much of an issue. So it's going to be 1,000 points on pass number 1. She fell about halfway through the pass, and we're committing to a score of 1,000 points for Leona Berner of Austria. So looking to try and find 2,620 points from somewhere to get her on level terms with Martina Pedrita of Colombia. This is Leona Berner from Austria. Oh, and almost completely losing control there with the wake line O, but she manages to steady herself at the expense of a few seconds, and she can't afford to lose too much time here if she's to put the kind of points that she needs to take the lead. Here she comes, backflip, nails that one. A couple of side slides and almost went down on the second one. So she's heading back to the dock, and a decent looking effort there. Certainly playing with fire a little bit at the beginning with that wake line O attempt. So skiing her way back to the dock and wondering if that's enough for an appearance in the tricking finals. We'll have 12 skiers in Series 1, and Series 1's going to be coming up in about the next 3 or 4 competitors, including this one, Leona Berner of Austria. We're reviewing the tricks that she performed. The wake line O right to the beginning is being looked at again to determine whether it is either a pre-turn or a wake line back or line front rather than the wake line O. In the meantime, let's have a look at some of the surface tricks that she performed, and including the wake trick towards the end of wake O, and then the backflip. But is that backflip within time? Ooh, and and almost going down there on one of the side slides that she attempted, the one and only side slide that she attempted. We're still trying to figure out what she scored, what she attempted, and what got scored. So it looks like our officials have determined that wake line O is credit worthy for 260 points right there at the beginning. And much of what she did beyond that point is credit. Now it comes down to timing, which is the real issue here. Whether that backflip is within time, or we're committing to a score. That score is committed at 1,550 points. 1,550 points, which gives her a grand total of 2,550 for Leona Berner. So, coming down to our final 3 competitors, Series 2 women's tricks. Holly Lucive from Australia. Toe 7 front attempt, but skiing quite cautiously, and that may have a detrimental effect upon her in terms of turning smoothly from the start of the trick all the way through to the end, especially where it comes down to the toe 7 front. Toe 8 back-to-back reverse, nicely done, and she falls whilst trying to get hold of the rope to get the toe foot off the strap. And Holly Lucive, we're looking at these tricks toe 7 front, but that stop halfway through the trick may have cost her the points allocated for that particular move. But not looking bad. There's the toe O, or actually an attempt at the toe 5 front. A toe O out, a toe O straight back in, a toe Waco, a good elevation there. Toe wake back, and now winding in to a positional for the toe wake back to back. But her caution in being able to get these tricks might not be terribly rewarded because of the slow pace of this run. It could mean that that a good portion of those tricks that she performed right at the end may be out of time. The judges are in the review stage right now to determine which of those tricks are credit-worthy or not. The judges in the review phase at this time. 1,480 points. Currently in its review stage right now. Looks like that point score is being boosted up to 1,780. We're just checking the timing on that particular run as the boat now makes its way for Holly Luceve, committing a score with 1,780 as she gets ready for pass number 2. Current lead score is 36-20, courtesy of Martina Pedrita. Currently in second spot at this moment is Emily Wenzel with 34-20. We'll have a look at the leaderboard in just a few moments. But in the meantime, Holly Luceve of Australia working her way through. There's the wake 5 front, positional wake 5 front, then onto the wake 5 front. Here she comes with the backflip. Nicely done. Does she go for the reverse? Yes, she does. She nails that one too. Now edging out. Does she go for the flip twist back? Yes, and but unfortunately unable to land and ski that one out, and that might be out of time anyway. But Holly Luceve, a good solid effort there on pass number 2. And she may have enough points on the strength of those backflips on top of the tricks that she performed earlier to maybe take the lead at this stage of the competition with 2 more competitors to go to round off Women's Series 2. So looking at this wake 5 front. Just going through each of these tricks to determine whether their points are that they're credit worthy. Actually, a number of officials didn't look kindly upon that wake 5 front that she did initially before she went into the positional and did the reverse, which looked to be better so far as credit is concerned. But looking at the flips there, and fell on the back flip back. Falling on that one. Just looking at the judging going forward, and we're in the review phase. 1,540 points on pass number 2. It now goes down to timing. Now, whether that backflip reverses in time, I believe it will be. So timing is the third and last phase. We're committed on 1,540 points, giving her a grand total of 3,320, 3,320. But that puts her about 100 points. That actually puts her about 300 or so points behind Martina Pedrita. So 3,320 for Holly Luceve. Now we've got Melitine Morel of France. Electing to go with hand tricks to start things off. Waco to start, ski line back. There might be a question mark with the line being in the water possibly, but there you go. Continuing on, Wake 5 front. Now edging out. She'll do a series of flips here. That's the first of them, regular backflip. There's the backflip reverse. Now let's see if she could position herself there with the Waco. Wake 5 front and little untidy towards the end, but she stands up nonetheless. That is Melitine Morel. So still in the judging phase, they're still determining what tricks that she performed on this first pass of 2. Performed the Waco as her initial trick and then went into the ski line back. And then went in for some backs and fronts and wake back to back. Then she went into the backflip proper, which I think she'll get credit for. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be credit. But looking good and looking strong towards the end, though, hanging tough. Wake 5 front right to the very end. But is that going to be in time? Or is even the Waco and the back before it going to be in time? We'll find out in a moment. But so far as it stands right now, 15:70. But they still were under review phase at this time, and we'll should get an indication as to whether that review reveals that point score as being the correct one. $1,570 points on pass number 1. We are still reviewing the tricks that she produced. Some question marks on 1 or 2 tricks, including the ski line back, which was determined by 4 out of our 5 officials to be with the rope to be in the water. And also there seems to be a question mark over a Wake 5 front being incomplete or sliding on that one. So as they work out the proper score for pass number 1, we go on to pass number 2 regardless. Toho into wrap. Little cautious with the one coming out. Here she comes, toe Waco. Does she go for the toe wake line back? There she goes, continuing to rock on here. All the way through on pass number 1. Looks like we got a committed score with 1570, 1,570 on pass number 1. So we'll find out what's going to happen on pass number 2 in just a moment. Melitine Morel, our penultimate skier in Women's Series 2. So our judges are in the judging, the discovery phase, as it were, to determine what was actually performed, trick-wise, and then once they've done that, then they'll look at these tricks individually to determine whether they were performed properly and within the specifications for each trick. Whether the turns were consistent, like that one, which is the toe O wrap in. Whether if it's a toe wake trick that there was air between the water and the ski, and whether other specifications with certain other tricks were adhered to, including something like a toe wake line back where the rope has to be out the water during the entirety of the rotation. But we're looking at the point score coming forwards now, provisionally for Melitine Morel. She's currently on 2,110 points on pass number 2. That's just on pass number 2 as we get ready for Claudia Komentova from Czechia. So now the point scoring is coming down to timing. The review stage should be concluded at this time, and it looks like the point score is going to come up very, very soon. And we're committing to a score of a 21.30 on pass number 2, which should give her a score of 3,700 points, and that gives her the lead. So 3,700 points. Our new leader is Melitine Morel. She takes the lead away from Martina Pedrita, who has now been relegated to second spot with 36-20. Let's have a look. Claudia Komentova. Toe 5 back, toe back to back on the surface. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Grabs onto the line, good rotation, good elevation. Toe wake back, toe front, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe side, and that should be a lot. Nicely done. One trick to the next. Nicely performed there for Claudia Komentova from Czechia. Melitine Morel's score is 3,700. 13700. So Claudia Komentova doing these tricks very neatly indeed. As we just see the new score being put up on the screen there, 3,700 points there for Melitine Morel, keeping herself in a good position to challenge for one of the top 12 spots to determine the list for the tricking final, which will take place tomorrow. And Claudia Komentova only halfway done with her effort. Looking at how things are being scored right now for Claudia Komentova. And looks like 4 out of the 5 judges believe that the toe weight co that was produced halfway through the one was subject to a preturn, which means that the 300 points that would have been given to her as a result of the toe weight co would not be given to her. So that's been scrubbed out of the score, and you see that reflected upon that change there up on the screen on the left-hand side. And there you see right there, halfway up on the screen, no credit on the toe Waco. Pretty much everything else is credit, though. Now it comes down to timing. The reverse toe side was the last trick performed. Now, would it be in time? Should have lost 130 points had it not been within 20 seconds. So, and it looks like it's accredited within 20 seconds, which means that she's got some points back. So 1,890. So we're on a roll here. So 1,890 on pass number 1. Let's see what she can do on pass number 2. Claudia Komentova from Czechia. Wake 5 front, wake back, positional to the front. There we go. There's the backflip. 500 points in that direction. 500 points in the other direction, but unfortunately unable for her to ski it away. So falling on that trick and scrubbing any possible opportunity for her to get more points beyond that point. So looking on pass number 2 and seeing the tricks being judged right now by our officials. We have 5 officials, Gear Stolheim, Lisa Steiner, Uds Maloney, and Jeffrey Smith, along with Kerry Lee, are our panelists for the tricks event. They all acknowledge that there is a out of course positional on the first move that she produced, which would have preceded the wake back-to-back. And they're going through these tricks with a fine-tooth comb, and they're in the timing phase, but that shouldn't play too much into what's going to be a final score. The final score for her is 33.80. 33.80 for Claudia Komentova, which currently puts her in 4th place right now, and we're about ready to go on to the next series, which is Series 1. So let's have a look at the leaderboard after the Series 2 completion. Melody Morel, 3,700 points. Martina Pedrita, 36.20. Emily Wenzel, 34.20. Claudia Komentova with 33.80. Holly Lucive with 33.20. Kate Pinsino with 31.40. Nelly Alar with from yesterday with a score of 3,090. Lily Dest with 29.30, Jada Sweeney with 25.90, Leona Benair with 25.50, Maisa Jakobsen with 24.50, and Nelly Scholes rounding off the top 12 right now with 24.30. At this time, let's go on to Series 1. Zali Reeves of Australia taking to the water right here, right now. All right, Zali Reeves. Setting the boat speed at 30k. Looking a little untidy with some of these moves, not feeling at all confident out there, and unfortunately that reflects upon her attempt there with the backflip, the first of many others that would have occurred after that one. So Zali Reeves is now going to be dependent upon the score that she would want to produce with toe tricks. Or she can decide to repeat the handle pass in the hope that the tricks from the handle pass, which inevitably boost them with more points compared to toes, would be a better option for her. So a big decision coming up there for Zali Reeves. Does she go for the toe tricks or does she go for a repeat of the handle pass? We'll find out in a moment. So let's have a look at the start list. Zali Reeves is our lead-off skier, whom you plainly see. Continuing on with this running order brought to you by Banff Sunshine Resort. Lily Steiner in second off the dock. Marie-Lou Duverger in number 3 skier. Then we have Christy Appleton of Australia. Christina de Osma, who has indicated that she will not be tricking. So our 5th skier off the dock will be Megan Pelkey, followed by Dominga Gonzalez, Emma Davis, Olivia Shute, Daniela Verschweifel, Hannah Stopnicki, and Lexi Abelson. You did get that from earlier on, right? So it looks like we got a committed score of 980 points. 980 points for Zali Reeves. So now she's going to have to go some. And because of the absence of Christina de Osma, that therefore means that the leader coming into this Series 3, which has now been reduced from 12 to 11 competitors, the lead score from Melody Morel is good enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. So congratulations there for her. In the meantime, Zali Reeves from Australia, toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Oh, and getting into a little bit of difficulty there on an attempt of a toe 5 front, falling out towards the back and just not feeling it today, unfortunately. So Zali Reeves of Australia, that therefore means that the second place competitor, by my estimation, Martina Pedrita with her point score of 40 of 36.20, good enough for second place and good enough for a spot through to the next round of the competition. Yeah, I've already said that Melody Morel is through because there are now 11 skiers instead of 12 in Series 1. That's correct. All right, then. So not too many tricks to count, unfortunately, there for Zali Reeves of Australia. Started off with a toe and unfortunately did a few tricks, but tried the toe reverse towards the end and unfortunately taken a fall. So we're at the review stage of the trick scoring. She tricked 980 points on pass number 1. So Zali Reeves so far has scored a 22.60 in the review phase. Going through the timing, not entirely necessary there. So her point score is going to be 1,280, which gives her a grand total of 22.60. And because of that point score with 22.60, that therefore means that whomever is in second spot has made it through to the next round, and that is Martina Pedrita from Colombia. So congratulations to her for her effort going forwards. In the meantime, our next competitor coming to us out of Austria, it's Lily Steiner. Here we go. Setting the boat speed at 28k, Alpha 2 with the 0 off, 25% ballast, positional to the back, wake back to back, wake back to back, reverse. Surface back to backs, wake 5 front, positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse. Here she comes. There's the Waco. She goes there for the ski line back. Does she continue right along? Wake line back. Spins to the front, positional, and unfortunately unable to position herself well enough to spin into the line and get and prepare for a wake line O that was to come afterwards. So could that mistake be critical going forwards there for Lily Steiner? She stands up through the pass, which is always desirable, but unfortunately unable to get the tricks at the end that would have taken it over the top there for Lily Steiner. Nice Waco towards the end there, and then goes for the ski line back. And I suspect that rope is in the water, and 3 out of the 5 judges agree with me with that assessment. So she's going to lose 350 points as a result of that error on the ski line back. They're in the review phase right now. They've determined that a couple of other tricks may not have been performed under the specifications for that particular trick. Looks like 5 out of 5 have determined that the ski line back, the rope was in the water, and a few other tricks are look like they've been marked down. So it looks like so far with 1,220 points on pass number 1. That is Lily Steiner. Here she comes on pass number 2 with toe tricks. Here she goes. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe side. Toe. Actually, these are toe backs. Toe 5 front. Keeping the toe foot close to a standing leg and trying to keep that line tension in play here. Toe wake back, toe front, a couple of toe sides at the end. So she stands up on both passes, but is the points total going to be enough to send her through to the final? So that is Lily Steiner. Who's in third right now? Wasn't there a 34.20 from Emily Wenzel? Morel first. Morel first, Martina Pedrita in second, Emily Wenzel in third. 3,700. 3700. So looking at this effort here from Emily Wenzel, actually from Lily Steiner, 1,220 points on pass number 1, and pass number 2 looks to have yielded quite a few more tricks. So looking at the leaderboard right now, our provisional leaderboard, Melitine Morel. Oh my word, Lily Steiner with 2580 on pass number 2. That gives her a grand total of 3,800 points. That puts her 100 points ahead of Melitine Morel, and that therefore means that Lily Steiner has made her way through to the tricks final. We've still got plenty of skiing to come. So we've got 9 skiers remaining, the first of which is going to be Marie-Lou Duvergier of France. So the bubble score currently stands right now at 34-20, we believe, for Emily Wenzel. Here comes Marie-Lou Duvergier. Toe 5 back. Toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse now. Toe surface back to backs. Toe 5 front. Toe out. Toe straight back in. Just trying to play this cautiously here. Knows what she needs to do in order to make it through, and she got a good fair amount of tricks under her belt there, but would have liked to have gotten everything on that particular pass. If she can scrape up enough points on her handle pass to total around about 3,500 off her 2 20-second passes, then she'll be halfway reasonably happy. Marie-Lou Duvergier, toe wake back to back, looking at this effort here. Beautifully executed reverse. And as she recovers those tricks, she was able to do some toe surface back to back. So whilst the line was getting tight again, but there we go. There's a toe-o into wrap, toe wake-o, and just having a little bit of difficulty landing that. And it's certainly not uncommon for even the world's best trickers to have problems with the landing with the toe wake-o. It's just one of those tricks that you can either do or you can't do, despite your level of tricking. There are even 1 or 2 skiers in the world that are close to world record heights that struggle even with something like a toe wake-o. So we're in the committed phase there, 1,460 on pass number 1 for Marie-Lou Duvergier, and in order for her to trick in excess of the total produced by Emily Wenzel of 34.20, she would need about 1,600 points. Something along that range, maybe somewhere between 1,600 or 2,000 points on pass number 2 to affect a positive change for her in respect to making it through to the next round. So 1460 on pass number 1. Let's see what she's got. Marie-Lou Duvergier. Wake 5 back, that's 310 points. Wake 5 front, another 310. Positional to the back and then to the front. There we go. There's the wake. There's the backflip. There's another one. 500 points apiece. Look at her go. No, she bulks out of that second one. Now she's oh my word. She bulks out of the flip twist in favor of staying on top of the water and doing something slightly easier, but unfortunately unable to produce even that. So Marie-Lou Duvergier having some problems out there. Not too many tricks. Hopefully some of these points will be enough to send her through to the next round. But doing some good flips there. There are flips in either direction. She bulked out of that one. And then she did an attempt at the flip back, but unfortunately letting the ski get too far away from her body. So it looks like her timing is not going to be an issue there. So 14.50, which means that her point score is 29.10. That therefore means that Emily Wenzel is through to the next round of the competition with a score of 34.20. So looking for the next competitor to make it through to the next round. And the next bubble score that I see is Claudia Kamentova with a score of a 33.80, the next lowest, the next score down the list. So 8 skiers remain. And the first of those 8 skiers to take to the water is going to be Christy Appleton of Australia. There is your current leaderboard. Our top 4 with 8 skiers remain have made it through to the next round of the competition. All right, here we go. Christy Appleton. Little over 30K with hand tricks. Bravo 2, 25% ballast. Could be maxed up towards 50% as a change between one pass. Oh, my word, and she drops the handle on a 5 front and sinking into the water there. Not too sure how many points she would have scored for what she produced, but she started off with a ski line back. There's going to be question marks with that, especially where it pertains to the rope being out of the water in mid-rotation. There's a wake back-to-back and reverse. Surface back-to-back, so wake 5 front, then a positional to the back, and she tries the wake 5 front and just unable to get a full grip on that handle and that sinking feeling that many know all too well, unfortunately. So it looks like we're changing out skis and ropes, getting ready for the toe tricks on pass number 2. No timing issues to speak of. 910 points on pass number 1. Should go the way of a Christy Appleton from Australia on pass number 1 of 2. How am I sounding, all right? Friggin' give Connor. Friggin' give credit to Donald. Gives me something to Okay, so 910 points on pass number 1 and needing a score in excess of the next lowest score, which is 3,380. So looking for something along the lines of about 1,700, maybe 1,800 points, give or take, to get over the score of 3,380. That from Claudia Kamentova, and then she's going to have to go some with the toe tricks. Okay, so Christy Appleton again trying to shake off the nerves there of 910 points on pass number 1. Slower boat speed on pass number 2. Bravo 2, no ballast to speak of. 28.6K. A partition spin on the toe 5 back as she works her way through the toe back-to-back and the toe surface turns. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Oh, she's off balance here. Toe wake O. Does she continue on? Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back, spins to the front and takes the fall. but the point score there on that pass could well have a bearing as to whether she makes it through to the next round of the competition or not. She needs a score of more than 33.80 in order to affect that kind of change. This is Christy Appleton of Australia. Okay, 2 sugars, 3 creamers. All right, so looking at this from Christy Appleton, looked in pretty good shape for the most part here, and just really just barnstorming that toe pass, and looked to gaining confidence towards the end, but certainly the damage may have been done with 910 points on pass number 1. Looks like her toe tricks are being scored right now. 25.60 appears to be on the board, and they're going through the review phase right now to determine whether one or more of those tricks are credit worthy. Looks like the toe wake lino may have been non-credit. Into timing, and she fell on the toe front right before the end of 20 seconds, so 2,080. And if that is correct, then that gives her a point score of 29.90. That means that Cloudy Komentova has made it through provisionally through to the next round. Don't forget, folks, that we do have that review period of 30 minutes after the conclusion of the tricks event. So maybe some more drama to come ahead. But let's have a look and see. On the water, it's Megan Pelkey. So 29.3 kilometers, Charlie 2 with the 0 off, 50% ballast. So she's beefed up the wakes here for the handle paths. Positional to the back, wake back to back, wake back to back, surface back to backs, wake 5 front. Now positional to the back, wake 5 front reverse. Now let's see if she can position herself out the wake there for a wake 5 back and going into the back. Oh, and going down hard there on the back flip. Would have been worth 500 points there had she have landed it. So that means that before she fell before the end of time, which means timing will be a moot issue there for her. It's just a case of whatever tricks that she performed up to that point, whether that they were credit worthy and were performed within the specifications for each trick. Megan Pelkey, an uphill struggle now. 910 points, it looks like, on pass number 1. No timing to speak of. Exactly the same point score on pass number 1 as our previous skier, Christy Appleton. And to the best of my recollection, they fell around about the same place. So there we go. We got Nikki Antonsen along the shore side, just chilling. It's probably been years since he last tricked, if he ever tricked at all. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. We still got the men's tricking competition in the elimination round to come. We've got jumping to take place tomorrow, along with the first of our finalists, our finals, as it were. So Megan Pelkey getting wrapped in toe 7 front. Nicely performed. Toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse. Toe back to back, toe 5 front, nails that one shut. Toe out, toe straight back in. Let's see what she's got. Toe wake-o, toe wake line-o. Little bit back straight on that one. Toe wake line back and then toe front. And I think that that she knew that the gig was up, so she shut it down towards the end and wanted to make sure that she stood up and made her way back to the dock. So, on her way back to the dock, that's Megan Pelkey. We'll see what she produced by way of a point score. And if these tricks are counted as is, then she could put herself in a position where she might be through to the final. But we are in the judging phase right now. That's just merely step one. The second step is the review to determine whether those tricks were actually performed properly. And the third and final stage, where appropriate, the timing comes into issue as well. It's identifying the tricks, making sure that each trick is performed correctly, and whether those tricks were performed in time in that order of workflow. So as we continue on with this, so it looks like so far in the reviewing stage, 26.60. It looks like the reverse toe wake back to back appeared to be flat, which is why it's no credit. Also, a couple of tricks appearing to be no credit. Toe wake line O at the end. Probably for the same reason. Yes, indeed, it is for more or less the same reason. Foot in the water. 3 out of the five judges. One of them also determined that it was flat, and the other believed that it was a non-complete slide. So we're committed on 23.30. Committed on 23.30, and that means that her score is 3,240. 3,240 for Megan Pelkey. And I believe that might actually be enough there for Megan Pelkey to make it through to the next round. Dominga Gonzalez going through her toe tricks one after the other. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Good elevation. And Dominga Gonzalez, who really slalomed out of her skin earlier on in this competition. Doing a fine job there with toe tricks. So looking at the leaderboard there, we see the top 5, and looking at the top 6 there with 33.20, Holly Lucive out of Australia has probably booked herself a spot through to next round at the expense of Megan Pelkey, who tricked her 32.40. So 33.20 for Holly Lucive. Now the next bubble score is that of Megan Pelkey with 32.40. So getting very close to each other with these point scores. By my reckoning, the following skiers have made it through to next round. That's Martina Pedrita, Emily Wenzel, Holly Lucive, Melitine Morel, and Claudia Komentova and Lily Steiner. And funnily enough, the only skier out of Series 1 that has made it through to a tricks final thus far is Lily Steiner with 3,800 points.
Okay, here we go.
So Dominga Gonzalez with 28 kilometers an hour. We're still judging the tricks on pass number 1 for her as we get ready on pass number 2. Ski line back, looking pretty strong out there with surface back-to-backs there. She bulked out on the Wake 5 front there, the initial one. Then she in favor of doing the Wake 5 front reverse and then the 5 back. Going into a flip sequence there, 500 points apiece. Surface 5s, and did one side slide. Didn't bother to do the other one because I think that she knows that she's done enough to make it through to the trick in final, barring the results coming through. Looking very good, and the judging phase coming through. We've got a committed score on pass number 1, but don't forget, we've got 29.40 on pass number 1. And on the second run, we're still in the judging phase on that one. But so far, we see 26.50. Now, I don't think there are too many tricks here on the pass number 2 that would be anything less than the full credit. And if that is the case with that second run, currently being scored as 25.50 on pass number 2. And looks like there appears to be a little bit of a trend with the ski line back, with many attempts at that trick resulting with the rope being in the water for the majority of our officials, thus robbing the skier of well, I mean, it's probably a little unfair to say robbed, but 350 points right from the get-go, not in the bank is a bit of a disappointment there. But let's have a look and see how the tricks are being reviewed. Ski line back, unfortunately, not counted there, being rope in the water with all 5 officials. Then looking at some of the other tricks, Wake 5 front, Wake 5 back, with pre-turns being the cause for that trick not being credited. And we're still in the review stage with 1,680 points, I believe, and looks like it's going to go to timing. So 1680 on pass number 2, so that gives her a total of 4620. And that safely puts Dominga Gonzalez through to the next round. Here comes Emma Davis from the United States, now joined here by Kiwi, otherwise known as Kyle Lead. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, g'day, Tony. How you doing? I thought I'd come give you some company here for this latter part of the Women's Tricks, this Series 1. And this is Emma Davis on the water. She is a key member of the US team and looking pretty solid on this toe pass so far.
Almost coming up short there on the toe wake back-to-back reverse, but she's winding in toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake O, looking in for the toe wake line O. Nicely done, toe wake back, and beautifully executed there. And Kyle, you're going to be one of the very few people that get to see what I see on this tablet so far as the scoring is concerned. Provided to us with the scoring provided to us courtesy of iTrick.
Yeah, for sure. So you'll have to kind of walk me through this a little bit, Tony. I've definitely been on the other end of it. I've officiated at a lot of events with the iTrick system, and I've been sitting at home watching events with iTrick, and with the scores coming up and the runs alongside your screen. But the screen you're looking at, it's pretty amazing that we get this information straight away. What's going on? What tricks are credit? What's sort of been under review, and then obviously going through the timing of it too.
Yeah, because it's 3 phases. It's judging, it's reviewing, and it's timing. Now, they've gone through the judging phase, which is the identity of each tricks that were performed. Then they go into the review phase to determine whether those tricks are worth the points that are assigned to them. And then it goes to timing if the skier actually manages to continue tricking right the way up to 20 seconds and beyond.
Well, she definitely got through full 20 seconds there. And to be honest, looks like everything was pretty clean there. Maybe that toe line O they're going to give it another look at.
Okay, so they're reviewing, and looks like Waco might have been suspect to a no credit call on that particular run, on that particular trick, and the toe wake lino towards the end.
Yeah, you can see the toe lino, the foot went in the water a little bit. That's a no-no in toe steps. The toe wake-o, yeah, obviously just a little bit of a pre-turn, it looks like, from some of the judges on that run. So she's lost a fair few points, but a good solid stand-up run, and she'll be coming back with the hand pass. If she can get through this, she'll get her spot into the final.
All right, then. It looks like we're committed to a score of a 2740, 2,740 on pass number 1. And looks like she's going to be... Looks like she's looking for about 1,000 points or somewhere slightly below to give her a spot through to the women's trick final. There we go. There's the backflip there. Backflip reverse coming right up. Nicely done. Flip twist to the back. And I think she's safely through to the finals on the basis of what we're seeing right there, yeah. and then some.
That's going to be the top score of the day, wouldn't it, there, Tony?
I think so, yeah.
Five flips in that second pass. She's a very compact skier, very strong. Does a lot of gymnastics, and shows out in the water. A lot of height on all those flips. Very clean tricking through the flip sequence. Maybe one of those fives they'll look at again. We'll sort of see what happens when our little screen changes. Yeah, maybe that second wake, the first wake 5 front was a little iffy, but I think clean through the rest of it. Just whether she got that last half twisting flip in time, that's going to be the big one. That's 750 points. You hopefully won't lose that.
All right, and some of the others as well. I mean, 750 points there. The backflip back there, and also some other tricks thrown in for good measure there.
Well, you caught it on that replay, didn't you, Tony? The trick was pretty clean, the 5 front, but she jumped a little bit early and probably landed right on top of the wake, and you've got to ski over the top of the wake, finish on the other side, and she landed right on top of it. So that's probably why the judges took, or are reviewing that one at least.
Yeah, just looking at the wake 5 front there, the second trick there, the reason for the no credit is a pre-turn for the majority of our officials. 3 out of the 4 believe it's a pre-turn, and the other one, the other judge is saying that it's not complete.
Ooh, she's looking at that the reverse one as well. So
yeah,
she might lose a little bit of points there, but I think she's still done enough, and she's posted a pretty handy score for the US team. The US team has some strong slalomers, some strong jumpers. They only really have, they have 3 really good trickers. That's Emma's one of them, and obviously the 2 Abelsons coming up later on. So yeah, we're looking forward for Emma to stand up a good first round trick score.
And because she stood up on that second pass, the timing comes into effect. So 3,480 on that second pass alone, which should give her a grand total of 6,220 when that second pass is combined with the first pass of 2,740. So 2,740 plus 3,480 gives you a grand total of 6,220.
62-20, very good score, and obviously room to improve in the final.
So Emma Davis through to next round of the competition, and getting ready, coming into the course representing Canada. This is Olivia Shute.
Starting on toe, going through the toe 720 front to front, and moving through toe wake 5 back, toe wake back to backs. The sand has picked up a lot just in these last couple of skiers. It's very clean, going through the surface toes, toe wake O. Toe line O, and I think that one's going to be credit. We'll wait and see what the judges think. Toe line back to back to finish it off.
Oh, nicely done.
Great first pass.
Always look at the toe foot whenever you see these tricks to see if an effort is made to clear that rope out of the water during the entirety of that rotation.
Well, by the looks of it, I thought, Tony, everything there looked pretty clean. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of judges look at take a second look at some of the tricks. I might be a little bit more lenient than the panel we have here today, but from where I was sitting, that was a very nice opening pass for Olivia Shute from Canada.
There we go, toe 7 front to get things up and running. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back. Looking good there as she winds on and uses the toe surface back-to-backs in an effort to tighten up the line after slack was generated with the toe wake back-to-back reverse. And looking good here and looking in good shape. Skiing into the wind here, which means that the line tightens up a little bit sooner and a little bit harder compared to skiing with the wind behind you. Toe wake line back-to-back reverse. And nicely done there, Olivia Shute. So she should have enough points in the bag there to take the pressure off pass number 2.
Just looking at our tablet here, though, that toe wake-o, little pre-turn on that. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet, but a few judges looked at the toe wake-o. And that's one of those tricks I think, they do get a little bit picky with, and that it's quite easy to pre-turn or slide a little bit of the toe wake-o. And as you can see, no credit. She loses 300 points, but still a 34-10 on pass number 1. And, she's got quite a few, she's a handy hand tricker as well. Throws a lot of flips, and I think you'll see her push that lead from Emma Davis of 62.20. She's going to go a little higher here.
And 34.10 by itself is good enough to see her through.
Oh, is it really? Yep.
Yep.
Currently, the cut is what, 3,400?
Something like that, yeah. Something slightly below that point total. Here she comes with the first trick, positional to the back flip there. Flip twist to the front, I would say. There's a regular backflip. There's the reverse. She can do 3 more. Flip twist to the back. But she stops there after 4. Looking good. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 front reverse. 5 back. And some surface back-to-backs. And that is a solid effort there for Canada's Olivia Shute.
Olivia Shute, what class. That was great skiing. One of the flips, she maybe slipped out a little bit, lost a little bit of time, but all the rest of the tricks, very clean, moved through fast. You saw her sort of set up. I'm interesting to see the replay there. She does a little wake jump and then obviously elects to turn and do a positional trick, turns back. There it is there, and her first trick is a back to front flip. And then she moves, I think it was the second flip, she kind of over-rotated just a little bit. So it took her time. There it is. Handle came up, regrouped, and was smooth through the rest of the tricks. 4 flips, just those 4 flips alone, probably somewhat close to 2,500 points. And then moving through ski line back. Yeah, rope well out of the water on that one. And then all 3 of these 5s at the end I thought were pretty clean, Tony.
Yep, looking in very, very good shape throughout the entirety of the run there. I mean, she knew that coming into this event that she didn't have to perform towards the high echelon of her capability. Just basically stand up on a relatively simple two pass effort, and her destiny in regards to making it through to the trick final was pretty much assured.
Well, we saw 34.10 on the pass number 1, 38.80. It's still
in the review
stage, but you're going to do your math real quick, and we've got a potential score of over 7,000 points. So, yeah, it's snatching that lead here tentatively from Emma Davis. And I believe she is a member of the Canadian team, correct? She was slaloming earlier, and she is tricking for the Canadian team. So good points for the Canadian team there as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be a tussle going forwards. And it looks like we're adding the second, the side slide at the end there for Olivia Shute. That gives her 39.20. And a little bit of mass there with the assistance of iTrick should give her a score of 73.30 for Olivia Shute. So she's through to the next round, no worries there. Next competitor up, 3 competitors from the end, Daniela Verschweibel.
I was waiting for you to pronounce that last name for me, Tony. Thank you. And again, electing to start with the toe run. I have seen this girl trick at quite a few tournaments, and yeah, she is a top-level tricker. Obviously ranked 3rd coming into this event. Only Hannah Stopnicki and Alexi Abelson to go after her. And she moves through very clean, keeps it tight to the wake, going through toe wake back-to-backs. No problems there with the surface tricks. Keeps her upper body still. Clean on toe wake. There's the toe line. The big points with the toe steps right at the end. All these girls are exhibiting kind of similar
Oh, look at
end of
that.
End of the runs, aren't they? A toe line toe line back, and a toe line back-to-back right at the last minute. Olivia Shute just lost hers out of time. Maybe Daniela went a little bit quicker. Could be in time there.
I think so, and judging by those tricks, it would probably be not too far out the realm as a possibility to suggest that that first pass might be enough for Daniela Verschweivel to make it through to the next round of the competition, needing to score more than the point score of Megan Pelkey with 32.40.
Like watching the slow-mo, keeps the leg very, very close, so her access is very still. She's able to move through these tricks very quickly. Obviously electing to drop the toe 7 at the start, just starting with toe 5 back. And that gives her a little bit more time for these big toe tricks at the end. The toe line O, I thought that looked clean. Rope stayed out of the water. Toe line back, throws in a 180 back and front, and then sets up a lot of strength there to get the leg in and get advancement up and over the rope to toe line back to back, and 480 points for that. Great first pass.
All right, so looking at these points coming forward, it looks like that 3 out of the 5 judges determined that the toe Waco had a pre-turn, and that will deny her 300 points on that basis. Timing is coming into play because she made it all the way through to the end. Toe wake front looks like it's going to be out of time. And with that, 3,640 points. That should be enough to see Daniela Verschweivel through to the next round of the competition. And she's got one more pass to come.
On one pass alone, what great toe tricking. That toe wake O, it's a tough one to get out here today.
Yeah, and it's like I say, it's just one of these tricks. It's a trick that you can either do or you can't do, and I know that there are some.
All these skiers can do it. It's just they're probably rushing a little bit, and
yeah, but there are high level, elite level trickers that have real difficulty with the toe Waco.
All right, let's see what she's got on pass number 2 on hands.
27.7 kilometers.
Positional wake back, ski line back to back to get things underway. There's the ski line back going out now into the flip series. Just a regular back, nice height, and the reverse. Now we're going to the half twist, the back to front. So far, so good. Setting up, hopefully, a back-to-back mob.
Here she goes.
Got to be close to time.
Nicely done.
She throw in one more. There's a 6 flip. Beautiful tricking.
And
we are just getting better and better, aren't we, as we go through these last few skiers.
That could be over 7,000 points.
Oh, that's well over 7,000, I think, especially with that, if she can get that reverse back-to-back mob in time. She was motoring at the start of the run, but 6 flips and a couple of ski lines at the start. That's huge.
Fantastic effort there from Daniela Verschweivel of Colombia. We're going to take an instant replay of this, and positional trick. The back and then the ski line back to back. Heave that rope there for the ski line back, and did she ever?
Well, it's not an easy one because she's doing it going out, and sort of traveling against the line. She's edging across and she's got to pull against it. So it's not an easy one to get the advancement on that one, but she did that very well. Just 2 sort of ski line tricks to set up before the 6 flips. Carves this one back in, back to front. And then these points, massive at the end. A back mob starting backwards, a back flip and landing backwards. Just, is she going to get it in time? Is this last one? That's the reverse. Is it in time? If it is, that's going to be, I'd say, close to 8,000 points or over.
Yeah, let's have a look and see. And we are in the review phase on pass number 2, and looks like a lot of these points coming through would suggest that was a very, very clean effort there for Daniela Verschweivel. A little nitpicky with some of these trick assessments here,
yeah,
I would have to say.
From what I'm seeing there, and you can see it on your screen, it's under review, ski line back front, whether she stopped, and that's an awkward one. Sometimes you're going out, especially. A lot of rope, landed, and kind of kept turning into the front. So, they're calling it a ski line no credit, which is what it's come out to. But the good news for her, that reverse back-to-back mob was in time. So big points at the end, 44.70. Let's do your math real quick. I think she's over 8,000 points and going to snatch the lead.
So 44.70, that gives us a grand total of 8,110 points. That gives her the lead, Daniela Verschweivel. 36.40 on pass number 1, 44.70 on pass number 2. As we get a good look here at Jeremy Scholl on the tower cam.
Right, so a new leader, 81.10, is that what you got?
Yeah, 81.10. So now
Olivia Shute, let's round out the top 3. Olivia Shute, 73.30, and Emma Davis, 62.20. 2 skiers remaining, Hannah Stopnicki and Lexi Abelson, the 2 top seeds, and the 2 skiers capable of going over 8, definitely for Hannah, and I think Lexi Abelson has even posted a score over 9,000. So get behind these last 2 skiers, rounding out this Series 1 of the Women's Trick Prelims.
Here she comes. This is going to be a toe 7 front there. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse. Using the toe back to backs to tighten up the line again. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake O. Coming in for the toe wake line O. Toe wake line back. Positional to the front and to the back. Toe wake line back to back. And there you go. I think that might be enough as well.
You know what she did really well on that pass was fast through the toe 7 at the front and went quick enough that I think she got that toe line back-to-back in time. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of review, but I've seen Hannah trick quite a lot. I've timed a lot of her passes, and when she has a rhythm like that, that toe line back-to-back should just squeak in the 20 seconds.
And actually, looking at that, because there was a discernible pause between the first toe and the second and on the first part of that toe 7, the officials have deemed that first trick was a toe O instead of the toe 7 front. But then everything else from that point onwards looked pretty clean.
Yeah, there's still some sort of looking like they're reviewing the toe wake O and the toe line O again. But yeah, we'll wait and see in just a few. But great tricking, and just like these last few skiers, I think that one pass alone might squeeze her into the final.
Yes,
she is a former under-17 world trick champion. She won that title down in Chile.
Yeah, 2 cycles ago, yes.
Yeah, exactly, 2023. So no stranger to world championships and climbing the top of podiums. So great tricking from Hannah. Let's see what she's got on pass number 2. Official score will come through in just a second.
All right, Len. Looks like the officials are reviewing, and looks like they've taken another look then to try and determine whether that toe 7 front was actually indeed a toe 7 front rather than a partition spin toe O and or toe O in and toe O out. There's Lexi Abelson getting ready for her go out there on the water. So far as targets go for her in terms of making it through to the next round, this is going to be one of those tap it in type deals.
All right, it's coming in now, setting up for her hand pass. Probably close, high 3,000 points on pass at number 1, depending on credit. We haven't got an official score through. I think the toe 7 she's going to get that. Maybe the toe wake O and toe line O might get cut. Going through wake 540s here at the beginning, spinning quickly through these. Now setting up for the flips. Plenty of height on flip number 1. There's number 2. 2 regular back flips. Now the twisting flips. Landing backwards. And the reverse. Catches the wake a little bit funny, but she's still going. There's a back to front. A few surface back-to-backs. She'll be happy with that. A solid pass.
Yeah.
Good points into the final. Good team points too.
May not be especially happy with 31.30 on pass number 1, but in its totality, with that first pass along with the tricks on the second, should be enough for her to make it through to the next round of the competition. Looks like we're continuing to judge the tricks on pass number 2, and so far provisionally on 4,100 points, but we're still yet to go into the review phase on pass number 2 for Hannah Stopnicki.
Yeah, I didn't see a sheet pop up for her first pass, but it looks like, toe wake O, toe line O, and toe line back-to-back even. It was in time. It was fast enough, but little pre-turn or foot in the water, as a few judges sort of found some issues with that. The second pass, pretty clean. Definitely all the flips in time. A few back-to-backs at the end. She's in the final. She's got a good first-round score.
Absolutely, using that quantum trick ski to very good effect there, and a fantastic effort. And Quantum, one of the brands produced by Russell Gay, who's a stable, also includes a Masterline and Eagle. Masterline Eagle producing the bibs that were designed by Matt Goss and Dan Velsic, and we're also using a Masterline ropes for this competition as well for the slalom and the jump events, and we thank them very, very much indeed. And a big shout out there to Russell Gay, unfortunately not here during these championships. His daughter sustained an injury coming into this event, so unable to compete. But Russell not here, but I'm sure that he is watching intently. So a big shout out to you. Also a big shout out to Shoe Swap Ski and Board, along with the Banff Sunshine Ski Resort, who are sponsoring our leaderboard. And this event is possible due to the generous funding by the Alberta Provincial Government and Tourism Calgary.
And just while you were thanking a few people there, scores came through for Hannah Stopnicki. It was just over 7,000 points. Slots her into third spot. Daniela Verschwevel.
Yeah,
Verschwevel?
Yeah, Verschwevel,
81-10,
yes.
still holding the lead. One skier remaining. This is Lexi Abelson. Has a few national trick records to her name. And doing it for Team USA. Watch her second pass. A ton of flips in that, but she's also a very, very steady toe tricker as well.
And selecting a high clip with toe tricks with 28.6 kilometers with C3 and just a little bit of ballast thrown in there for good measure.
A little bit unsteady on that first back-to-back. Maybe just slowing things down now just to settle it in. Obviously, sister to
look at
Jake
that.
Abelson, the current world trick record holder. Oh, look at that. Bounces out of a toe line back-to-back. That's some handy release work there, Tony.
Yeah, or lack of.
I'm not sure who it is in the boat. Maybe I know Camilo's here. He's done a lot of work with the two Abelsons.
Yeah, it is Camilo.
That guy's seen more tricking than anybody else here on site. So he knew exactly what he was doing. Kept her on long enough so she could recover and get credit for that toe line back-to-back. Yeah, she got a little unsteady there. Probably a little bit of nerves. Maybe through the middle of these just surface tricks. Went across the wake a little bit. Started sort of moving back and forth. Had to slow things down a little bit on the toe 5 front, toe O's and toe O's. So judges might look at a couple of these tricks a couple times.
So looking,
that's going to be a tricky one there. I think that one's gone. Toe line O. That's if that hasn't been perfect, they've been taking that today. But toe line back to back. Look, head almost in the water, leg out, bounces out of it, shows the toe wake front, and yeah, definitely going to get credit for that toe line back to back if it's in time.
Indeed, and as we're looking through the review stage there, a toe wake line O appears to be some issue with that in regards to our review phase, and either a combination of not being complete or being flat, foot in the water. Two of our officials have adjudicated that particular trick as such.
Yeah, it looks like too the toe 5 front. Yeah, she was a little out of balance on her toe back-to-backs. Toe 5 front, she's may have sort of paused. Yeah, the ski has to keep continuous rotation, and she might have paused just on the front. So she might lose a little bit of points there. The toe line O was definitely no credit, and so she's going to drop 480 there. But still, a handy first pass. Total just over 31.60. There it is on your screen. And the big points are here to come in this hand run. She's going to throw out 6 flips. Whether she does her front, she also does a front flip or 2. Whether she's going to pull them today, she might be going the conservative just to get a good first round score.
But this is by no means an automatic, though. She still needs to out-trick Megan Pelkey's total of 32.40. She's at 31.60 right now. So looking for more than 80 points here to book herself a spot through to next round, and I think she's done it with that. Whoa, look at this. Now she's really going to have to hustle here to try and put some points on the board that would put her at least halfway down the running order in the women's tricking final, which will take place later on in this competition. And there was the front flip, and just didn't look all that settled really with the effort there on the toe pass first, or even the handle pass second.
Well, you got to remember too. I mean, Lexi she's a young skier. She's still eligible for under 17s. She's what is she, 15, maybe 16 now. But so yeah, a lot of pressure on her, and just like anybody else, the nerves can get to you, especially this first round. She knows Team USA is kind of relying on her trick score as well. She's kind of over-rotated that one. Then she sort of had to go, okay, calm yourself down, get back into a rhythm, let's get some points here. And she did a couple of a big point scoring flips here at the end, some back-to-back mobs, and went for the front flip. Unfortunately, there's one more back-to-back mob here that she does cleanly, and then the front flip, she was rushing to try and get that one in time, I'm guessing. Usually stands that one up pretty easy, but just kind of overdoes it. Gets a little off axis. But yeah, she's in the final. She's not going to be a top seed, I don't think. I think Daniela is going to hold the lead with the 81.10. She might challenge Olivia Schutz's 73.30. Up on your screen here, pass at number 2, 34.60. What do we got? Maybe 6,500, yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Think about 34.60, yes, on pass number 2, which means that a point score of 66.20, which is good enough for fourth spot. And let's have a look at the trick leaderboard. This is the provisional trick leaderboard because we still have that 30-minute review period still in effect after we've gotten all of the virtual pink sheets are in place.
Yep.
So Daniela Vishwaival in the lead with 81.10. Livia Schutt with 73.30. Hannah Stopnicki with 7,100 points. Lexi Abelson with 66.20. Emma Davis with 62.20 right there. Domingo Gonzalez rounding up the top 6 with 46.20. Lily Steiner with 3,800 points. Melody Morel with 3,700 points. Martina Pedrita with 36.20. Emily Wenzel with 34.20. Claudia Komentova with 33.80. And our 12th and final skier through to the final with 33.20. Holly Lucive of Australia. All right, that concludes the women's tricks. We're going to go into the men's tricks shortly as we continue on with live and exclusive coverage here at the 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championships. We're going to go on to men's tricks in just a few minutes, so just enough time for you to grab yourself a refill and grab yourself a comfier chair and get ready for the top U21 men trickers in all the world as they compete here live here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. We'll be back right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over.
losing the lead. Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Turn it up, now turn it out. We go from turn to down. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, eat it up. Gotta live it up, in it, movie, in it, we just live it up. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, eat it up. Gotta live it up, it's automatic. We're made of magic.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it into overdrive. On your mark. Get ready, set, go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the lakes of Cast in Stone. All right there, women's trick leaderboard. This is a provisional leaderboard because we are in that 30-minute review period in which our trick skiers and their representatives get to look at the trick sheets to determine if there's anything missing or anything that's incorrect and make adjustments thereof. But at the moment, Daniela Verschweivel with 81.10 is your leader after the elimination round, followed by Olivia Shute, Hannah Stopnicki, Alexa Abelson, Emma Davis, Dominga Gonzalez, Lily Steiner, Melody Morel, Martina Pedrita, Emily Wenzel, Claudia Komentova, and Holly Lucive.
Yeah, some exciting tricking, but a couple of our top seeds just looking a little nervous there, and so the way they finished up a little bit out of the way they were seeded. And here we look at the leaderboard so far from seeds 4 and 3. Jacob Chambers miles out in front, 7,080 points. That's a handy trick score from Series 3. We're going to Series 2. There's 10 skiers in this series. All of these, looking at some of their scores, all of these skiers capable of surpassing that 7,000 points. But Jacob, he's got the score on the board. Let's see what we get going here. Pablo Elvira kicking things off from Colombia.
Indeed, and Lorenzo Nelson not actually present here. He would have been our second competitor to take to the water, but Lorenzo Nelson, the last I heard, he was on a plane trip back to his native Mexico. I think he actually sustained an injury in training prior to these championships, but we wish him the best going forward. In the meantime, Pablo Elvira from Colombia.
We saw him competing in the slalom event earlier too. He's sort of midway through 38 off, I believe, is kind of his level. But a handy tricker, over 7,000 points. Going through some fast toe tricks, throws in a toe slide. Little slow, little pause there, just setting up for that difficult reverse toe wake back-to-back. Does some slides again, and some toe in and out right at the end, toe line back. And a stand-up pass. The fist goes up from the release person in the boat.
Nice.
Clean tricking pass 1.
Looking good there, and Diego Hernandez, our driver, and
yeah, Diego from Chile. He came and drove one of our events at my lake earlier this year on his way here. He's a great man behind the wheel. So let's watch this replay here. Goes through toe 5 back. A little bit of an unorthodox run here, going through some toe back-to-backs, then kind of pauses, throws in a, well, maybe it was just a 180. Yeah, he flicked it around. I thought it was a slide when we were watching it the first time. He did it so fast. Then setting up, taking his time for reverse toe wake back-to-back.
Very upright.
Yep. Keeps everything close. There's the slides, bangs them out in the middle, throws in a toe wrap in here. So not the highest scoring toe run, but probably upwards of just over 3,000 points there, would you say?
Yeah, I would say so. Maybe high 2 into 3,000. You know, very deliberate, very methodical with each of the tricks that he performed there, and
yeah, by the looks of things, maybe the toe 5 back was a little iffy, and coming through preliminary score, sort of, yeah, around 2,600 points. But he's done his job on pass number 1. There it is, 25.90. There's that toe 5 back got cut. You see it's a toe toe back. And then later on in the pass, he has that toe repeat. He would obviously like to have had a toe 5 back at the start, and he would have got those extra 200 points at the end. So he's lost 350, just shy of, he would have been close to 3,000 points like we were predicting. But let's see what he's got in hands. Hopefully he's got some big flips for us. I know he has scores over 7,000 points. He needs it today. We've got a big afternoon of tricking. We've got 10 skiers in this Series 2 and then at least 12 in the Series 1.
Yeah, that's right.
This standard is extremely high in this under 21 men's trick prelim. And I'm predicting, you know, it's got to be close to 9,000 points, I'd say, to get into the final, wouldn't you say, Tony?
I would say so, certainly. And as we look at Pablo Alvira coming in on pass number 2, flip twist back to front is opener.
Yeah, 2 regular back flips. There's the, he's overdone it on the half twist, the front to back flip, and not happy. Just gone, maybe trying to go a little bit too quick. He knew he maybe lost a little bit of time, a little bit of points in his toe run. Said, hey, I'm going to make it up, go a little quicker in the hands, and rushing ends up can end you up in the water pretty quickly.
Indeed. As we look at this instant replay again, half twist from back to front, and then he goes in for the regular backflip, which was successful with, and then goes for the half twist for another backflip, and here he goes with the fourth flip, which is the half twist from front to back. So essentially 3 tricks he was able to perform and get credit for those.
Yeah, maybe 1,500 points or so, and maybe a 180 or so in that second pass, together with only 25.90 in pass number 1. We're looking just over 4,000 points, and we will not be seeing Pablo in our final, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He had to go for it, though. Like we're saying, I mean, on paper anyway, we're thinking it could be high 8,000 to 9,000 points. There's skiers in Series 2 that have scores, you know, in excess of 9,000, and we've got 12 in the top Series 2. So he had to go for it, didn't he?
All right, next competitor up wearing bib 112 is Eduardo Lamalfa from Italia.
41.40 for Pablo over a score he will likely want to forget, and it's not going to be his day, unfortunately. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the next skier's ability. I have seen some scores from him over 8,000 points, though.
Mm-hmm. So let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. 41.40 for Pablo Alvira, but the standard of Tricker is only going to rise between now and the end. So that leaderboard is subject to quite a bit of change going forwards.
Yeah, I saw the second name on that leaderboard right now is Elliot Westland, 45.20, and he wouldn't class himself as a tricker. He's a top jumper and a very good slalom skier. but he's tricked really well on the first day of competition. And went 4,500. That second place is not gonna stay. Here he comes. It's a back-to-back mob on his first trick, a back to front. Now some just regular backflips. Yeah, there's two of them. This is going to be the half twist. Yeah, he doesn't overdo it. Can he do the reverse? Yes, he's taking his time. He's not going to get too much else in. Maybe a ski line O. That hopefully is in time. I'd say the ski line back maybe is out.
There's the 5 front, right at the very end there, 310 points, provided he gets it within 20 seconds. But he was moving very methodically with each of the tricks that he had on his schedule for pass number 1.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it, isn't it, Tony? Methodically, because he wanted to just make sure he stood up that pass. There's a back-to-back mob, does that cleanly. Opts not to do the reverse, just goes for a back-to-front here. That reverse landing is always a bit awkward, and when you want to just go for a safe run, the back-to-front's a good option. Just 2 regular backflips, 500 points apiece. This is the trick we saw the previous skier fall on. It's not actually a very difficult trick for this level of skier. And the reverse, very clean. That's an awkward one. He did that well, but yeah, he's taken his time. It's getting close to 20. He throws a ski line O. I think that's going to be the last one in time.
Yeah. There's still a review. We're reviewing the tricks. That ski line O, 400 points if he manages to get that credit.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. The ski line back, maybe not, but regardless, I think that one was going to be out of time anyway. No, he might have got that in, but it was not credit, unfortunately, with 3 of our judges having an issue with it. But some big points from the flips there.
It looks like the last trick that he had in time was a back just for his positional for the wake 5 front, and looks like we're committed to a score of 4-3-1-0, 4-3-1-0. So already out tricking our first competitor, Pablo Alvira, to the tune of 43.10 compared to our Pablo Alvira's 41.40. That's just off 1 pass.
Well, he knows the lead right now is 7,000. He's got 4,300 on pass number 1. Let's see how he moves through this toe run.
Toe wake back to back and it's reverse.
Yeah, the standard start. There he goes through toe 5 front. He's got a little bit in trouble. I think that toe 5 front was definitely paused, and as was the toe out. Can he throw some big tricks at the end, up his score? It's a toe line O. He's gone too big and he's gone out the back.
Yes. Unfortunately, there went in too hard with the toe wake line O and paid the price with that fall towards the tail end of that particular move. He had to go for it though.
Yeah, the start was good, Tony. The toe 5 back looked good. Methodical again, not trying to rush, just trying to get the points on the board. Toe wake back to back and the reverse. That's a difficult one. You see some of our skiers kind of drop that one out in prelims because it's kind of a risky one. Here's where he got in trouble. He sort of paused a little bit on the toe 5 front, I think, and definitely kind of lost the rope there, stopped, and it's a toe back and a toe front. So then he's going to go, okay, let's get back into the swing of things. There's a toe wrapping. Toe wake O, hopefully that's clean. We've seen a lot of skiers miss that one today. Toe line O, gearing for it. He wanted to get that credit. That was clean. He was well out of, the foot was well out of the water, but just overcooked it.
All right, and so far it looks like 21-10, the point score so far in its timing phase. So with 21-10 addition added to 43-10, that should give him a grand total of 64-20.
Into second place.
Yep.
Jacob Chambers still holding on to the lead after 2 skiers.
But don't forget, as we go through this event, we are in Series 2. In Series 1, there are 12 skiers in that series, and 12 the top 12 are skiers from any series after they're all completed make it through to the next round of the competition. So We've just seen Eduardo Amalfa. Now we've got Evan Kraus from Canada.
All right, let's see what Evan's got. He is either a wild card or I think maybe he's a specialist here for the. He's not on part of Team Canada. Some big tricks at the start. Back-to-back mode, back to front. 2 regular flips. Now he's going into the ski lines. Clean ski line back. Ski line back-to-back going out. Can he throw a couple more flips? There's a half twist and the reverse. And goes down right at 20 seconds for Evan Kraus.
Yeah, good little performance all the way through to the end there, using every little bit of that 20 seconds of time. Positions himself there for the Mobe back-to-back. Not a bad start here.
Yeah, bails a little bit on that reverse. Maybe that's not an option for him, but you see a lot of skiers do the 2 Mobes right at the start. Goes through a couple of regular flips here. Kind of a different run too. Switches up into some ski line tricks in the middle of the flips.
Yeah, requested a boat speed drop there.
Yeah, you heard that. That's boat speed. They drop it down a little bit as they do these ski line tricks. Maybe they picked it back up again here for these last couple of flips. That one was good. Gee, the driver was busy on that pass, wasn't it? He came in at 19.2, then down to 18.7 or so, then back up for the last couple of tricks at the end. But falling on that big 750-point trick at the end, 4,020 is your score. It's still reviewing, and they're making sure the time, but I think that's going to be committed here in just a second.
Yeah,
it's a handy pass. He's going to have to go for a big toe run, though, to sort of put some pressure on the leader or try and find a spot in the final.
And looks like they committed to that score of a 4,020. So the second best first pass that we've seen so far in this section of the competition. 4,020 on pass number 1 for Evan Kraus. With 3 skiers deep into this 10-skier men's Series 2 trick elimination round.
They get nice and close to that shoreline, don't they, coming into this second pass. As we check out some awesome drone footage of this beautiful site here at Predator Bay Water Ski Club. And Evan Kraus showing what he's got on toes. Toe 5 back.
Toe wake back to back.
Time. And he's in trouble.
Oh, and he tried to turn his way out of that situation, unfortunately, there for Evan Kraus.
Yeah, that's
kind of being left wanting there.
Exactly. 350 for the toe 5 back. Toe week back to back's another 330, but only maybe 700 points or so in pass number 2, and it won't be enough for Evan today. He was maybe trying to go a little bit easy here, but maybe almost too slow. Lost his rhythm. Kind of didn't really know where he was outside the wake as he paused there for the reverse toe wake back to back, and I think he mistimed it on the wake. Tried to spin into a toe back-to-back to recover, but it couldn't be done today.
So 5,030 is going to be the total for Evan Kraus. 5,030, the total for his effort there. Can't imagine this changing too much aside from a no credit with the toe wake back-to-back.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, he definitely fell on that reverse toe wake back-to-back. It was coming through. He was getting points for it, but he tried to sort of spin into a toe back-to-back, but the way the judges viewed it, he was in trouble after the reverse toe back-to-back, and as he sort of spun, so he won't get credit for that reverse.
Okay, so
4,700. Yep, not what he was looking for today.
So 4,700 points as we go on to our next competitor, who should be BG Bickley. So as we continue right along. Just to tell you a little bit about the 2026 Ski Nautique, following suit from its 65-year legacy, marked by more personal bests and world records than any other ski boat in history. The all-new 2026 Ski Nautique has been re-engineered to push the boundaries of what's possible in free-event water skiing. Visit nautique.com to learn more about the completely redesigned 2026 Ski Nautique. And for those of you that happen to be around this area, they're still pulling ski rides on the back lake. For those of you that want to give that brand new towboat a try.
And we see B.G. Bickley from the United States. He is a wild card here in the trick event, I believe, and he's also in the jump event later on. He actually got third here at the Under-17 World Champs in the jump event. Great little jumper. He's a young skier, only 17 years of age. He's going to have to go for it in this trick event, though. He's going to have to get everything he can do to have a shot at making the finals. So let's see what he's got. Starting on toes.
Or a little bit high tempo there with that first attempt at the toe 5 back. Here he comes, toe 5 front. That toe strap getting trapped in there somewhere.
Yeah, so right from the start, he was trying to go fast, I think, and as you saw on that toe 5 back, the leg got pulled out a lot just as he hit the front right there, and that could have sort of paused the ski a little bit. The judges will definitely look at that one. Here's the toe 8 back-to-back and the reverse. They were good. But like I said, I think he knew he had to go for it, go fast, and sometimes when you do that, you get a little bit out of balance. And...
yeah,
too much rope there on the toe 5 front.
And I think actually the toe strap actually caught in with the release mechanism on his trick ski.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, you saw all sorts of slack around at the back of his leg. It's unfortunate. It's only going to be 14.60 there for B.G. Bickley. But let's get behind him as he comes back for his hand, or as he sets up for his hand run. He can do a lot of flips. He's got 6 big flips in his run, a couple back-to-back mobs, a front flip. And I wish him all the best.
Okay, 14.60 on pass number 1 for BG, and we'll see what he can conjure up in terms of a point score on the pass number 2. The good news for him is that it's going to be hand tricks on pass number 2, and that's where the majority of the points normally come from.
Yeah, this is going to be his big run, and he can score probably well over 5,000, maybe even closer to 6 if he gets all his flips. And he's going to need going to need all of that. Even with his complete hand run, it's going to be tough to make a spot in the final. But as we've been going along here in this series too, we haven't seen some of these skiers fire, and that Jacob Chambers is still holding on to the lead with that 7,080 points.
All right, here we go. B.G. Bickley getting himself situated there with his second and final 20-second pass, and tell you once again about the Ski Nautique, which is significantly lighter than the previous generation. The all-new Ski Nautique has been refined from the bow to the stern with functional design elements and cutting-edge technology to deliver unprecedented performance capabilities with every pass through the course. Design your all-new 2026 Ski Nautique at nautique.com.
All right, hopefully BG has regrouped down there, and he'll be coming in like a lot of our skiers, setting up with, I believe it's going to be a back-to-back mob, choosing to do a positional trick, turning backwards. Here it goes, setting up into that difficult reverse back position, off the wake. There's the back-to-back mob, back to front. There's the half twist and the reverse. Oh no, he bails on the reverse. 2 regular flips instead, hopefully a front flip, a toe side front flip, lands it cleanly. Some ski lines, that one's not quite over the wake. Rushing to get some points, and right at the end, and just goes down on a wake back-to-back. Easy trick, but hard when you've just thrown 6 flips and rushing to get those extra little points at the end of your pass.
Yep, it was certainly racing to get all the tricks that he wanted to on this particular run. Starting off with the Mo back, and then continuing on with an attempt at the reverse, but unfortunately bailed on that, as you mentioned. Flip twist to the back, and another one towards the front. So looking pretty good with some of these tricks, but I'm sure that this early fall was weighing heavily on his mind as he went through the remaining tricks on pass number 2. Got broken forward, and unfortunately there for him, unable to get all of the tricks that he wanted to. So.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the flips, just the end, the ski line back didn't quite get over the wake there. It is no credit on ski line back. A couple wake back-to-backs, 43.20. It's under review. Hopefully they'll commit that in just a second with the toe pass of, what was it, 14?
Yeah, per 14.60.
We're looking at 57.80. All right. And our next skier will be from Argentina, Thomas Renosto.
Yep. So the judging, they're continuing to review that second pass of a 2. Currently on 43.20 points on pass number 2. That total would equate to 57.80 as a 2-pass total with his performance there this time around. That is BG Bickley.
It's not the score he's going to want. He's wanting from today. He's capable of well over 7,000, closer to 8,000 points. I believe he's broken 8,000 points somewhere along the lines. So a little trouble on their toes, not bad on the hands, but it has slotted him into 3rd spot, I believe.
Okay, going to timing, which shouldn't be an issue, but as he fell before the end. 43.20, that should give him a total of 57.80. That is BG Bickley. All right then, Thomas Renosto.
Okay, yeah, 57.80 on your screen right there in 3rd spot. And Thomas Renosto from Argentina. He's another skier well capable of over 7,000 points and taking the lead so far. But, you know, these guys in the Series 2, they don't know what it's going to take yet. They don't know. They know that there's 12 skiers in the top series. All of them are capable of going over 9, so they have to push it. There's the back-to-back mob. Lands a little bit flat, gets a bit stuck. There's the back-to-front. Going a little hard on these flips, but so far, so good. Boat speed dropping down a lot there for these last few tricks. You can hear it just pours. A big wake 5 front and the reverse 5 back. Hopefully it's in time, and another stand-up pass.
I don't know how much that speed dropped, but it was like the effect of opening up a trapdoor.
Yeah, put the brakes on, didn't they, at the end of that pass? And the review here, the back-to-back mob. A lot of our skiers decided to start it with that and following it up with just a back-to-front. Again, I saw him come to ski at a couple tournaments earlier this summer and did some very, very strong scores that earned his place into this team. Upwards of mid-7s to close to 8,000 points. But just getting a little shaky on some of the flips. Hopefully he's got a little bit of a weird handle pass there on the wake 5 fronts. He's grabbed it a little bit messed up, but you can see his hands at the top of the handle, not at the bottom. Kind of awkward on the wake 5 back, but still skis it away.
So not a bad effort, getting all the way through on pass number 1, and the points are being totted up as we speak. The judges are reviewing the tricks that they've identified to see if they're worthy of the scores, the credit scores for each trick.
Yeah, it's down a little bit from what he'd be looking for. A wake 5 front there is no credit, and he only does 5 flips, not the 6 flips we saw from BG. So that score just coming down a little bit, and for pass at number 1.
And pass number 1 scoring 41.70.
Yep.
Which already slots him into 6th place.
Four skiers remaining in series number 2. Thomas Renosto, following in his dad's footsteps. I used to ski with his dad, Jorge Renosto from Argentina. He was a handy tricker in his time, well over close to 9,000, maybe even higher in his day. And he is in the boat there, releasing for his son. Hopefully he doesn't have to do much on this pass.
All right, Thomas Renosto selecting 26K, Bravo 1, 0 off, no ballast in this on this pass, and already looking a little suspect, unfortunately there, but trying to work his magic here, trying to.
Towako going down, unfortunately for Thomas. Yeah, he did get unsteady in the middle there, rushing a little bit. Slipped on a toe back-to-back and had to regain composure. Did so, but then lost it on Towako towards the tail end of the pass, but lost some valuable points right in those last few seconds in his second pass.
Points being awarded here via the judging phase, and now the judges go back upon the tricks that they've identified and start assigning points to the tricks. And it's majority rule. We have 5 judges looking at each of the tricks that they've identified, and they'll determine whether the tricks are worthy of the points that are pre-assigned for each trick. So let's have a look and see what points are awarded so far for our skier that has just taken to the water. That's Thomas Renasto, 21.60, and looks like we could be changing that total with the review that's currently taking place at this time. So looking at a score of 21.60 doesn't appear to be changing around too much, and because of the fall coming before the end of 20 seconds after the review, we should have a pretty good idea of what he just tricked there on the pass number 2, and by extension what the total is going to be, having added the first to pass total of 41.70 to whatever this score is going to be. Judges taking their time on this one.
Yeah, 41.70 on pass 1, 21.60 tentative on pass 2, somewhere in the ballpark of 6,300. That might slot him into what we're looking at, about 4th position there. We made some big predictions, that it's going to take something close to 9,000 to make the final, the top 12, and it still could. But some of these seeds here in the series 2. Going down early or missing, some key tricks, and coming up a little shorter than they would like, in the mid 6,000 and low, low 7,000. So
the judges are making sure that they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's here in terms of making sure that they're giving us the right score.
And that's why we got obviously the pause. The skier is waiting. It's great that each skier before they leave the dock knows what the skiers before have achieved, so they can make decisions on what it's going to take, what they need to change. And a lot of these skiers do have options in their trick runs. They can change things up, go for a riskier run, or kind of scale things back a little bit. And once you know the scores of all the other skiers, and it's only through this iTrick technology that this is available. In past, you were waiting for trick scores for half an hour or so afterwards, after you've skied, before the score sort of was coming through. And now it's almost instantaneous.
All right, then. Looks like we're going to timing, which means that that score is going to come through as a 26.60 on pass number 2, and the total is going to be 63.30, and there we go, 63.30. 3rd place right now for Thomas Renasto. That's given us the cue for the boat to make its way into the course with our next competitor. It should be Vincent Ahama from Austria.
All right, so let's see what Vincent's got on his toe run. Doing it for Team Austria, toe 5 back, moving through surface back-to-backs. And the toe 5 front, he's got out of shape. And
that is going to be disappointing there on pass number 1 for...
early fall for Vincent Ahama. It's heartbreaking, but that's the nature of the trick event. There's no room for error in this event. It's pretty cutthroat, isn't it, Tony?
Absolutely, and we've both been in this situation on at least 1 or 2 occasions in the past.
I've been in that occasion many times, especially on toe tricks, which is why I stopped doing them.
Mm-hmm.
So difficult, the balance required on the toes. the strength, and anything can happen. And you see it even with our top seeds, just slightly off, trying to push it slightly out of balance, and there's one slight mistake and you're down, and then it's all but impossible to go from that and try and squeeze into the final with only 750 points on pass number 1.
Yes, that's 750 points. Two toe back-to-backs and the toe 5 back. Those are the only 3 tricks that counted towards that total. So Vincent Ahama getting ready for pass number 2. He's certainly got a motor here if he's to salvage anything significant out of this deal right here.
Been a busy, long day for you, Tony. What's your highlights of today so far?
Lucas Cornell.
Lucas Cornell, that was a huge...
Just generally Lucas Cornell.
He's an exciting skier, and I know that pass you're talking about, that 39, was impressive. Wasn't probably the way he wanted to run it, but he can dig deep and get the job done when he needs to. Anything else? What else?
There are at least one or two other performances. I'd need to look through the scoring sheets to kind of give me a little bit of a cue and to remind me of what they did to get to that point. And
there's a lot of slalom this morning. And Christiana Dosmo, that one's the biggest standout. She running 38 off and 1.5, had a big fall at 39, but took the lead, a dominant lead in the women's.
All right, with 750 points on pass number 1. This is pass number 2 for Vincent Ahama. Going through his flip sequence.
3 in a row, same flip there, was it? Oh, and he's missed a wake on front flip. It's a toe side front flip. It's a difficult trick. So just a little bit out of shape. Yeah, I think he bailed on maybe a half twisting flip in the middle there. Started with the back-to-back mob. And then the back to front. I think he did 3 just regular flips. Let's watch the replay. All of these flips, to be credited, have got to be different, different versions. There's a back-to-back, regroups with a front and a back, and then sets up. There's your back to front. Just a regular back flip. These ones are fairly easy for Vincent. Oh no, there he is. It's the half twist, and going into his front flip, but just couldn't find the rope at the top of the wake. And going down on the 6th flip. That's a high scoring one, 800 points. And another one in this series too that's kind of failed to get the sort of score they're looking for. Tom Parkin from Great Britain will be our next competitor on the water.
All right, and looks like we're committed to a score here of a 32-20. And if there's anything to be salvaged from that effort there, it's basically everything that he did on that pass was credit, aside from the fall.
Well, that's a good positive way to look at it, Tony.
Yep.
And Tom Parkin, our third to last skier. And you know what? If I was one of these skiers, is going, there's been some falls. The lead is still 7,080 from Jacob Chambers. There's 12 in the top series. Maybe just take it easy. Try and take the lead, but don't do anything crazy, and see if there's some hopefully mistakes in the top series to sneak in. Yeah.
See if he can just slide on in there.
Earlier skiers had to push it. They didn't know. These guys are starting to get a bit of a... These guys might be able to just take it easy. This is a different start. There's a back to front flip and 3 front flips to get going. What a straight start to this pass. It almost over-rotates the third one. Back to front. This guy can flip. Holy. Ski line back.
And I didn't hear much
back front slide. He is happy with that.
There we go. Same speed all the way through. I didn't hear any kind of drop in boat speed towards the end there, Kyle.
No, that was great tricking from Tom. No, mean, that's only a kind of a relatively new thing, isn't it? Where they've kind of been able to put the speed up and down. He feels like he didn't need it, but a very different run, starting backwards, called a half jack or a back to front flip. And I've seen this guy ski a while back, but he's improved a lot, especially on the flips. I don't know if toes is his strong point, but geez, those flips almost goes down there, almost over rotates it, but pulls it back. He's a strong kid from Great Britain. Regular backflip. There's the half twist. 750 points. He's been racking up some huge points with these flips. The sixth one, back to front, and just throwing a ski line back and ski line back to back at the end. Hopefully he gets this one in time. It's a 450 point trick. A little slide just for good measure.
Yep. Not a bad effort there, and looks like one of our officials deemed that road to be in the water on the ski line back, but they're continuing to review that opening pass, or try and get a point score out for you in the moment. But in the meantime, in the review phase, they're scoring as much as 51-70.
51-70. Ooh, I'm not liking what I'm seeing on some of the back to front flip. It's 550 points, and there's a few judges that have questions with it. They're going to timing. Yeah, they've cut that one. That's a looks. You don't see that very often, do you? But he obviously sort of
3 out of the
front.
5 say it's a pre-turn.
Yeah, he's opened up a little bit too early. It's 550 points he's lost. It would have been a huge run of 51-70, but maybe dropping it down now to mid fours. Still handy tricking from Tom.
46-20.
Toe wake fight.
Oh.
That is unfortunate for Tom Parkin. Didn't expect that, actually. You know, he's come back in, toe wake fight back. That's a big trick to start with. But didn't quite keep his direction out. Landed back, slipped into the wake. Let's watch the replay. 46-20 on pass 1. That was a great score, but 0 on pass 2. And it's unfortunate, but he's following the trend here a little bit in Series 2. I'm really hoping these next 2 skiers can break it. Fletcher Green from Australia and Jack Silver from New Zealand. 2 skiers from Down Under and 2 great trickers. I'm looking forward to watching get on the water.
All right, so 46-20 there for Tom Parkin, and we're bringing to you a couple of skiers from the furthest corner of the earth, from Australia and New Zealand, respectively.
Furthest corner, but one of the best parts of the earth, mate. That's a beautiful spot down in, spots down in Australia and New Zealand. Have you been down there?
I have not.
Oh, come on, Tony.
I need to, though.
Yes, you do. Obviously, for these guys, it's kind of out of season. It's the winter in Australia and New Zealand. So credit to these guys, kudos to these guys for working hard over the winter and then getting themselves over here to Canada and training and
now
representing the country.
The thing that's kind of complicating it next year is the F1 Grand Prix weekend is actually going to be the same weekend as Moomba in 2026.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenging one. We made it down to Moomba this year in March, and we had a great time. But yeah, it's with F1 on at the same weekend. Melbourne is already an expensive place, a busy place to visit, and I think it's going to be a tough one for a lot of people to get to next March. But great event down at the Moomba Masters, and obviously, yeah, the following year, the World Championships will be down there just maybe a weekend or 2 after Moomba. Is that correct? Or before? Afterwards. Before Worlds, it will be before, and then Moomba Masters. Yep. So here's Fletcher Green coming in for handle pass, and this guy can flip. Let's watch him go through. Turns backwards. There's the back-to-back mobe. Lands it well. Lots of hype. This guy is a springy flipper. Reverse half twist. Watch for the front flips. Huge front flip.
Look at this.
Going for the reverse. Come on, Fletcher. And now the ski line. Oh, at the end. He does that well. Ski line back-to-back. Or no, just a wake 5 front and a stand-up pass. That's great tricking. Fletcher Green.
Yes, indeed. And I'm sure his grandma over in England, Gaynor Gaddy Sant, is watching with immense interest in seeing what a grandson has been able to conjure up on pass number 1 of 2.
Yeah, we'll say good day too to the greens down in Western Australia. Diane and Kevin will be watching this webcast. And your young grandson is killing it on pass number 1. Obviously, come from good stock here. Ryan Green, one of the top Australian skiers that's
Of all
ever been
time.
produced. Yeah, and Sarah Gaddy-Sant, Sarah Green.
The very last women's
Yeah, I heard
overall
that
title
stat.
winner
That's
of the Masters.
That's a good title to have, isn't it? Great front flips and regroups to just throw in a couple ski line. Oh, that's 400 points. Hopefully the judges look at that one kindly. Make a little bit of a slip. The 5 front looked good. But that's the biggest first pass we've seen so far.
Indeed, indeed. As we look and see the points being totted up in the review stage, and looks like it's gone to timing, and everything he's done is credit. 49.70 on the opener.
Is it 40? Yep, 49.70.
Yeah, it says it's committed at the top. Oh, actually, it's been increased from 49.70 to 52.80. So we found some points there from somewhere.
52.80. That is an extremely good first pass. And toes, he's going to slow this one down a little bit. Just be consistent. You can see Ryan Green in the boat, releasing for him, and
seems to be riding pretty close to the shore there.
These lakes are beautiful, but they do get the boat. It does get very close to that kind of rocky shore. Here he is, Fletcher Green. It's his toes. Toe wake back to back. Bails on the reverse. That's clever.
That's
just
smart.
Tricking. Toe back to back. Settles in. Toe 5 front. A little bit off balance, but he steadied himself. Can he get a nice clean toe wake go? Goes for just easy at the end. Toe line back. Here it is. And front and back, he was very, very clever just to kind of stand up that second pass. And I think we got a new leader. Jacob Chambers has had it since Series 3 with 7,080. But you saw a huge first pass from Fletcher Green and a stand-up second pass. It wasn't all the tricks he can do in his second pass. There's definitely he laid up a little bit on some of them. But I'd say it's around just over 3,000 points, and we could have our first skier over 8,000.
All right, and good looking effort there for Fletcher Green. Steadied the ship towards the end of this toe pass, and I think he'll be pretty pleased here. It's by no means an automatic that he makes it through to the next round. We've still got 12 skiers to go after Jack Silver, who's our next competitor. But some great skiing here from Fletcher Green, and looked like he was about to rock back on the trick ski, but steadied the ship and continued on to get all the way through on pass number 2.
Yeah, I know he does. He does that reverse toe back to back a lot of times in his run. He does toe line O, and he maybe he's saving that for the final. But just a steady run, toe back instead of the toe line O, toe line back. He knows it. He's got a good score. It's not the huge second pass. And I have a feeling there might be a couple questions on a couple tricks. Yeah, 22.80. They're still reviewing it. It's not huge, but with that massive first pass, he's going to take our lead in maybe mid-7s.
So there only appears to be one non-credit trick in amongst everything that he's produced, and that's a toe wake line back towards the end. And I think the tricks that came afterwards would be subject to a timing review. And yes, it's a 22.80, 2280, giving us a grand total of 75.60.
Yeah, we new leader. Good stuff for Fletcher Green. On the screen it said that was the only one that was no credit, but his toe 5 back was cut. They gave him a toe and a toe back. So you saw one of the other toes later on was a repeat, if you like.
And only one trick was known credit out of those 2 passes.
No, he got the toe 5 back cut. Yeah, he was a toe back.
Few.
Yeah. So, but no, great tricking for Fletcher Green. 75. And this is Jack Silver coming on his toe run. A little bit big on reverse toe wake back to back, but he steadies himself. Toe 5 front. And here we go. Oh, he's losing a little time on toe rapids. He's gone slow here. That's
look at that elevation there.
And toe line back to finish it off. That's some handy tricking. Time-wise, he might lose a few things there, though. He took some time on his toe 5 front, toe-o.
Yes, and
everything's credit there.
And Jack Silver, the first person out of the men's slalom finalist, he slalomed to the plumb position of 13th on the outside looking in, but looking to see if he can rectify that with the men's tricking.
Yeah, he went out fairly early in Series 2. Scored a pretty good score for Jack. 5 at 11. He was running it pretty well, lost some time maybe at 4, and he's disappointed to not make the final, but happy with his slalom score he's a great overall skier. You can see he can trick, very, very strong, over 9,000. He's a good jumper, so he's got a good overall score going.
Indeed, and look at that toe-wake line back-to-back, rope clear of the water from at least from our standpoint anyway. And as I said, with at least 1 or 2 competitors, very, very methodical. There's Grayson there, one of our camera operators here at TWBC. We thank him for his contribution as well as other members of the team. Got Jeremy Scholl, we've got Vincent Stadelbauer, we've got Pablo Font, who earlier operated the camera for the slalom event. There's Vincent there with base control.
So we got that toe 5 front under review. That was a little iffy. He did get cut, maybe the toe out. Just kind of putting that all together. The score tentatively right now 29-10. His toe line back-to-back, although it was very nice, out of time, we think. Haven't quite got the score in yet fully. As Jack comes back in on pass number 2. This is his hand run, and he's a great flipper. There's the back-to-back mob. Slips a little bit off the wake, but it's clean. There's the reverse. Didn't bail on that. 2 800-point tricks. Throws the flip. There's the first half twist. Here's going to be the second. Comes back to front for his 6th flip. Down, you heard the boat drop. There's ski line O. Ski line back. Comes front. This is going to be the lead. Wake 5 back. And great tricking, Jack Silver.
Fantastic effort there. Just motoring all the way through and tricking 29-10 on the pass number 1 with toe tricks. And I suspect that second pass is going to be significantly higher.
Well, congrats to our last couple of trickers. Kind of dialing things back a little bit, making sure they were safe and stood up, giving them a chance to make our final. We've still got 12 skiers remaining as we go into Series 1 here in just a few moments.
Looking at some of the tricks as they're being judged right now, being imported into the system. Just piling on the points here, and the point score going up and up and up as the tricks are being judged and reviewed at the same time. Judging first, then reviewing coming up immediately afterwards.
On our tablet here, Tony, that when it's highlighted here, that's under review, is it?
Yeah, they're under review.
Yep. So a few tricks there that the judges will go back. Like I said, I've been on the other end of the system, and when you are scoring the tricks, you can just you don't give it credit or no credit. You just put it like a review, sort of a question mark, if you like, and you go back on when you see it the second time and deem whether it's credit or not. So a couple judges there just kind of questioning a few things.
Such as the ski line back, which is 350 points, but will not be given to him because it wasn't over the wake.
Okay. Didn't notice that at the time. Wake 5 back. That's looking like it will come in. All right. He's done his job. He's stood up his first pass. He stood up his second pass. We're seeing sort of some tentative scores. 46-10 for pass number 2. Depends on what he gets in time. Pass number 1 was 29, and he's going to push that lead. It's going to be very close between him and Fletcher Green. And you know what? The importance of that is, so the significance of that is, one of these guys is going to be leading going into the top 12, and that'll be the bubble.
The bubble score, yeah. So just waiting on the timing, and it would appear that the wake back to back and the front that came up afterwards.
It's been a tough one from at the end. He did really well. It's the ski line back and the wake 5 back that's being cut. He's lost some valuable points there. That's maybe 660 points. And he's still come
75-20.
And Fletcher Green is 75-60. Well,
so very, very close.
Very tight. Very good skiing from our last two skiers. Moving into Series 1 now. Our first guy from Italy.
Setting up the boat speed at 30 kilometers an hour for toe tricks, which is a fairly high clip. This is Vincenzo Marino. There you go. Aggressively going through his toe tricks, toe wake line O, toe wake line back, and getting set up for the toe wake line back to back, and going nostrils deep on that one. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard after Series 2. Your top three, Fletcher Green with 75-60, Jack Silver 75-20, Jacob Chambers 7,080. That gives you an idea of where we are with the top three. And there you see the rest of the skiers with their point totals, and you can check out the live scoring via the IWSF results page. And if you want to find out more about iTrick, go to iTrick.ski, iTrick.ski. So good, aggressive, purposeful tricking here, courtesy of Vincenzo Marino there, Kiwi.
Yeah, nice stand-up toe run for Vincenzo. He's one of our contenders in the overall event. He's a very strong slalom skier. I think he ended up with 2.5 at 10.75 earlier today. And I know he can jump very, very well. Toe run, the standards to the toe run, you assume, if he gets credit for everything, maybe mid 3,000 points, maybe close to 4.
And it looks like he could get credit for everything that he did out there. Right now, with a point score of a 34.90, as we have a look at the running order for the Series 1. Tricking Vincenzo Marino, Lucas Cornell, Clarence Laveau, Tim Field, Dominic Kuhn, Eric Macias, Demir Flaratov, Pablo Font, Axel Garcia, Tristan Duplon-Freibourg, Jake Abelson, and Matias Gonzalez.
Yeah, well, we're seeing on our tablet a score of 34.90. He did lose the toe 5 front, though. He's broken that down into a toe front, toe O. So that's where he's lost 350. And as we thought, right around the mid-threes, 34.90. It's a good toe pass. If he can throw, well over 5,000 to 6,000 points in this hand run, he will secure his spot into the final. He's got to beat 75.60. Young Fletcher Green will be watching intently to see if this first skier can surpass him or if he can earn a spot into the final. So far going well for Vincenzo. 6 flips, there's the ski line O. A ski line back-to-back, comes front. Speed's gone down a little bit just at the tail end, and he's going to be happy with that.
There you go, pure emotion kind of rising and bubbling to the surface there for Vincenzo Marino as he gets the second pass under his belt. Good skiing, but is it going to be enough to take the lead? And if it does, then he has a ticket through to the men's trick final.
Yeah, I think he's got it. That was 34.90 on pass 1, and a very steady pace into pass 2. Was moving through his flips fairly quickly. So I think we'll see him sneak in an extra trick at the end of his hand run, and maybe some of the other competitors got. As long as everything is credit, I think we're going to see our leading score, and it may be our first guy over 8,000 points.
Looking in great shape with these tricks. As I say, purposeful on pass number 1 and just as purposeful on pass number 2. And actually tricked in this second pass with the highest boat speed that we've seen selected, 32.2 kilometers an hour. And it's extremely high clip for some of these tricks.
Yeah, that is pretty quick. He's not a massive guy. You know, some of the bigger trickers will put their boat speed up, you know, upwards of 32, 33, but seems to work for him, and he looked in control the whole on both passes all the way through, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Stomped that one. And
52-20, that's a big pass. It wasn't quite as high as what we saw from Fletcher.
And it looks like it's a committed
combined, he's going to take the lead, yes?
Yes, indeed. 52.20 there combined with a 34.90. It's going to be 87.10, 8,710 points, 8,710. Now, here we go. Next competitor up. We saw him slalom earlier in this competition. Now we're going to see him trick. It's Australia's Lucas Cornell.
Yeah, commanding lead from Vincenzo, but the skier on the water, he can surpass 9,000 points. Everyone knows him as a slalom skier, and he's an outstanding slalom skier, but this guy can get it done on a trick ski too. Bailed on reverse toe wake back-to-back. Again, just wants to stand up, taking his time through the end of his surface toes. Hopefully he can squeeze in some big steps here at the end. Toe line back, comes front. He's running out a little bit of time. I think this toe line back-to-back is going to be out, but he throws it. Goes down. It was probably going to be out of time anyway.
Fantastic skiing there. Certainly not the tidiest of athletes out there in the water at this elite level. I mean, you only have to go back to his slalom skiing to make that easy determination. But he is just as rough around the edges so far as the tricks are concerned as well. But he makes it work, though.
Yeah, he got a little unsettled maybe on this toe 5 front. Had to wait on the rope there a lot. And maybe, you know, he split that toe coming back out. The judges will look at a few of these tricks, and we're seeing a few reviews and sort of questions coming up in the middle of that toe run, and lost a little time, and I don't think that the last couple of tricks will be in. So a few points lost for Lucas Cornell, but he knows he's only chasing a score of 75.60 so far. You know, that's the bubble score. We saw Vincenzo go huge, 87.10. But Fletcher Green, another Australian, his teammate, if you like, is the score he's going to be wanting to beat. It's 2,600 so far on pass 1, and he has got his work cut out for him here if he's going to have to track down that 75.60.
Okay,
it needs to be a big hand pass.
So falling before the end there, so timing not going to be much of an influence on the score. So 2,600 is going to be
yeah, they've raised it up 2,750. I think the toe wake back got in time. What are we looking at? We need sort of 4,800, give or take.
Okay,
for pass at number 2.
Yep. So right,
you
are 2,750 on pass number 1. And so Vincenzo Marino, whom we saw just a few minutes ago, has booked himself a spot through to next round with 87.10. Still, the bubble score is very much in effect. That score, courtesy of Fletcher Green, was 75.60. Anything above that?
So, you know, he's got a personal best of over 9,000 points. And with that sort of level of score on the board, you know he's gone well over 5,000 on his hand run. So he's got the creds. He knows how to do it. He can't afford too many mistakes or get anything cut on this pass. You know, he's going to need it all.
All right, then, coming in on pass number 2.
Beautiful view, isn't it, as the boat comes in for his second pass. Let's see, Lucas Cornell, he's made it through to the slalom final. What will he do? Can he make the trick final as well?
There we go. Elevates himself there to the mode back-to-back, and it's reverse. Continuing on, 30 Ks. Look at this.
Oh, no.
Oh, and going down at about the 1/3 apart there, and that means that that the one person that ultimately benefits from that fall is his teammate Fletcher Green.
Yeah, we will see Fletcher Green trick again. He will be into our final. Unfortunately for Lucas Cornell, he was going fast. He kind of mistimed a couple of these early tricks. This back-to-back mob here, he's a bit early taken off, hit the second wake, came front in a bit of an awkward position. There's his regular. You can see he was sort of rushing, a little bit bent over, not really getting the elevation off the wake, and just bounced a bit funny on that half twist. And not today for Lucas Cornell. We will see him in slalom, the slalom final, though. He's currently sitting in the 3rd spot. He jumped earlier. He jumped pretty well for his level of jumping, 47 meters. But unfortunately, I know he was looking for a good overall score today, too, from the tricks. But maybe not with maybe around 5,000 points for total score.
Okay, so if all is correct so far as the scoring is concerned, 56.60, 5,660. If that score on pass number 2 remains unchanged.
Now, first, our 2 skiers confirmed into the final: Vincenzo Marino and Fletcher Green. The guy on the bubble now, Jack Silver, 75.20 is the score to beat.
All right, Clarence Laveau, who's kind of shown us a little bit of his showman side so far in this competition in the slalom event.
Okay, so this guy has been around a little while, but he hasn't competed much in the last year or two or so. So maybe his scores are down a little bit and he's seeded out a little bit early, because this guy can go big on the trick ski. I know he's been well over 10,000 points. But maybe just not skiing as many events, so his qualification score is a little bit lower.
And it's further complicated by the fact that Clarence Laveau actually resides in Guadeloupe, which is a Caribbean island department of France. So that kind of isolates him a little bit from the rest of the French team for the most part.
Okay, a stand-up pass for Clarence on pass number 1 with toes. A couple things there, though, they're going to look at twice. For the reverse toe wake back-to-back, mistimed the wake a little bit, and that one's going to be close. Toe wake O, toe line O is always, that's a tough one to get credit right now. The judging's pretty stringent here at this level, anyway.
There we go, toe 5 back, a high tempo start there. There's been debate recently in terms of which tricks one decides to go with, whether to go with a high point score of a toe 7 front versus getting a high tempo with a relatively easier a toe 5 back to start things off. I mean, when you look at someone like Patricio Font, he's decided not to go with toe 7 front so much, and he goes with a toe 5 back, and it's for that reason.
Pato Font? Oh,
yeah.
I think he's been doing toe 7.
In toe 5 back to start off with.
No, I think he still starts with toe 7, doesn't he? I don't know. Last time I saw him, he was. But yeah, you're right, though. There's a lot of the skiers have changed up in different variations. It's points per second, basically. And toe 7 for some of them is a little slow. It's 400 points, but it's a little slow. And you've also got that risk of it getting cut. It's an easy one to split.
Risk versus reward, huh?
Exactly. 3,010. Currently, that's chopped and changing as the judges are reviewing, dropping down to 26.30 because there's a Taweko Tolano going no credit at this stage. The reverse Tawek back-to-back, I thought that one would warrant a second look.
So under review right now, Clarence Laveau on pass number 1 or 2 is. He's had 1 or 2 problems, especially when it comes to being able to make it back to France and to compete in the French national. Had some consular problems recently, and
well, his problem right now is his hand run. He's got to go big here. He's kind of in the same thing as Lucas Cornell. He's only got 2,600. Oh, he's gone down. That was an early fall for Clarence. Caught an edge on the reverse mobe. One skier that will be
not be in the finals is going to be Clarence Laveau.
And congratulations to Jack Silver, 75.20. Unofficially, we're going to say he has earned his spot. So we will see a Kiwi in the trick final, along with an Aussie. That's Fletcher Green, and an Italian at this stage.
Indeed, indeed. So the three skiers that we know, Fletcher Green, Jack Silva, Vincenzo Marino, through to the next round of the competition. So we're looking for 9 spots to be occupied between now and the end. Oh, and just let that handle get way away from him. Something chronic there with that landing. So it looks like there's only going to be one trick accounted for Clarence Laveau as he fell on the second one. 800 points on the opener. So 800 points added to 26.30, giving a grand total of 34.30. So that is a Clarence Laveau. Now let's have a look and see what we've got for our next competitor from Germany. It is Tim Wild, who certainly had a pretty useful tournament in the World Championships last season, around about this time last year.
Yeah, Tim Wild is a great young skier, under 17 worlds. I think he finished up with a second overall, a second in jump, a third in slalom. He's a great skier in all 3 events. And he showed that at the Junior US Masters earlier this year. He's made the slalom final. He slalomed exceptionally well, won at 10.75. He's got a personal best of tricks of, if it's not over 10,000, it's very, very close. Right now he's focused on that score of 75, or actually probably Jacob Chambers is probably the cut right now, 7,080. So he's going to be just maybe slowing things down, making it steady. Don't want to go too slow and get out of rhythm, sort of being too conservative, but this guy is he's so consistent and shows us why on pass number 1.
And the first and only junior athlete in the US Masters to win not only the slalom, the tricks, and the jump event, winning all 3 events in this year's Junior Masters Water Ski Tournament.
Yeah, amazing performance. He's the only male that's done it. There's a female that's done it. Regina Jaquist, I believe.
From years and years ago, but certainly the first and only male.
That's true, yes. And very strong first pass.
But keeping on good pace and just not at the rapid pace that we typically associate with Tim Wild so far as his tricking is concerned. But but he doesn't need to go fast.
No, exactly, and we saw that from their last 2 skiers in the Series 2. They slowed things down a little bit, made sure they stood up, and congrats to them, Fletcher Green and Jack Silva, making it in from Series 2 into our final.
All right, so Tim Wild, as we see Clarence Laveau looking a rather forlorn figure there on the shore side after his performance of.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Not only just for him personally, but also for the team. Like he's a valuable member of the. Not happy, but valuable member of the French national team, and as the weekend plays out, when we start tabulating some of the team scores. That fall could be costly. Leaderboard, Vincenzo Marino, 87.10, miles out in front. Fletcher Green, 75.60, and Jack Silva, 75.20, rounding out our top 3. And you know what? I'd be pretty happy, sitting here watching it as Jacob Chambers with a 7,000. He's got a chance.
All right, 39.20 for that opening pass there for our skier on the water, Tim Wild, and out of all of the tricks that he produced out there on the first pass, only one appeared to be cut, and that was the toe wake O. Everything else around it, everything else before and beyond that was credit worthy.
Yeah, those toe wake O's have been tough today. And steady through the 5th flip. There's the 6th. Oh, he's already in the final with this. It was a big toe run. There's the highest toe run we've seen today. Wake by back at the end.
Look at
Gets
this.
A little out of balance, but
And he just had fun with that towards the end.
Yeah,
there.
he knew it by that stage. He'd done enough. He probably would have wanted to be a little cleaner at the end, maybe for his overall score. He's got a great slalom score to go through. He's a phenomenal jumper. And this overall competition is going to be tight here. Going to be close, I think. Vincenzo Marina has a solid lead. This one's going to go close. I think this will be right up there. Maybe over 9,000 if he gets everything credit. Just don't know what he lost right at the end of the run.
All right, so we're already tabulating the points in the review stage. And it seems that as we get further and further through this event into Series 1, the cleaner and cleaner the tricks are becoming for the most part. Not seeing too many red marks associated with a lot of the tricks being performed, and that's no accident.
No, the level's just going up and up as we move through this Series 1. Like I said, Tim Wild has scores of 10,000 points or close to it. Dominic Kuhn is going to be our next skier. And yeah, from here on out, they're all over 10,000 point trickers. And
So
a couple 12,000 and one 13,000.
Okay, so looks like we're committed on a score of 49.80, giving him a grand total of 8,900 points, and that is Tim Wild through to the next round.
Yeah, and a new leader. Yep, he's surpassed Vincenzo. 89. Vincenzo had an 87. Dominic Kuhn next on the water.
Okay, so 8 skiers remaining. First of those 8 comes to us out of Austria. It is Dominic Kuhn.
The cut right now, Tony, the important score to remember is 7,080. Jacob Chambers coming from Series 3. He has a shot right now still of making it into our top 12. He's got 8 skiers to sit there and watch and bite his fingernails and see what happens. Dominic Kuhn starting off. He usually does a 285 back there, but he's, again, just being conservative.
Used
big,
to be
strong guy, Dominic, moving through his surface toes. Now some big steps at the end of the run. Toe line O, toe line back. Toe line back to back and front. Solid tricking.
Used to be way back in the day, at least when I was tricking competitively, that you had to declare your runs before you went out there and trick, which provided for a little bit of creativity so far as putting tricks and cover tricks and what have you. But in the last 2 decades or so, that constraint is no longer there with our trickers, so they're free to be a little bit more creative, and especially when it comes to doing the kind of pass necessary to make it through to the next round of the competition, whether to change it up or to be more conservative.
Yeah, that's definitely a good rule change, wasn't it? It was kind of pointless, really, to turn in a submitted run, and you had to stick to it. And then skiers started writing runs that were about, I don't know,
2
ran
pages long.
2 pages long, just in case they wanted to change something and different variations of it. And now, with the video footage that we've got to judge from, this is back in the day when you were judging from the shore too, right? With
Exactly.
5 judges, and their view was nowhere near as good as what we're getting these days.
Indeed, and we see Dominic Kuhn get through pass number 1. It looked pretty smooth from start to finish.
Some acrobatics going on the gym on the dock here. It looks like Eric Macias.
That's obscene, right there.
I'm impressed. Well done, mate.
You're in the wrong sport.
Yeah, a lot of things have changed in the trick event, in the last sort of 20 years, and all for the better, and obviously all for the improved scores that we're seeing. How many skiers we got up over 12,000 points now? It's crazy. And obviously Jake Abelson, 13,000, and that has just been approved. Tony, you heard that? The
13,001. Yeah,
13,020. He did go a little bit more in the second round of that tournament. Unfortunately, that one didn't go through. They deemed one of his Wake 7s not credit, but he's got more in the tank.
Just
obviously.
a Wake 7 that's non-credit.
Yeah.
Blasé reaction to that. But
score of pass 1 was 38.20.
36.20.
36.20. I couldn't read your writing there, Tony.
Okay, we've got a screen here in front.
All right, Dominic, this is back-to-back Moab. Hopefully he just takes his time here, gets a stand-up 6 flips. There's his 4th one. So far, so good. Bails on maybe a front flip. There's his toe side front flip. Ski line O, back, ski line back to back, front. There's another front flip, and that's.
But that's going to be out of sequence,
yeah,
though.
he's got himself a little bit. Yeah, again, being conservative, did one of his front flips and threw the other one at the end. But
I think
you got to do reverse right after the regular, right? So he's only going to get credit for one of those.
Yeah, exactly. I think he knew that as soon as he performed that second front flip, that it's going to be out of sequence and won't be credited. But he wanted to use his time wisely while he was on the water, and he wanted to audition that flip to see if he could do it in sequence, provided that he makes it through to the next round of the final. And based upon what I saw in pass number 1 and pass number 2, he's got a strong case for that.
Yeah, we had 36.20, you said, on pass number 1.
That's the one.
I think there's going to be a little relook at maybe a couple of his tricks in his hands, but I think he's done enough. He only really needed around 4,000 points on this hand run, and 5 flips or so and a few ski lines, and you're there.
Some interesting tricking. Look at this front flip. Boom. There we go, ski line O, or positional to the back, ski line back to back. And then he transitions into an out of sequence front flip. Boom. Lands it, skis away. He'll be pretty pleased with that.
So he's not going to get credit for that one, but the good thing is for him, 41.70, that's down a little bit on what I would have thought. Ski line back to back is being cut. But I think it's going to be enough. Oh, he's going to be 76 or so. Yeah, he's going to be in by a few.
Okay, 77.90, 77.90 should be enough for Dominic Kuhn to make his way through to the final. 7,790 points, good enough for third and good enough for a spot in the 12 skier men's trick final. Skier on the water right now from the United States, an individual wildcard competitor. This is Eric Macias.
He's our little acrobat that's on the dock. And let's see, a bit of an acrobat on the water too. Very talented young trick skier, moving fast through these toe runs. He's up the speed here. Oh, too much.
Oh, my word. And that could open the door for one of our skiers on the outside looking in.
It could, but this guy is a really strong tricker. He's over 10,000 points. It's an early fall on toes. He's missed a lot of points at the end. But you got to think, okay, if 10,000 points, miss say 1,500 on the end of your toes, you can still, score in excess of 7,000 with a pretty strong hand pass.
We'll see what he scores on pass number 1. Looking through the limited amount of tricks he was able to contribute on pass number 1.
These last sort of 7 skiers or so, they've got some breathing room, don't they? Because their best and their runs are upwards of 10,000 or more. So if they have an earlier fall on one pass, it just can't be a really early fall. That's what's going to wipe them out. That's what's going to put Jacob Chambers in if one of these next few skiers falls, on one of their first couple of tricks. 21.60, it's not a big toe pass. Make matters worse, that toe Waco got cut, so we lost 300 there. 21.60, he needs a 5,000 point hand run. Pretty easy for him. He can do over 6,000 on his hand run. But the pressure is definitely on.
Yep, it's definitely on here for Eric Macias, wanting to make sure that he puts himself in a position where he skis in the final. And looks like we've got a little bit of a rope issue going on here. But he's managed to get that solved, thankfully. Now, those ropes can be a little bit tricky to keep untangled, right?
Yep, sure can, especially if they're using any variants of
Spectra.
Yeah, that twists up pretty easy. 6 o'clock here in Calgary, Tony. It's been a beautiful day. Canada definitely turning on the weather for us over the last couple of days in these day 1 and day 2.
And the initial prognosis was for a lot of cloudiness and rain during the majority of the event.
Really? Okay. Hopefully it lasts. I was warned before I come up here. I arrived up on Monday night, and everyone said, "Hey, bring a sweater, bring a jacket." It was raining. It was cold. I haven't seen it so far. It's been 3 beautiful days. The prelims, some of the famille, and these first couple of days of competition, absolutely perfect conditions for all of our skiers. And a big day of competition here on day 2. We're rounding it out. Only maybe 6 skiers remaining.
Mo back, 800
Macias.
points.
Yep.
1,600 points so far of the first 2 tricks. There's the regular backflip. There's the front flip, 800 there. Flip twist to the back, or half jack to the front.
Oh, he's
and
gone
he
down
goes
towards
down
the end.
At about the 3/4 mark.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight. There's a lot of big flips in that in the start of that run. 2 back-to-back mobs, a front flip, back to front flip, and that's a cool looking trick the way he does it. But still missed probably, I don't know, you're going to say about 1,500 points in the end of his hand run, and whether he got 5,000 out of that, I'm not sure.
And it looks like we're still in the judging phase on pass number 2, identifying each one of those flips, and then making determinations as to whether those flips were correctly performed within the specification prescribed for each move, including that half jack back to front. And falling on the ski line O. So let's have a look at the timing. Shouldn't be an issue there because he fell quite soon into that run. So 45.60, giving him a grand total of 67.20. Now, who makes it through to the final?
There's a happy Canadian, Jacob Chambers, 7,080. He is going to squeeze into our 12-man final.
Okay, I'm going to have to go all the way back to one of our previous series to find his name, Jacob Chambers. Yep.
Yeah, there's on your screen the leaderboard. Yeah, Jacob Chambers sitting 6th. There's only six remaining, so he's earned his spot, and congrats to him. Coming out of Series 3, great tricking. And it's not all over, though, for the likes of Eric Macias and maybe even, who else we had there? Eduardo Luff. He had a 6,000. There's 6 skiers. Anything can happen in this trick event. Here it is, Damir Filaretov from the Ukraine. A little pre-turn there on his back-to-back mob, and he bails on a wake on the reverse, does a wake back-to-back. That was interesting. Throws a couple easy flips here. Again, the everything's kind of slowed down. Everyone's becoming a little more conservative. Ski line 5 back, and he's gone down on that one. And maybe a little too conservative. I don't think that's a huge hand pass for Demir.
Probably not used to tricking that conservatively, but kind of forced into the situation, knowing what he's seen from the previous skiers already.
I haven't seen that one before. That's a new one for me. He just didn't want to take the risk. I have a feeling even that first trick he kind of slipped out on a little bit on the takeoff, and if he loses that one, he's bailed on the second one. Plus he fell maybe a trick or two from the end. This could be a hand pass that's not going to score that highly. You know, somewhere around high 3,000, 3,500 to 4,000.
Let's have a look at the tricks as they're coming through. In the judging phase, the first of the 3 phases of determining what tricks were performed.
No, he's got it. He's been given that first back-to-back mob. That was one I was questioning, but it looks like that's going to come through. They are reviewing, and credit for everything else. So 44.20. If he'd lost that one, that was going to be a subpar first pass, you'd say.
Mm-hmm. Falling on the ski line, a 5 back towards the end of pass number 1. Now he's going to try toe tricks on pass number 2.
Yeah, he was little lucky. I had two out of our 5 judges pre-turn on that back-to-back mode, but it's only he needs a majority. 3 out of 5 gave it to him. So he, at this stage, has a 39.70. It's still not a strong first pass, but with a 3,000 or so on toes, and he's in our final.
Okay, so 39.70 provisionally there for Damir Flaratov, and we'll see if his point score is going to get any higher with the second and final 22nd pass coming right up.
Well, we declared Jacob in the final. Who we go back to? Who's our bubble score now?
Okay, we'd have to look back into the scores that were over 6,000 points, and we'll get that information very, very soon. Oh, look at this toe wake back-to-back reverse. Very rapid spins here. Toe wake lino, good float over the line, toe wake line back, position to the front, toe side, toe wake line 5 back, toe wake line back-to-back. Does he go for the reverse? No, he's going to stand up and make his way to the dock. He should be fairly satisfied with what he produced there. Incidentally, 44.20 on pass number 1, and we'll see what he ends up with on pass number 2. So who is the next skier that benefits from a subpar performance?
Well, it's Eric Macias from the United States, 67.20. He's the guy that's got to sit there and wait it out. So although Damir we thought his first pass was a little bit too conservative, he didn't hold back on pass number 2. Threw some big tricks at the end of the run, and that's a pretty handy score. He's not going to take the lead with that, I don't think. The lead is still being held by Tim Vield, 8,900. Glad we didn't put any money on that cut to make the final. We would have been a little bit off. Right now it's 7,000. We were predicting it could be upwards of high 8s to 9, but that's the nature of the trick event. We had some early falls through Series 2, and all of a sudden that score started dropping, and people started to take it a little bit easier just to make sure they stood up, and those that did stand up earned their spot.
Okay, going through the judging here on a pass number 2. So far, it looks like a score of 44.70 is going to come by way of a pass number 2, but they're still in the review stage and at this juncture. Now they're reviewing each of the tricks as they were performed to give credit to those tricks that were performed correctly.
That's a big toe run, 44.70. That's the highest maybe toe run we've seen today. Toe line 5 the back. That's a huge trick we saw at the end. 600 points for that one. He's got cut on a couple things maybe as the judges kind of are reviewing things. Hopefully he doesn't lose too much more.
Okay, still looking at this effort. Looks like a no credit there for toe waco and toe wake lino towards the 2 first mark on that particular pass. So it looks like it would appear that those 2 tricks are the only 2 non-credit tricks on the pass number 2. So it looks like 36.90 on pass number 2, and 36.90 plus 44.20 gives him a total of 81.10.
Ties him up, doesn't it? With who else tricked just over 8? Oh no, I was thinking that's one of the girls' skiers earlier. Was Daniel
Verschweifel.
Yeah, she went 81.10. I knew I'd seen that score before.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, exactly.
Familiar.
Yeah, that seemed to have a familiar ring to it. Anyway, here comes Pablo Font. Charlie 2, 29.8.
This guy goes fast. Hopefully he can keep his composure through this toe run. Wrapping in and out, very quick. Some slides, quick points. Toe line back to back. A little bit early on that one. Hopefully it's okay. Big toe line 5 coming up. He nails it. 600 points right there, and a good stand-up pass for Pablo Font.
Good, solid effort there. Just what the doctor ordered there for Pablo Font. Looking in good shape, And now he's going to show us what he can do on his handle pass to an effect and a positive outcome in terms of making it through to the top 12 finalists. It almost seemed like he bailed out of the toe 7 back as soon as that ski made it all the way round. Kind of got to the front, and almost as soon as he got there, he went straight in for the toe 5 back.
Yeah, they want to be quick. They don't want to wait around at the front. If they want to score upwards of 11,000 points, you got to be quick on your toes, and he definitely is. Just hopefully everything is, you don't overdo it and not quite make it to the front, because that's another reason that the judges will take a second look at that. It's got to be completed. The rotation's got to be completed right to the front, and he sometimes pushes it a little bit when he's going that fast.
And our skier on the water, Pablo Font, one of the few skiers actually in this event to use a rubber binding.
Oh, okay. Yep. The preference is usually the hard shell, but I have seen some skiers use it for hands, some skiers use it for toes, and they switch back and forth. But yeah, you don't see rubber boots around that much. They're starting to sneak back in on slalom, I've noticed. There's a few skiers using rubber boots these days.
I think it's a case of risk versus reward as well. We saw plenty of skis and release mechanisms releasing.
True. Yep. All right, pass number 2, 33.10. We're seeing.
Yep, 33.10.
That toe line 5 is right on the borderline. Whether he might get that back in time, who knows? At 600 points, he's going to want.
39.10 on pass number 1.
He knows he's only chasing 6,700 to get him in, so I think he's done enough on pass number 1, but he's got to put it together with a pretty strong hand pass.
Look at that front flip.
That's a different one, isn't it? He really whips his head into it, but so far so good. There's 6 flips in a row. That's a lot of points. Ending with ski line 0, ski line 5 front. That's a big one. Ski line back. This guy's in the final. Good tricking from Pablo Font.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely on fire there with his 2:22 passes. Probably one of the more impressive performances that we've seen so far in the men's tricking elimination round.
He may push the lead with that one. We don't know what happened in his toe run, whether that toe line 5 was in time. That was a big hand pass. He got all the 6 flips. And he was fast. He had maybe 3 ski lines or so at the end. So that's going to be a sort of close to 6,000 point hand pass. Low back-to-back mode though.
Oh, that's about the lowest we've seen.
Yeah.
Didn't use that much of the wake.
Yeah. Yeah, some of it's calculated though. That's they don't want to go too big on some of these flips. They're too slow. So they keep them low. They keep them close to the wake, and it speeds up. They get more tricks in time. Lucky he doesn't have long hair, though. That would have hit the water upside down then.
Mm-hmm. Ski line 5 front, ski line back, then ski line back to back to end off with. Whether that's in time or not, we'll find out. And I think the
He's pretty quick. I think he will get that one in. And we could see our first over 6,000 point hand run, coupled with we're looking at maybe around 33, maybe 39. I don't know what the final score was. It was 39, was it? He did get toe line 5 in.
All right, so looks like it's going to be 63.20 on pass number 2, combined with 39.10. That gives him a total of 10,230. Our first post 10,000 point run so far.
Awesome skiing from Pablo Font, a new leader, and our first skier over 10,000 points. Axel Garcia from France coming in. Pass number 1. This guy is an exciting tricker. Throws a lot of different flips. First of all, he's got to get the job done on toes. Dropping toe 5 back, just starting with toe wake back-to-backs. Moving through surface toes, going fast. He's got some big points here. Toe line 0, keeping that foot out of the water, we hope. Toe line back-to-back. And the reverse, a little bit short on that one. Can he throw toe line 5 at the end? He's got it. Now a question of time now. Each skier 20 seconds, and that's not a lot of time to throw in so many tricks. And they save their biggest tricks to last sometimes, but they can miss them out of time too.
But there you go. That is Axel Garcia, who also competed very well here last season in the Junior World Championships. Still a relatively young member of the French national team. And he's got, I believe, at least one or two more U21 World Championships of eligibility under his belt going forwards.
Yeah, he's a 17-year-old. He's got maybe two more of these under 21 championships, and he'll be a force to reckon with in maybe 4 years' time. So, he skied here in the under 17s, and I believe he was on the podium in the tricks. I think he pulled up a third with a score. I think it was well over 10,000 points. Well, we got a second, Tony. It's been a big day here with a lot of slalom, a lot of tricking this afternoon. What can we expect tomorrow? I think we're starting with jump at 8 o'clock. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, it's women's series 3, 2, 1. And then the top two series of men's jumping. And then the trick finals will be tomorrow afternoon.
All right, so we definitely got a full day's worth of action here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships.
And the judging team reviewing pass number 1, tentatively 36.20. That toe line 5. Is it in? Is it out? It's 600 points. He would desperately like that one in. It all comes down to this hand run. He knows he's got to just get that 67, and he only really needs 3,000 points on this hand. He can do that in sort of 4 or 5 flips. So let's wish him well. 42.20. It's committed. Even better. Can we see our second skier over 10,000 points? We have one, Pablo Font with the lead, 10,200. And Axel Garcia coming in. This is the flips. He goes big. He's a little guy, but he packs a punch when he goes off that wake. Massive back to front flip. Going through the half twists. There's a toe side front flip. He's gone a little wide, taking some time. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Hopefully he squeezes in 1 or 2 more. Big run for Axel Garcia. Well done.
Yes, indeed. And much like Vincenzo Marino a few skiers ago, that raw emotion bubbling up to the surface. And that was Axel Garcia. 42.20 on pass number 1. And his second pass, well, I think it's going to be more or less the same, if not a little bit more.
All right, watching the replay, some huge flips, plenty of elevation as he moves through 6 very, very high-scoring flips. Ski line 5 back, that's a difficult one. Ski line 5 front, another one, 540 degrees over the rope. Ski line 0, finishing it off. Ski line back-to-back, and we're waiting to see what's in time. If it's all in, this is going to be definitely over 10,000 points, and the emotion, the scream as he finishes that second pass tells it all. And sitting on the dock, staying with the French team, Axel Garcia was our previous skier. The next skier, Tristan Duplan-Fribourg, and this guy comes from a family of some pretty talented competitors. His brothers, Louis, is one of the top,
Paul.
and Paul, 2 of the top overall skiers in the world. And Tristan following in their footsteps, and this guy can trick. Over 12,000 points. He's had some time off of the skis, recovering from some injuries. for a while, and he came back strong and posted scores over 12,000 points earlier this season.
It looks like we got a score alert there for Axel Garcia. 69.10 when combined with 42.20. That gives him a total of 11,130 points. He is the new leader.
And that is why he was yelling on the way back to the dock, because he knew it was over 11,000 points. And this is Tristan, toe wake 5 back. It's a cool start, a different start. Moving into the toe wake back-to-backs a little bit early on that one, but he is still moving strongly through, taking a little bit of a stop on the toe wrap out, losing a little time. Still strong tricking. There's toe wake 5 back. And he did that so well going out.
It's
that
reverse.
is a difficult trick, and doing out even more so.
Fantastic skiing there from Tristan Duplan-Fribourg. And kind of slowed his roll down a little bit there in about the 2/3 mark of his run, and probably realizing, much like most of the skiers coming into this event, that he didn't really need to max out in order to be a part of the trick in the final. And let's have a look here. Toe wake back-to-back, toe wake back-to-back reverse.
That's the one that tripped him up a little bit. He was a bit early on the wake. I think he's going to get it, but he kind of lost a little balance. And then toe 5 front, he had to sort of slow down there coming out. So he's going to lose that toe wrap out. That's okay. It's only 200 points. He's moved through these steps at the end pretty well. The only drawback was he lost a little time. So we're not sure whether he gets in one toe line back-to-back or two. There are big scoring points. There's one, and here's the reverse. I have a feeling that might be out of time.
Not bad, though.
Oh, great run. Yeah, yep. And, it speaks to the level of these skiers. You say, they're being a little conservative, but they're still posting, huge scores and throwing big tricks like that. And I'd say that toe pass right there was well over 4,000, maybe even like 4,500 points or so. He knows there's an 11,000 on the board. He knows Pablo Font's gone over 10. There's 2 skiers after him. He wants to be seeded high into the final, and he wants some good points for the French national team. As he jumps in the water, we've got a score under review, 42.70. We're not sure on timing credit as well. There was 1 or 2 things in there. There was a little bit iffy. Yeah, reverse toe wake back-to-back. That's the one that we picked up on earlier. Toe back, toe front coming out. He still gets some points for that. And reverse toe line back-to-back was looking like it's out of time. 34.40, it's committed. It was a good run. A lot of hard tricks in there, but lost a little time and a little bit no credit on things, so scored down from what he would have liked. Tristan Duplan-Fribourg coming in, pass number 2, back-to-back mobs, switches it up. There's the front flip, starting backwards, landing front. Another front flip, half twist, back to front, huge height. Big points at the end. Ski line 5 back, not slowing down at all. Squatting on a ski line 5 front. He is not holding back. This is huge. A big hand pass for Tristan. Well done.
Yes, and he's delighted with his effort as well. There you go.
So he's happy with the hands. I think he's going to...
Was he trying to brush his teeth on the way in?
I don't know what he's doing, but he getting creative. That's good. I think he's happy with the hands. I think he's going to be a little disappointed when he hears his toes. There was a couple tricks cut. The toe wake 5 back. I'm just noticing that one went down too. That's 500 points he lost. Toe wake back-to-back, not over the wake, or reverse toe wake back-to-back, not over the wake. So he's lost maybe 830 or so on this toe run, and then maybe out of time too. So not what it could have been, but sensational hand pass. It'll be well over 6,000 points on that hand pass.
So looking extremely agile and fluid there with the second and the 22nd pass, especially here with the ski lines, and just late in with that last 180 to the back to score that ski line 5 front, ski line 5 back, I would say.
Yeah.
And just...
I mean, Tony, and the viewers at home do not know how hard that is to pull off that many flips, front flips, variations, and then compose yourself and have the energy to pull off a ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, those high energy tricks. That's difficult, and he's done it so well.
Fantastic skiing there from Tristan Dupont-Freibourg, and in the review stage, and looks like
could be 67. That is huge. But that's what you need when you're tricking 12,000 points. You're looking at 7,000 on your hand run typically, and around 5,000 on toes. And huge hand run. Yeah, a little bit short on the toes. Next skier slides into the water. It is Jake Abelson. He's your current World Under-17 trick champion, current World Open record holder. And he's going out. Looks like he's strapped up ready for toes on his first pass.
So it looks like 10,150 points for Tristan Dupont-Freibourg on the basis of his score of 34.40 and 67.10 combined, giving 10,150. Here we go. World record holder coming into the course, and he's got 2 20-second runs. Let's see what he has in store for us.
Yep, interested to see what he does here, whether he kind of holds things, pulls in the reins a little bit and slows down, or if he goes for it. He's also looking for an overall score. You know, that's the other thing you got to remember. This is one of his chances to post a big overall score. He's come a bit short on toe 5 front. He's going to lose that one, but he stayed on top of his ski. This guy is like a cat. Top-level gymnast, a strong guy, and throws himself into some big tricks at the end, but he is going to miss a few tricks in the middle there, Tony.
Yep, and I think maybe that pause was a little bit by design, because he knows, just like everyone else at this stage of the competition, that you don't need to trick at your absolute high echelon best to make it through to the next round of the competition. You just need to score adequately enough to at least put a score of maybe about 3,500 points, maybe 4,000. With the toe pass on pass number 1, and then do what you know to do with the handle pass with flips and ski lines.
Well, he's done plenty there on his toe run, and he is one of the best flippers in the business. He has 3 front flips in his run. As we watch him finish off his toe run, he's going to now take his little break down the end. All these skiers get on the back of the boat, change up. Most of them use a different ski for toes and the hands. Also, to change their ropes out. They get about 45 seconds to kind of regroup, change their equipment, and then they're back in the water, and it's pass number 2.
So judges are reviewing the tricks that he produced on the pass number 1 of 2.
Yeah, that toe 5 front, that was the one that I saw. It was, I don't know if he got round to the front, and we definitely split it somewhere at the back there. Then he lost the toe back, toe front, or the toe coming out. Not going to be too worried about it. Toe Waco. He's, looks like he's getting cut a toe Waco as well.
Okay.
Have to do some toe Waco schools, because I've seen a lot of.
Be interesting to see what stats they pull up on a particular trick and its percentage of credit worthiness. I think we can probably do that with this system.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Yeah, got all the stats. All right, this is the pass though. This is the high-scoring hand pass for Jake Abelson. He can go over 7,000 points on this one run. Yeah, he can qualify for the final just in one run. If he goes his best, let's see what he's got.
Here he comes. There's the Mo back. Here he comes with its reverse. 4 more flips he can do. There's the front flip. There's the front flip reverse. 2 more flips that he can do. Flip twist back, half jack to the front. Now it's ski lines and anything else that he can throw in there. Ski line 5 front. Ski line 0, slips to the back. Ski line 7 back.
Yeah.
Oh, nicely done.
And the fist is throwing. You could see him get a little sort of cautious through some of the starts of his flips, and then once he scored maybe 4 or 5 of those, he knew he'd done enough, and he just sort of started to relax, and he went for it at the tail end of that hand run. So big ski line 7. That's a huge one at the end of the run. Well done for Jake Abelson. We will be seeing him in the final. What position has he done enough to squeak ahead of Axel Garcia with the 11,130? Is it?
So, yeah, 11,130 is the current top score of courtesy of Axel Garcia.
bet it's going to be close. That was a big hand run, but he lost some valuable points in toes. My guess is 11.5.
So as we look to see the point score of Jake Abelson, we've got one more competitor to go. It's going to be Matias Gonzalez. We'll go through the list of potential candidates in terms of making it to the final and getting into the top 12. And just look at that ski line 7 back-to-back, you know. And just the athleticism necessary to make that trick, you know. It used to be back in the day the highest, the most dynamic trick you'd ever see is a 7 back-to-back. But that involved a handle pass. This doesn't.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I have a feeling he's. Is it going to be credit? Yes, it is. 72.60 on pass number 2. That is huge. 72.60.
Added on to, what is it, 35.90?
So he lost quite a lot on that toes. Let's go back and have a quick little look. He's got cut his toe Waco. We're still reviewing, but 35.90, that's scores down quite a lot on toes. He slotted himself into second position, but it's still under review. So anything can change here.
All right, timing is coming into effect here to determine what tricks were within time out of all of those that were credited. And here comes Matias Gonzalez.
Last skier on the dock, last skier on the water. He is your current under 21 champion.
We'll have to double check on that one, but
come on, Tony, you're slacking. You need to know that.
Oh, it's a long day.
I know. You're usually pretty quick with that sort of information. This guy's done it all. He's won a lot of big titles, a couple of under 17 titles. He's tricked 12,000 numerous times. Best maybe around 12.7, 12.8. He is so fast on the toes. Look at him go, and he's in trouble. He's down.
Oh,
he's still pulling
is he
himself.
Still there?
Can he get
He's
back
still
up?
There. Get
Come
up.
on.
Get up.
He's struggling, though. This is insane. And Matias Gonzalez has gone down. Going quick. You know what, though? He's chasing 6,700. This guy can do that in one pass. Right now, he's got to just kind of take a deep breath and go, hey, you know what? I can still get this done. He got some points at the start of that run. He's disappointed, but it's not over for Matias. Here's the toe
Starting
7.
off with a toe 7 front.
This looked good. Came out of it. What is he going to get there? Toe 7 maybe and a toe 0. What an effort to try and recover. Good releasing from whoever's in the boat.
Was there even a release in that boat?
He was trying desperately to get up, but...
How on earth is he going to get back on top of the water by trying a toe back in that way?
That reminds me. You would know this, wouldn't you? One of the Masters, the Patrice Martin run. Had you seen that?
No, this would have been it would have been the Masters several years ago, and he also did the same thing at the World Championships back in 1985.
Dad didn't release him. He was dragging upside down underwater and bounced back up, stood up, and carried on tricking. Amazing. But we've bit of an upset on our last skier. Matias Gonzalez goes down early, 450 for pass number 1. The Chilean team getting behind him because they know he can still do this. He's got to go 6,300 or so.
The point score for Jake Abelson. All right, so
he's not going to challenge the lead, so we're going to give congrats to Axel Garcia, our only skier over 11,000. 11,130. We saw Jake Abelson with a 10,850. And obviously, Matias is not going to surpass that, but can he earn a spot? Can he pull up a big hand pass?
And in terms of success in these championships, this is it. I mean, in the slalom event, he had an absolute nightmare with his opening pass, and
yeah, things haven't gone that well for Matias, but I believe in this guy. I think he's going to come up with something pretty spectacular in pass number 2 and finish off the day He won't be where he wants to be going into the final, but we hope he makes it. This is all or nothing. Exciting finish to the day. Matias Gonzalez coming back hand pass, looking for something like 6,300 or so to get ahead of Eric Macias. Eric thought he was down and out, but there's a chance. Let's see it.
Okay, here he comes.
Coming in 28K, turns backwards. There's a back-to-back mob. He follows up with the reverse, switches up. There's the back-to-front front flip, lands it cleanly. Half twist and a reverse. One more front flip. There's 6 flips. He needs these tricks at the end. He's got over the rope. It's all over for Matias Gonzalez. And he is devastated.
He just can't believe what's happened in these championships.
Yeah, it has not been a great tournament. He was going well. The flips were great. But it, like I said earlier, that transition to ski lines after the energetic flips, you got to slow down. You got to be cautious. But he didn't really have that luxury because he knew he had to go big on pass number 2. We'll give a little bit of a tentative congratulations to Eric Macias. He thought he was done. He scored 67.20, but he might have just snuck in the back door into our 12-man final, waiting for scores to come through.
Wow, this is the surprise. This is the big news coming out of these championships so far. Matias Gonzalez, certainly one of the top trickers in all of the world in the open men's tricking competition, and just unfortunately coming up a little bit short. This reminds me of Corey Picos back in the '87 World Championships in London, where he was eliminated after the elimination round.
Well, you've got me on that one. I can't remember that quite far there. I've seen the video of that the finals, but yeah, I didn't see the prelims. But
you probably noticed in the prelims that a one Corey Picos was not in the final.
Maybe it's been a long time ago. Anyways, we've had a big day and we've had some shocks, some surprises. 53.50 for Matias Gonzalez. It's not his day, but the leaderboard shows Axel Garcia, our top seed, 11.130. Huge score. Jake Abelson, 10.850. Rounding out the top 3, Pablo Font, over 10,000 as well, 10.230. Tristan Duplan Freeborg, 10.150. And then we go down to Tim Wild, 8,900. Vincenzo Marino, 87.10. Demir Filaretov, 81.10. Dominic Kuhn from Austria, 77.90. The Southern Hemisphere, the guys from Down Under, Fletcher Green and Jack Silva, 75.60, 75.20. Jacob Chambers out of Series 3 in 11th spot. And Eric Macias rounding out your top 12, 67.20.
And I think
what a day.
And I think that if Jacob Chambers was told that you're going to make the trick final after yesterday's performance, he probably wouldn't have believed you. And certainly the case with Eric Macias, who by contrast was expected to make it through to the finals, but not with that kind of score.
Yeah, some shocks, some surprises, but that's the way it goes in the world of water skiing. Nothing's guaranteed. The trick event especially, it's very cutthroat. And we saw some upsets for sure this afternoon.
All right there, so that concludes day 2 of action here at the IWWF 2025 U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live once again from the Lakes of Casting Stone. Great to have your assistance here with the tricking event, Kiwi, and glad to have that. But ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day 2 of action. See you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Mountain Time from here in Calgary in Alberta. But until that time, and on behalf of everyone here, including the entire crew at TWBC, it is ciao for now.
Old logic says Success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says, watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.